From WESH-TV, this is continuing coverage of Ian.
Right now, we are watching a monster threat that could hit Florida soon. We are tracking Hurricane Ian, and we want to let you know here at 5 a.m. some big breaking news. This storm has been upgraded to Category 4 status as people in Florida are getting ready for its arrival. Thank you for staying with the WESH-TV News team. I'm Jason Guy.
And I'm Meredith McDonough. So let's get right to it this morning. Our team of first warning meteorologists joining us now, Eric Burris and Kellyanne Class. Kellyanne, let's begin with you. Take us through this latest advisory.
So right now we are seeing that is, like Jason said, a Category 4 hurricane. It has winds of 140 miles per hour. The pressure just from the 2 a.m. advisory to the 5 a.m. advisory, so within the 3 hours, has dropped from 952 millibars to 942 millibars. So that is saying that it is still beginning to strengthen. Hurricane hunters have been flying through the storm. There are multiple rounds of hurricane hunters. This is the first hurricane hunter that we've been watching. First pass has found winds of 125 miles per hour, but they've also found that the pressure is dropping. And when the pressure drops, it still takes some time for the winds to catch up, which is why they had put 140 mile per hour wind. So again, it's a Category 4 hurricane. This is the latest track from the National Hurricane Center as of 5 a.m. Expected to maintain its Category 4 strength upon landfall later on this afternoon, right around the Suncoast, right near Fort Myers. From there, it weakens to a Cat 1 hurricane late tonight and into early tomorrow morning as it moves towards central Florida. Then as it cuts through the area, still expected to maintain its strength, eventually becoming a tropical storm by Thursday afternoon, moving off the coastline of east central Florida and then riding up the first coast and moving towards the Georgia and South Carolina state line. So it is expected to make landfall as a major Category 4 hurricane. For us, what you need to know right now is we're watching a lot of those outer rain bands from this system move in. Heavier stuff and more severe stuff is down to our south. However, with it lifting up towards the north, our severe weather threat is going to increase. Light to moderate rainfall along the metro and north, metro and south. We're starting to get some heavier rain, but again, no active warnings just yet. This is the latest from the Storm Prediction Center. We now have a tornado watch in effect. So a watch means that the conditions are primed to see a tornado spin up. A tornado warning means that there is a tornado on the ground. Right now, there's only a tornado watch in effect for Seminole, Orange, Osceola, and Brevard counties. I imagine that as we go throughout the day today, we're going to see our potential for that severe weather and that tornado watch begin to bump up. And of course, that's just one of many impacts, Eric, that we are going to see with this system.
That's right. So you've got that tornado threat. We have a flooding threat. And in a few seconds, I will get into kind of the overall picture of it. All right. So for today, we are under a level 3 risk for strong to severe storms. And when we say level 3, that means out of all of the activity, numerous elements of that will get into severe levels, meaning the damaging winds and tornadoes being likely. So we need to make sure you're aware of this. Now, according to our friends over at poweroutage.us, there are already 350 residents without power in Brevard County. Certainly, you wouldn't anticipate this being weather related, but we are going to be monitoring this over the course of this entire event. I want to talk about when the worst of the weather moves into your neighborhood, okay? We're just going to try and lay it all out. Through the day today, squally weather builds, but this has been speeding up, so we've had to shift this timeline up a little bit. Our southern areas in orange, 3 p.m., that's when the onset of the bad weather moves in. For the metro area, for Lake County, back over toward much of Brevard County, it's about 4 p.m. And then our northern spots, by about 5 p.m., that's when the worst of the weather starts for you. And then we're going to have a roughly 12 to 20 hour window with hurricane or tropical storm conditions. Now, let's talk about peak wind. These are sustained winds, okay? Peak sustained winds, we think, down into Polk County, Hillsborough County, could be running 75 to 95 miles an hour with higher gusts. Across most of the metro area, Orlando southbound, highlighted in red there, those are sustained winds, strong tropical storm right up to hurricane intensity with higher gusts. And then back over to Volusia, Lake, Marion, Sumter counties, it's tropical storm force winds with higher gusts, okay? So just keep that in mind. Here's Futurecast kind of showing the timeline, and there's 11:30 lunchtime today. you can see, or excuse me, I should say 11:30 tonight, the center of circulation over the Kissimmee River, we're getting this kind of say northeasterly wind running upwards of hurricane intensity. And then as the storm system pushes off the shoreline over the course of the day tomorrow, it's a due north wind tapering off little bit by little bit. There's 5 p.m. still breezy, but things are going to be backing off. We're going to pour over that brand new advisory. We will have more, including county by county coverage, in just a couple of minutes.
All right, Eric, thank you so much. We know that emergency personnel are needed when we're talking about tropical storm force winds potentially reaching us here in Central Florida. So ambulances and emergency vehicles are already lining up. They're ready to respond.
Yeah, let's check in right now with Greg Fox. And Greg, you're in Orange County this morning. Take us through your location and what's happening to start the day off.
So we're at the Orange County Convention Center, and this has been used, you'll remember during COVID, this is where they initially did testing and then they also did vaccinations. So this is a favorite really for FEMA to try to get organized, especially when we have statewide emergencies like this. So American Medical Response, AMR, has got about 300 ambulances and other mobile medical vehicles here to be able to respond around the state. Chris, if you'll come on in here, Chris Stawash. I'm gonna have to keep going through that during the day. You're here to tell us a little bit about what they're doing and especially why is it so critical? Because we have first responders. So how are you supplementing them?
Right. So we bring in ambulances from across the country along with under FEMA's direction to do evacuations from low-lying areas and other facilities that are over on the Tampa Bay area right now where our missions are, to bring them inland and keep them safe. So we allow the rescuers and the first responders that are already here in Central Florida to focus on their missions and their jobs and their own communities and take the pressure off them to be able to safely do that.
Yeah, I think people think even during big storms like this that, well, we have local fire, we have local police, we can handle all that. But the reality is we have, on the Gulf Coast, for example, a lot of long-term care facilities are being moved out under mandatory evacuations. So this is really critical.
It is, and in times like this, systems can easily get overwhelmed, and that's why FEMA has teams such as this that will deploy literally anywhere throughout the country to address natural disasters or public health emergencies.
All right, Chris, thanks very much. We'll be talking to you more throughout the morning. Just to give you some important information for Orange County. First of all, shelter information. There are 5. One of them is a special needs shelter. For those people needing special needs assistance, they'll have to call 311. But at 8 o'clock, the Apopka shelter will open up. The other 4 shelters will open up around the county at 9 o'clock. 3 of those shelters are pet friendly. You can get all of that information by going to WESH.com. As far as schools in the area, of course, Orange County Public Schools are closed today, and UCF and most college campuses also closed today. We'll have an update for you more as we get here at the Orange County Convention Center through the morning.
Okay, Greg, thanks so much. So from Orange County, now we want to move to our coast in Brevard County, where yesterday we saw lots of people filling up their sandbags, making those last-minute pickup items at grocery stores. Scott Heidler is going to be joining us this morning.
Yeah, and Scott, let's get to you now. Are you seeing some of the rainfall? Are you feeling any of the wind?
Yes, to both of those. Good morning to you.
Good morning.
Yeah, we just in the last, I'd say 45 minutes, you can see the wind has kicked up a little bit. Nothing that we're probably going to be seeing in the coming hours. And also the rain has started to pick up a little bit too. These are those outer bands of Hurricane Ian coming in our direction. Now, you know, obviously we're in a severe weather watch. We're concerned about what's going to be happening over the next couple of hours. No, it's something that the folks of Brevard need to really kind of focus on now, because probably when they went to bed, the big concern was about the flooding, and that still is a concern. But right now, first thing in the morning, it's about severe weather, and that's what's coming up our way. So that needs to be something that folks concern themselves with. Now, in my neighborhood, you know, we're just out in the Melbourne area. In my neighborhood, folks, again, yeah, last night, they were worried about the flooding. They were focused on sandbagging. Nothing really about strong winds. That could very well change in these morning hours, so please stay tuned to us. Keep an eye out for these warnings that could come over the next several hours. But right now, we're getting some rain, nothing that severe yet, but of course this could change very, very quickly, because that's what we've been seeing in the south, and that's, as we've been hearing from Eric, that is the stuff that we're going to be getting over the next few hours. Now, right now, it's still obviously pretty early, but we're at just off US 1, and on a normal day, this would be pretty busy. So folks are staying off the road, which is a very good thing. You know, there have been no evacuations here in Brevard. The sheriff's Wayne Ivey saying that, making a very strong point of that yesterday in his press conference. But what is happening is that there is a state of emergency in the county. That allows them to use certain emergency facilities as well as get some funding from the state. So state of emergency, no warnings yet about severe weather, but we're anticipating that could very well change and change quickly. So stay tuned with us.
All right, Scott Heidler for us there live in Brevard County, where we're seeing some of that rain and the wind beginning to pick up today.
Yeah, and today you may still have some time. Scott, thank you so much this morning. And you may still have time to run out and get a few last minute items. But we kind of want to take you through a list of the places that are closing this morning. Important to note, if you do still want to grab something, some of the big box stores in certain Central Florida counties will be closing early as the hurricane approaches.
Yeah, today, public stores in these counties will shut the doors at 6 p.m. And we're talking about Sumter, Orange, Lake, Seminole, Marion, Osceola, Volusia, and Citrus counties. So pretty much public stores all over Central Florida. They are expected to remain closed through tomorrow. And right now, we're not expecting to see them reopen until Friday. That's September 30th. Store hours also could be adjusted depending on the location.
And you can always head to WESH.com for more information there about not just Publix closures or store closures, but also what's happening with our local schools and anything in the area if you're looking for a shelter this morning.
Yeah, and that WESH 2 News Hurricane Survival Guide is always online when you need it. Take out your phone for just a moment. We're putting up a QR code on your screen. If you point your phone to your television or computer, it'll give you a link and it'll take you straight to that guide.
Stay with us. We're back right after this break. Welcome back this morning. Time now is 5:14. We continue our team coverage. Meredith McDonough alongside Jason Guy, our meteorologist, Kellyanne Class, and Eric Bursch joining us. Guys, we kind of want to just go through some questions right now, a little Q&A session for folks waking up and joining us this morning, because I feel like we've all got them. So, Kellyanne, let's just start with you. Where exactly is Ian right now?
So Ian right now is just off the coast of Southwest Florida, right around Fort Myers, Naples, that area. So off the coastline, but even though it's moving at about 10 miles per hour, we're feeling the effects all the way from South Florida up towards Central Central Florida. So that center of the storm, the strongest area of the wind, is still off the coastline, but expected to make landfall later on today.
Can we talk about the prediction for when and where this storm is expected at this point? And things are changing in this forecast constantly. Where could it make landfall and when today, Kelly?
Yeah, we're starting to kind of hone in on the Fort Myers, Naples area up towards the Sun Coast. That's where we think it's going to make landfall later on today. And then as it moves across the peninsula up towards Central Florida, we're thinking for Central Florida, these impacts from late tonight into early tomorrow morning.
It's so interesting because when we first started modeling this, the people on our social channels were like, oh, it's Charlie 2.0. And at that time, it was like, all right, let's hold on for a few minutes. But here we are. It's now a Category 4 storm, just about as strong as Charlie was, making landfall in just about the same location, moving in just about the same direction. So for those of us that have been, I mean, it's a long time ago. It's 18 years ago. But for those people that lived through Charlie, we remember the blue tarps on the roofs after all. If you're new to town, I don't want you to think because we're inland, we are not susceptible to hurricanes. You know, power outages, that's a very real concern for us going ahead these next few hours. And then take the direct impacts aside for a moment, we're going to have a significant tornado outbreak potential in, you know, just the next few hours' time ahead of the storm system.
Yeah, and most of that's really looking right now, at least for the tornado watch that is in effect, is for Seminole, Orange, Osceola to Brevard County. That may be extended as we go throughout the day today, but that chunk of area from our East Coast locations through the metro is right now where we're seeing the best chance for numerous tornadoes possible.
Okay, guys, so tornado threat's a big one. What about, okay, when you were talking about the time frame, can we hone in on that for a second? So would you say later on, like 4 p.m., 5 p.m., is that really the time frame for Central Florida areas that really is going to be the worst weather?
Starting in our southern spots, 4 p.m. is when we're in it. 5 p.m. through the metro, 6 p.m. to the north. But Kellyanne and I have been watching this thing speeding up. So, you know, that's a fluid number, truthfully. I would just say, honestly, by lunchtime today, right? Like, have your lunch and be inside and just expect the next 24 hours to play board games, watch WESH-TV, and if the power goes out, then, you know, you just move over to Magic 107.7, our radio partners.
Okay.
And you can stream us on your device as well if you've got internet connection.
Okay. So guys, it's just so informative because I feel like we've all been through these hurricanes, but as you mentioned, if you're new to the area, and still it brings a sense of just, you know, folks are uneasy right now. You know, they just want to know the basics and what they need to know to keep their families, loved ones safe, their pets. I would say the biggest thing that always does really stress me out is the tornado threat. I feel like the tornado threat and the flooding. So do you expect the rainfall to be, you know, I don't know about historic or record-breaking, but where do we see the rainfall?
Here's the thing. If this storm slows down, we are talking about an increased threat for flooding. We still think that we could get a foot of rainfall, some locally higher amounts. If it moves through quicker, that means lower flooding chances for us, but we are expected to see some sort of flooding across Central Florida, probably even more if it does slow down. Okay, so what about storm surge? Is that a major factor for us in this storm or not really?
So given the direction that it's hitting, obviously Southwest Florida is a major storm surge concern. And for them, I think we're going to have more storm surge with this than Charlie because it's a larger system. It has had time to grow, okay? Charlie rapidly intensified and came in. For our East Coast communities, given the wind direction, Flagler County may see a 2, 4, 5 foot storm surge.
Yeah, especially when it goes off the coastline as we look towards Friday. So Thursday night into Friday, kind of hugging the coastline. We get that counterclockwise rotation, so we'll get an easterly wind. We could see some storm surge, but nothing like what the Sun Coast up to Florida, up to Tampa is going to see.
And let's talk about something that I think, as we've seen it shift more and more east and looking more like South Florida storm location for the landfall, people in Central Florida may start going, well, we're good, it's farther away from us. But again, this is a massive storm system. And Eric, you were talking some about that in size comparison to something like Charlie.
So, you know, we keep saying Charlie, and if you lived through that storm system, like that was not a fun time for Central Floridians. This is almost twice the size geographically. So when you think about the most damaging winds, Charlie went right up the I-4 corridor. So there was like a 10, 20 mile range of truly damaging winds. With this, there could be a 20, 30, even perhaps 40 mile range of those higher end winds, which we're talking 70, 80, 90 miles per hour. Orlando International had one wind gust reported over 100 miles an hour in Charley. Volusia County had hurricane force wind gust reported. So just because it's a South Florida landfall, this particular trajectory we have seen in the last 20 years play out, and we have seen damage in our area. That's why, yeah, it's a 4-hour drive to Fort Myers, but this hurricane is going to bring that entire length of the peninsula damaging winds.
Never can take these storms lightly,
No.
that's for sure.
No.
Okay. All right, guys. Thank you so much. That's so informative. So hopefully folks waking up this morning and joining us, if you had any of those questions, hopefully they were answered for you.
Yeah. And of course, we continue our team coverage. We have reporters spread out all across Central Florida. One of those is WESH-TV's Kelsey Thord, who is down in the Tampa area, so even south of Central Florida, where some of the flooding may be the worst. Kelsey, what are you seeing so far?
Well, guys, we were downtown, kind of near the water. We actually just moved up here to Ybor City. We're right on the main drag here. This is 7th Avenue. If you've ever been to Tampa, this is an area that has a ton of restaurants and bars. People love to come down here to have a good time. All of those restaurants and bars are closed. A lot of them boarded up and closed down yesterday. When it comes to what we're seeing with the weather here today, it hasn't gotten that bad yet. It's clearly raining, but we haven't started to see some of that wind or downpour at this point. Now, just to show you a little video of how they prepared here in Tampa yesterday, the Tampa General Hospital actually put up this water wall that they installed that they say will help if there is any sort of storm surge in the area. That will hopefully prevent that water from going into the hospital, because that hospital was not evacuated. Even though it is in an evacuation zone, there are still patients in there. Now, yesterday as well, the county offered sandbags to thousands of people. They actually ran out of sand yesterday afternoon, so anybody looking for more sandbags at this point won't be getting those. They also went door to door in the areas that are under a mandatory evacuation, just making sure that people who are choosing to stay know the risk that comes with that. Now, here in Tampa, yesterday we were talking a lot about storm surge and the potential for that. That, of course, still could be an issue just given the bay and all the water that is in this area. But now, guys, they are worried about the inches of rain that could come here over the next few days. They're expecting upwards of 18 to 20 inches of rain to fall in the next 3 days, and that could cause pretty catastrophic flooding in some areas of Tampa. So we'll be watching all the updates as they start to come in this morning. Last we heard from some of the officials was that they're asking people to start to shelter in place here now. Back to you guys.
Kelsey, thanks so much. Before you go this morning, our meteorologists Eric and Kellyanne were just explaining that, Tampa may be dodging a bullet because this looks as though the potential landfall is a little bit further south, Fort Myers area. But I heard you talking earlier that, officials there are still saying, you have to take this seriously.
Yeah, exactly. And that was a lot of the talk here yesterday. I think people saw the track of the storm going further south, and they started to feel like maybe this area would be out of the woods. But officials with Hillsborough County, Pinellas County, Manatee County, all the way down to Sarasota County, they say no. Just because we may be on the northwest side of this storm now does not mean we are out of the woods. They're now thinking it could be more of a major rain event, and that's why they're telling people they still need to prepare for this, because there could be inches of rain in many areas here, and that could lead to a lot of flooding and damage. So just because we may not see that storm surge that they were warning about a few days ago doesn't mean we're out of the woods here in Tampa, guys.
Yeah, no doubt. Kelsey Thord live for us there in the Tampa area. Thank you, Kelsey. And we need to turn our attention to those crews, especially from Duke Energy. They have come to Central Florida. They are setting up staging areas because power outages will be a concern, and they need to be ready with those crews to respond very rapidly.
And Megan Mulatto, she's joining us now in Davenport. Megan, pretty impressive. I know it's hard to see right now and you are in the rain, but I know it's a lot of crews there at this location.
Yeah, it might be tricky to see them just because I have my umbrella over me right now, but it is rainy and it is windy out here, so I am using this for protection. But there are nearly 10,000 line workers and debris removal personnel, as well as damage assessment professionals, standing by in a safe location to respond to power outages once it's safe to do so. Now, Duke Energy actually has 3 staging sites right now. This one here in Davenport, another near Tampa, and a third near Ocala. We're told the teams are currently waiting things out in nearby hotels until they're called to come out and respond. Their biggest concern is getting to the impacted areas because they're anticipating flooding and, of course, down debris.
I think with the rain amounts that we've been hearing could come with this storm, that combined with the winds, we know there's going to be a lot of vegetation that will come down in this storm, and certainly flooding will be an issue. So the key for us will be making sure that we can get our crews out safely to begin damage assessment, which we do first, see where the most affected areas are, and then get these resources out there to begin safely restoring power.
Now, we're told crews came all the way down from Indiana, Kentucky, and Ohio earlier this week. They say as the restoration process begins, you may not see them in your neighborhood right away. That's because their first priority after assessing the outages and the damage is to repair those larger power lines first, as well as other infrastructure. Live in Davenport, Megan Mulatto, WESH-TV News.
All right, Megan, thanks so much. And from Polk County, now we want to move to Volusia County, just kind of take people through our list of shelters that are open up this morning, and also some of the evacuations that have been put in place. There were voluntary evacuations for Volusia to the RV mobile home locations and also any low-lying areas.
Yeah, and keep in mind the shelters there in Volusia County will be opening up at 10 o'clock this morning, so about 4.5 hours from now. And the locations include Mainland High School and DeLand High School. There are 2 special needs shelters. Those are Atlantic High in Port Orange and Galaxy Middle in Deltona. And we've got those on our website, WESH.com, if you need some more information. So again, the 2 special needs shelters are up here on your screen: Atlantic High in Port Orange and Galaxy Middle in Deltona.
And also Florida's West Coast. We just spoke with Kelsey Thor there in the Tampa Bay area. Just in that area, the city of Bradenton, they really did board up quite a bit yesterday in preparation for Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, and we want to show you some video now. Look up at your screen. These are some of the shops there. They've got wood covering doors and windows. Sandbags line some of the businesses there in the doorways. And Bradenton does appear to be one of those areas that will be hardest hit on where this storm is heading right now. And of course, stay with us here on WESH 2 News. We will continue our team coverage as we are tracking this storm. Ian, one last view here. This is Key West, where homes are surrounded by water.
Stay with us. We are back right after the break with more coverage of Hurricane Ian.
Welcome back as we continue tracking Hurricane Ian. And the big news that's happened in the last half hour is that this storm is now Category 4 status.
So we're talking winds of 140 miles per hour. Let's check in now with meteorologist Kellyanne Class. So Kellyanne, take us through exactly where it is now, just off of our shores.
Yeah, it's just off the coast of Fort Myers and Naples. It is moving to the north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. Right now, it is a Category 4 hurricane, and as it makes landfall later on today, expected to be a Category 4 hurricane. So I want to show you how far away it is from the coastline. Some of those outer eye wall rain bands beginning to push towards the coastline of Naples and Fort Myers. The eye wall itself is less than 55 miles away from Fort Myers. So it's getting closer to making landfall, and it's expected to make landfall later on this afternoon as a Category 4 hurricane with winds of 140 miles per hour. From there, it continues to move towards central Florida late tonight into early tomorrow morning. Then as we look throughout the day tomorrow, beginning to approach our coastline, moves off of the coast and then rides up the first coast by late Thursday and into Friday morning. Notice a lot of those models really tight on moving it through central Florida and off the coastline of Volusia County and Flagler County. Here's a better look at that eye wall. We're seeing it sit and spin, slowly moving to the north-northeast at about 10 miles per hour. An active tornado warning in Palm Beach County. Nothing for central Florida just yet, but we expect that severe weather threat to really bump up as we look towards the late morning and afternoon hours. So here's a better look right now. Steady rainfall moving in from the south. So some heavier batches of rain moving through Claremont into Leesburg, into Bushnell, out into Sumter County. Some heavier rainfall also here in the metro down south. We're seeing some pockets of heavier rain develop in Polk County and Osceola County, but no active warnings just yet. Want to remind you, a tornado warning means that there is a tornado happening right now. A tornado watch means that conditions are prime for a tornado to form. So here's a look at where we have an active tornado watch, not a warning, but a watch. It's in Seminole County, Orange County, Polk County, Osceola County, and Brevard County. This goes until 5 o'clock this evening. So from now to 5 is that potential, Eric, that we could see potentially numerous storms carrying tornadoes.
That's right. So in addition to just the hurricane itself, the overall severity of individual cells is concerning. So if you live in Volusia County, Seminole, Orange, back over to Osceola and Brevard, that includes most of our metro area. You're under a level 3 out of 5 risk for strong to severe storms embedded within this hurricane. Particularly, we're talking about those tornadoes. For the rest of us, for Flagler County, Lake, the Ocala National Forest, Sumter, and Polk counties, we're under a level 2 or scattered risk for strong to severe storms. That's number one. We, of course, have the hurricane winds. Let's also make sure everybody knows we're all under a flood watch, meaning that we're watching for the potential of flooding rains. We're expecting widespread 5 to 15 inches of, seriously, 5 to 15 inches of rain with isolated spots approaching 20 inches of rain. Flash flooding will be a growing concern, especially areas that don't flood very well. Construction on the roadways providing a lack of drainage, that sort of thing. So all said and done, this is the real deal. This is a real hurricane moving in our direction. And don't think because it's making landfall in southwest Florida that it won't be impactful. The forward momentum has picked up, which means that it will not lose as much of its strength by the time that it gets to us. Flooding, severe storms and tornadoes, those hurricane force wind gusts are very real concerns. And then for Flagler County northbound, storm surge is something else that we're watching. So let's start with our county by county coverage. And if we don't get to you now, we'll get to you through the morning. Wednesday, 7 p.m. That's when the worst of the weather, we're going to have to shift that up a little bit for Sumter County, but wind gusts to hurricane strength. For Osceola County, 70 to 80 mile per hour winds with the higher gusts being around, we think, Kissimmee. And then for Flagler County, look at that. For you, it is 12 to 15 inches of rain. But this is an area that we're going to be watching the next couple of hours, Jason and Meredith, for the potential of tornadoes. We'll be watching it very closely.
All right, Eric, sounds good. And we'll be back in with you here in just a few minutes.
We also need to talk about the roads. And right now, you still have a little bit of time. And we want to remind you that it's just a little bit of time before we're going to really start feeling some of these impacts, that you can get some of those final preparations taken care of today.
Yeah, and Megan Mackey, she's always bringing you the traffic updates here with us on Sunrise in the mornings. Now she's out there on the roadways. So, Megan, I'm hoping that most people, though, are not on the roads and they're kind of staying indoors today.
Yeah, that's right, Maren, Jason. Right now I'm traveling on the 417 in northbound. I do want to mention I do have a driver, so we are being safe this morning, but I am traveling on the northbound side of 417, approaching Sanford near Lake Jessup, and you can see here this morning, this is what I'm looking at. Not a whole lot of cars out on the road this morning. We are seeing those outer rain bands move in. We got on the road just after 3 o'clock this morning, and that rainfall has definitely picked up over the last couple of hours. But as you've heard Eric and Kellyanne mention, if you do need to grab, a few last minute items, you do have time to do that this morning. Of course, we are seeing that heavy rainfall, so use caution if you are going to be out here traveling on the roads. But really, once we get to that lunchtime hour and through the afternoon and evening times, the best advice I have is just to don't drive if you don't have to. I mean, those conditions are going to continue to deteriorate. Right now, we're not seeing a lot of congestion. Yesterday I was traveling on I-75. We saw a lot of evacuees heading out of the Tampa area. We're not seeing that this morning. Earlier, if you were tuning in, we were traveling along I-4 in the tourist district, and it's really just a ghost town out there. Not a lot of people out. So again, if you do need to be on the roads, these are your last couple of hours to do so, and make sure, again, you're just driving careful because these roads are pretty slick out here.
And so, Megan, I was curious, so what is your plan today? Where is your next stop? Where are you headed?
So we're just driving around right now. We're probably going to get back on I-4. We're also going to check out parts of Seminole County as well. So we'll continue to keep you updated, of course, right here on air as well as on my Twitter and Facebook. We'll show you live conditions throughout the day. And as I mentioned, they are continuing to deteriorate, so we will keep you updated throughout the morning.
All right, Megan Mackey for us there in the weather lab as they travel around and show you what some of the conditions are looking like there. So Megan and her photographer are going to continue telling us about those road conditions as the weather really begins in Central Florida to get the impacts of this storm with more wind and more rain.
Power outages is always a major concern. I was just reading articles from overnight, Jason, about what happened in Cuba, and the power grid there apparently just knocked out. I believe their population is around 11 million, but I think that there were, 1-2 million people without power still. So things are not looking good for them in that sense. So here the question is, once this kind of does come through, what will that mean for us?
Right, and we've got power outages in the state of Florida, and Sonika Donge is joining us to break down what you're seeing right now, Sonika.
Yeah, and keep in mind, guys, when the hurricane hit Cuba, it was a Category 3. Right now, as we've heard from our meteorologists, it's a Category 4, and we are seeing tens of thousands of power outages right now across the South Florida area. We've gathered this data for you. In the state of Florida, we are receiving reports of 31,928 reports of power outages, the majority of them being FPL customers, Florida Power and Light customers. As you see from this graphic, Miami-Dade County is seeing the largest amount, 15,000 there. Broward County seeing almost 8,000 power outages, and Palm Beach, Sarasota, and Charlotte counties are all seeing within the range of 1,700 to 1,100 customers. We know that these numbers are going to drastically increase as we move throughout the day today, and the storm continues to move up, affecting more of the Florida Peninsula. We want to bring in meteorologist Kellyanne Class here. We've been talking about the damage that South Florida has already seen, the multiple tornado warnings that they have received overnight, and we know conditions are bad there. What are the wind speeds like down there, and what are they facing?
So right now, we've kind of been checking some of those coastal locations right now, seeing gusts as high as about 40 miles per hour. But I will tell you, Ian is getting closer to Southwest Florida, so those gusts are going to go up. Hurricane hunters are flying through the storm. As of now, they found 125 mile per hour winds, but the pressure has been going down. It takes a while for the pressure to catch, or to the wind rather, to catch up with the pressure. So the pressure drops first, then the winds go up. So that's why on that 5 a.m. advisory, you see winds of 140 miles per hour. That's what they are expecting these winds to catch up to. So this is something that is certainly very dangerous down into South Florida and Southwest Florida.
And we know as the track continues to be refined and we keep getting information in every hour that these small details may change a little bit, but all of Florida is going to be feeling these impacts. We're all going to be feeling some wind and rain at some point. Are we expecting to see the same conditions that South Florida is seeing right now at some point through the course of today?
So I think as we go throughout the afternoon, especially late tonight and into tomorrow, is when we'll start to see our winds begin to pick up. What's going to happen with this storm is it's going to cut directly into Central Florida, lift from South Florida, go directly up into Central Florida. And in the center of the storm is where the strongest winds are. So we could be watching for power outages here in Central Florida as well. Right now, I mean, conditions are looking good. But as we go again into the late night hours tonight, into tomorrow, I think that's when we're going to have to start to worry about that potential for the biggest impacts.
Yeah, Kellyanne, thank you. And as you talk about those overnight hours, just a great reminder again to download that app, guys, because when you're in the dark and you're starting to get these power outages, you may not notice right away. We just want to make sure that everybody is informed and that they're staying as safe as possible.
No, Sonica, absolutely great advice there. And as we were mentioning when we were talking to them too, just the situation happening in Cuba. So originally NBC News is reporting that it was 1 million people without power, and now it is the entire country of about 11 million people. That power grid there just completely knocked out. So devastating if you have family members or friends there. So very concerning for them.
Yeah, and we are talking about a Category 4 hurricane inching closer and closer to Florida. And so we know there are evacuations taking place. There are none that are mandatory right now in Volusia County, but shelters are going to be opening up this morning.
Yeah, and Claire Metz is joining us there this morning. So Claire, take us through what's happening this morning. We know it's early, but a lot of things are getting in place this morning for folks to just continue to prepare before this thing comes later on today.
Yeah, Mayor, I think that's really the words of wisdom today. In the next few hours, before we get some serious rain, because it isn't too bad right now, this is the time to prepare. Now, we haven't seen too many folks boarding up. This business here, we're on Beach Street, by the way, in downtown Daytona Beach, and this business did board up because they went through Hurricane Irma in 2017 when Irma flooded the entire downtown area, river water pouring through these businesses, and there was damage as well. So they took the opportunity to board up yesterday, and they're closed right now, obviously. Most of these businesses will likely be closed, if not soon, much of the day later. But everybody is sandbagging. That is definitely something folks are taking advantage of, more so than I've seen in past storms. Take a look. We were at one of the sites where they were offering sandbags, this one in Daytona Beach at Jean and Orange, and I think they're going to try and open again today as long as conditions permit. Folks were really taking advantage. Thousands and thousands of bags distributed here. We talked to many who were new to the area, so they just moved in and have never weathered a hurricane, just don't know what to expect. We can expect flooding. There's no doubt about that. That's likely the greatest concern. But all should rest assured, law enforcement will be out in force as folks stay home and businesses close. Sheriff Mike Chitwood told us yesterday fines are doubled, sentences can be doubled if anyone commits a crime during this declared emergency. Take a listen.
Let's face it, every storm, we have opportunists who are looking to get into those places, whether it's a pharmacy, whether it's a gun shop, whether it's a pawn shop. They're looking to do something, even breaking into the restaurants. We've had that during a storm and liberate themselves of quite a bit of alcohol.
You heard that message there. Just don't do it. And you're going to see a lot of signs like this posted all over. We will be closed Wednesday, Thursday, possibly Friday. Some are already committed to closing on Friday. Government offices are shut down. As you know, schools are shut down. So a lot of folks will not be in these places. And the sheriff's office and local police agencies all over are going to be working double time. They've canceled all vacations, all days off, just to monitor the community. And we've already seen law enforcement driving around. Yeah, that's the message. Just don't do it. Now take a look. Because we are on this side of the river, I just want to show you. We're on the other side of the high bridges. These are the bridges leading to the beach side. These are bridges that would close only when the winds are sustained at 39 miles an hour. So for right now, all of the bridges between the mainland and the beach side remain open. Hopefully, we won't have to see them close. But as this storm moves through and as they're talking about perhaps exiting on our coast right here in the Volusia-Flagler County area, that could become more of a concern depending on what Ian is doing at that point. And, they talked about tornadoes. Eric was talking about the numbers of tornadoes. I know there are tornado warnings in some communities right now. In Volusia, in past hurricanes, we have frequently seen incredibly damaging tornadoes. One comes to mind. After Irma blew through, a tornado took out a huge amount of property in the Ormond Beach area. It was I believe, a level 1 tornado, but knocked through businesses, et cetera. So tornadoes will be a big concern as well. Already saw a water spout off the coast yesterday. Just be alert to that kind of thing as well. And as we continue our team coverage here, we'll bring you all the information you need to know here in Volusia and in Flagler to our north. We expect to hear from them shortly about whether or not they'll consider mandatory evacuations. Back to you.
All right, Claire, thank you so much. And just a reminder, Claire was mentioning, but our major threats today, tornadoes, flooding, rainfall, also those wind gusts, and we'll have it covered for you all here on WESH-2.
Yeah, we are coming right back after a short break. Stay with us. We are back now as we continue tracking Hurricane Ian, a Category 4 storm now.
Yeah, bringing in our meteorologists, Kellyanne Klass and Eric Burris. Guys, just want to do a kind of Q&A with you to talk about the storm and just what we expect for the day ahead. Well, first, let's start. Eric, where is it now and what's the projected path?
So it's off the southwest coast of Florida. It's over the very warm waters of the Florida Straits. It's hitting that loop current, which is helping to give it that little extra kick. Last night, it underwent an eye wall replacement, which is a technical term for it shed its first eye, grew its wind field, and intensified. And that's kind of why we're seeing this Category 4 intensity this morning, Kellyanne.
Yeah, and so really what we're looking for over the next couple of hours is where exactly in Southwest Florida it's going to go to. That severe weather threat's going to ramp up for us. Just lots from now all the way through about Thursday and into Friday is what we're looking at.
Kellyanne, as you've been looking at some of the new data that came in within the hour here, is there anything that changed or that you said this is of note as you kind of start breaking it all down?
So certainly where we thought it was going to make landfall earlier this week was in Tampa. It has shifted south for that landfall. A lot of people are like, okay, that means lower impacts for Central Florida. No, actually, it's going to go directly into Central Florida, off the coast of Volusia County, and then into the ocean, and then move up into Georgia.
Okay, so That brings me
major news for us here in Central Florida.
Yeah, so that brings me to my next question. Eric, is this the scenario this is not a good scenario then for us, pretty much?
No, you know, the difference between, we keep talking about Charlie, but that is a recent, very similar scenario, okay? The difference is 18 years ago, there was a lot less notice. We've been kind of warning people for days and days and days. We didn't exactly know where it was going to go, but we had a decent idea, and we kept saying we need to prepare in case. So for us, yeah, this is a bad scenario.
So if it makes landfall, let's say Fort Myers area, and it's a Cat 4, as it approaches then and kind of cuts across and heads towards Central Florida, are we looking at then down to a Cat 1?
Yes.
Which is still, but fill us in on the Cat 1. What are our winds? What are we looking at with that?
So Category 1 hurricane is winds, you know, around 75 miles an hour, a little higher than that. But think about this. In the afternoon storms that we get here, you'll get winds of 60 miles an hour, and those can be quite damaging.
Yeah.
So imagine a much larger, much longer duration of that kind of wind, and that's what you're looking at. And going back to 2004, in this similar scenario, there were many roofs that were damaged. Not wiped off, okay? It's not like a Hurricane Andrew type situation for us in Central Florida, but shingles pulled out, and that also means, of course, that even if the roadways look okay, if you've got shingles pulled off of roofs, you could be talking about nails as well. So, you know, this is why it's so important to understand truthfully that this is not going to be just a minor little thing, that this is going to be a hurricane hitting Central Florida.
All right, Eric and Kellyanne, thank you so much for your insight. We're going to talk much more to our team and answer some of the questions that you are asking of them on social media today. We also want to talk about our airport because we're hours away from it shutting down.
Yeah, Tony Atkins is there this morning. So any folks trying to board those flights before 10:30, they are there now. So Tony, it's looking pretty crowded behind you.
Yeah, it's crunch time for travelers here at the airport. Take a look over my shoulder. You can see some pretty decent lines. Right now, we're looking at a wait time of 12 to 16 minutes. This wait time doesn't even include the wait time to check in at a kiosk, say a Southwest, as you get your boarding pass. Now, I also want to show you one more thing over here. Just a lot of red here on our travels. All the arrivals, just about all of the arrivals are all canceled or delayed, all red on that side. And then you can see the departures. These are early AM departures, many of them still on time. But again, airport operations here set to end at 10:30. But even with these departures, you still can see a few of them have been canceled. We have been seeing a lot of folks trying to get out of OIA here this morning, seeing some delays. I spoke to one woman who said she has been trying to get out for days now, and she's just frustrated.
I was originally supposed to leave on Friday. I came for a conference, but my university thought it was best for me to come back early instead of like waiting out the hurricane.
And airport officials are urging people to contact the Orange County for information about how you can get shelter. Again, operations here end at 10:30, so that means that everyone will need to be out of the airport at that time. For now, reporting live at OIA, Tony Atkins, WESH-TV News.
And Tony, so it's shutting down to commercial flights, but any emergency aircraft, they're still going to be able to use OIA, correct?
Yeah, so at this point, we are still working to find out more details about that. But at this point, all commercial airlines will not be operating. And as soon as I get an update, I'll be sure to have that as it comes in.
And Tony, are airport officials also reminding folks that if they arrive there and they have landed in Central Florida, that they need to get to a shelter if they don't have a place to go? Say they thought they were going to make a connection. What are the officials doing, and how are they making sure that people get out of the airport and to somewhere safe?
Well, I think the main thing that airport officials are doing at this point is just routing them to Orange County officials to let them know where these safe shelters are. In fact, just moments ago, I spoke with a man traveling to Milwaukee. His flight was delayed, so he was in contact with airport officials here and police and folks working here at the airport. They routed him to Orange County, so hopefully he'll have a place to stay until he can get back up in the air in the coming days.
All right, Tony Atkins live for us at Orlando International Airport, where it is closing down at 10:30 this morning. And it may be closed, as Tony mentioned, 4 days. Don't know if things will reopen on Thursday late or on Friday, just depending on how quickly the storm moves through and what the threat looks like. Another place that's shutting down, Port Canaveral. It will be closed today through Friday morning.
And so that means anyone with an upcoming trip. The Mariner of the Seas is scheduled to sail from Port Canaveral on Thursday will instead begin boarding on Friday. The cruise line says that it still plans to visit NASA and also Coco Cay. At this time, there's no impact to the Independence of the Seas. That's scheduled to leave on Friday, and guests will be updated by 8 o'clock tonight if that changes.
And we also want to turn our attention to the west side of Florida. That's a spot where we have closely been watching for this hurricane's impact.
Yeah, Bob Hazen is there in the Crystal River area to fill us in on what's happening this morning.
Rain has started here in Crystal River, but really this was one of the spots that could have been right in the crosshairs of Ian. So the fact that we're getting this rain now is still better than what could have happened here if the original plans for this storm had gone through. But let me show you what the big concern is in Crystal River right now. You can see back here these docks that are right along the river, and you see where the water level is pretty far down at the moment. But the concern is that we could have several feet of storm surge that will bring that water up higher over the docks here into parking lots along the river, and that's what people are really concerned about. Officials have said they think there could be between 3 to 5 feet of storm surge. That's what they're working under the assumption that we could see here in Crystal River. Of course, that will cause some problems for a lot of the businesses that are right on the river in this town. A lot of them are elevated, so that should help them out. There isn't a whole lot of sandbagging that's been going on, at least in the businesses that we've seen right along the river. So I think a lot of people are feeling a lot more confident about their chances with this storm because it did go further south than the original forecast had it going. So right now, there's not a whole lot of problems that we are seeing in Crystal River, but again, the concern is that this storm surge could bring this water up, flooding a lot of these streets and causing problems for businesses and homes along the river. But as of right now, that's not the issue that we're seeing. But of course, we're going to monitor the conditions at the latest throughout the morning. Reporting in Crystal River, Bob Hazen, WESH-TV News.
All right, Bob, thanks so much. Now, hurricane hunters from Keesler Air Force Base in Mississippi were able to get a look inside of Hurricane Ian.
Yeah, they have been flying into this, right into this storm. And here's some video from that mission. They're collecting data. It helps meteorologists like our team of First Warning meteorologists, Eric Burson, Kelly, and class, better track the path of this storm and the intensity. Some of this data can only be recorded by flying directly into that storm.
Hurricane Ian is sort of bittersweet. We got some amazing footage from it. It's a magnificent storm, but it's bittersweet in the fact that we know that it's going to cause a lot of damage for a lot of people, and we just want to make sure that everyone's preparing if they need to prepare and evacuating, and our hearts go out to those that are going to be affected by this storm.
Make sure you got plenty of water, batteries. If you don't have to stick around, don't stick around. Get somewhere safe and out of the way.
And these hurricane hunters, again, will be collecting data. And pretty much flights like this are happening around the clock now as this storm is so close to Florida. And of course, WESH-TV News is helping you prepare with our Hurricane Survival Guide. It's always online when you need it. We want you to take out your smartphone or maybe a tablet there and open up the camera, scan this QR code that's right there on your screen. So once you point your phone camera to that on the television or computer, it will give you a link, and that'll take you straight to our WESH-TV News Hurricane Survival Guide.
And now is a good time to brush up on the basics, whether you're new to hurricane season or not. From the difference between a warning and a watch to pet safety plans, it's all right there inside of our guide. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
From WESH-TV, this is continuing coverage of Ian.
The time to prepare is running out. Outer bands of Hurricane Ian are now lashing parts of Florida. The storm is expected to make landfall sometime today near the Fort Myers area as a major hurricane. Thank you for staying with us. I'm Meredith McDonough.
And I'm Jason Guy. We're here around the clock to help you get through this storm. Hurricane Ian is now Category 4 status, and we have our team of meteorologists. They're helping track this for you. Plus, we are spread out from Tampa to Polk County and our Space Coast. Our team is spanning across the state, bringing you the very latest on this storm as conditions begin to get worse in our area. And that does include meteorologists Kellyanne Klass and Eric Burris.
So Kellyanne, let's begin with you this morning. So we know it's a Category 4 storm and projected landfalls in the Fort Myers area later on today?
Yeah, that's going to be later on today as a Cat 4 hurricane. I will tell you, the hurricane hunters are doing rounds of data into this storm, and we just got a 6 a.m. advisory. So now they're doing hourly advisories on the path, where it's going, so its position, but also to know that they dropped the pressure 1 millibar from the 5 a.m. advisory, which still is indicating that it's strengthening. So very interesting to see.
Yeah. And Eric, let's talk about that path as we start watching it even closer, hour by hour updates. Are you expecting anything from this new data, or has anything shifted or changed?
We are almost zeroed in at this point on the landfall point, somewhere around Charlotte Harbor, southwest Florida. But that's also going to bring the core of these winds right into our area of central Florida. So an area that is very familiar with tropical systems. Of course, there's Brevard County. It's raining, it's pouring. This is nothing, though, compared to what it shall be later on today.
Yeah. So we have to be prepared when this storm comes our way.
So Kellyanne, I was going to ask, the big thing for our weather, are we talking tornadoes, the wind gusts, flooding, all of those kind of threats?
Absolutely. That's all in play at this point. I think for today, especially right now through the late morning, early afternoon hours, is going to be the threat for severe weather. Then as we go towards the late night hours tonight into overnight is when we'll start to watch Ian move through the area. Right now, again, it has not made landfall, but they're putting out advisories every hour to update its position. They have also updated the pressure. Again, at the 5 a.m. advisory, it was 942 millibars. Want to say at the 2 a.m. advisory, it was 952 millibars. So the pressure from the 2 o'clock advisory to the 5 o'clock advisory has dropped 10 millibars. And even from the 5 o'clock advisory to the 6 o'clock advisory, the pressure is still continuing to drop. Again, when the pressure drops, that means that the storm is still strengthening. Some of those outer rain bands stretching into our area. Nothing severe just yet, but that latest track from the National Hurricane Center has it making landfall later today in southwest Florida as a Category 4 hurricane with winds of 140 miles per hour. Still expected to hold on to its hurricane strength as we go towards Thursday morning as it begins to move into central Florida, cuts through central Florida, then comes off of our coastline by late afternoon Thursday into early Friday morning, then begins to move up towards Georgia and the South Carolina coastline. So here's one of the hurricane hunters. So typically pressure drops first and then the winds begin to catch up. Well, now the winds are beginning to catch up with that pressure drop. The second pass from the hurricane hunters has found winds of 131 miles per hour, likely to go up as Hurricane Ian still sitting and spinning off the coast of southwest Florida. Here's a look at that eye, still very defined. We also have a lot of thunderstorm activity in that eye wall. Outside of that, just bands of rainfall feeding into South Florida. And because of those feeder bands moving through, still watching for that rotation. There is a tornado warning in Palm Beach County, including West Palm Beach. And as that continues to move up towards the north, could include Jupiter. Now, not in our viewing area, but this is still very important because as we look towards later on this morning and into the afternoon hours, we are expected to see our threat for severe weather increase. For now, most of central Florida at this point dealing with a steady rainfall. Heaviest rain right now is into Brevard County, Osceola County, Polk County, and Orange County. We are under a tornado watch. Want to remind you, a warning means that there is a tornado on the ground. A watch means that conditions are possible for a tornado to form. But at this point, it is expected that we will see some tornadoes later on today. So tornado watch includes Seminole, Orange, Polk, Osceola counties, and Brevard counties. And Eric, we're going to be dealing with this not just in today, but also in tomorrow.
It's going to be a busy couple of days. It's going to be a rough couple of days of weather, no doubt, Kellyanne. So what I'd like to do is I'd like to take and try to distill this down graphically. When do the winds start to pick up, all right? So this morning, 9:30, you can see the area is quiet. Here's 3 p.m., starting to get into a range of tropical storm force winds across our southern communities. By 6 p.m., the metro into tropical storm force winds. By 10 p.m., this is really that onset, okay? So what we've done is we've sped up the tropical storm force winds. The hurricane conditions, those start in our area 10 p.m., getting through the metro by 3 a.m. A lot of us are going to be struggling to sleep tonight because it's going to be loud outside, right? 3 a.m., our entire coverage area is in tropical storm conditions with the hurricane winds potentially moving through the metro. And you can see if you live in Marion County, I think the hurricane force winds should stay south of you. But by 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, as the sun rises, we're going to be tracking much of our area under hurricane conditions. Then through the early afternoon, little by little, we'll be able to push that out. There's 6:30 p.m. Thursday. Hurricane conditions still possible across our coastal communities. The metro area back to tropical storm conditions. And then thereafter, looking through Friday, that continues to quiet down. So what are we talking about in terms of potential wind gusts? Looking at all the data, and this is going to be a fluid product, but I wanted to show you what I've got. There's going to be, just like in Charlie was 18 years ago, a narrow ribbon where we could be talking about winds over 80 miles per hour. In orange, that's winds possibly over 70 miles per hour. In yellow, that's winds over 50. And then, of course, 40 mile per hour gusts thereafter. So a lot of people talk about their concern with power outages. Based on all the data we see, I think the highest likelihood for widespread power outages is Polk, Hillsborough County, the metro area off to the south. Power outages likely. It's just a matter of how widespread. And our northern areas certainly will continue to see this being a possibility. Here's some feeder bands, computer model showing through early afternoon, and then thereafter, there is the hurricane 8, 9, 10, 11 o'clock all the way through our Thursday afternoon and evening. We're going to be talking county by county coverage when I see you in just a couple minutes.
All right, Eric, thanks so much. Yes, lots to get to this morning. Our crews are all across the area. Megan Mackey, always talking to us about traffic and what's happening on our roadways, and she joins us now this morning.
Yeah, so Megan, tell us where you are and what you've been seeing as you've been driving some of these Central Florida roads.
Yeah, Jason and Mayor, right now I'm traveling on I-4 eastbound. I just passed State Road 44. We're heading towards Volusia County right now, Daytona Beach area. I'll give you a live look here. You can see we are seeing that steady rainfall from those feeder bands that Eric and Kellyanne have been mentioning this morning. And so the roads are very slick out here. As you can see, not seeing a whole lot of cars out on the roadway. Earlier we were on the 417 and also down near the tourist district. So not a whole lot of vehicles out here. If you do have any last minute things you need to grab, now would be the time to do so. We are just seeing that rainfall, not a lot of winds yet. So, but once we near that lunchtime hour, you are going to want to stay inside. You know, the best advice during this hurricane is just don't drive if you do not have to. I also want to mention how Eric was talking about those power outages, you know, after the storm or even during the storm, some of these traffic lights could go out. And so if you ever come across one of those traffic signals, make sure you're treating that as a four-way stop. And there's other hazards like down trees, the potential for down power lines. So if you are going to be out on the roadways or have to be during this tropical system we have here, make sure that you are using caution and also being patient. We even saw, you know, a lot of evacuees taking I-4. That was yesterday. Again, this morning, not seeing a whole lot of people, but we will continue to monitor this. Right now, we are actually going to turn around and head back towards the metro area, and we will let you know what things are looking like over in that direction.
Right, thank you. Megan Mackey for us in our traffic team coverage here as we want to watch the roads because people are trying to get some of those final preparations done and conditions are getting worse and worse.
Yeah, and she'll just join us throughout the morning driving around different areas to see kind of what's happening, how things are looking in our Central Florida areas.
Yeah.
We want to head to the coast now. Scott Heidler is there in Brevard County this morning. Scott, you're joining us from Melbourne. What's it like right now? I know you've got the rain gear on. I'm hoping things aren't too bad just yet.
Well, we're seeing the heaviest rain we've seen all morning. We've been out here for about 3 hours now, and it's definitely starting to come down heavier than we'd seen. The wind has kind of stayed about constant. It's there, it's kicking things around, but not too bad just yet. You know, these are those outer bands. But the focus right now for Brevard County, folks went to bed thinking that the biggest threat today, once we started to feel the impact of Hurricane Ian, would be the flooding. That is still a major factor, but right now, Brevard County is in a tornado watch, so that is the focal point right now. You know, some of the alert systems have sent out texts. The weather services have sent out texts about this tornado watch, and that's something that obviously is going to be growing throughout the day. You know, we've been hearing from the weather folks, Eric particularly saying that, you know, that's the main focus right now for several counties in Central Florida, Brevard being one of them. And again, what I really want to emphasize is that because a lot of folks probably are waking up hearing this news for the first time, because this really just kind of came through overnight. And again, when folks went to sleep, I thought the biggest threat was going to be the flooding, and that is still going to be the case. But right now, the rain is still kind of coming and going. Right now, the focus is on the tornado watch. Again, that's something that we need to keep a close eye on. We will be right on top of it and let you know straight away once that happens. But folks just really need to kind of keep an eye on that. You know, we're right off US 1 here, and there's some traffic out here, nothing that you'd probably see at this time of day during a normal day. But again, as we've been saying and hearing throughout the morning, it's best to stay off the roads if you don't have to be on the roads. And right now, we're still seeing some light traffic, but it's something to keep in mind. You know, the Brevard County Sheriff yesterday implemented a state of emergency. There's no evacuations ordered, but a state of emergency, that just gives the county better resources to act quickly when things and if things do escalate. One thing to note, too, you know, we're just on the Indian River, on the other side, the barrier islands, and you have these high bridges that go over to the barrier islands. Those, there's no bridge shutdowns or anything like that. It really has to be extreme wind when that happens, around 35, 40 miles an hour, before they shut those down. But right now we're not seeing that those conditions are going to be coming in place, and obviously we'll keep a very close eye on that. Once county officials start to ramp up their EOC operations, then we'll keep a very close eye on what's happening with that and also with this tornado watch.
And Scott, yesterday you were talking to a lot of people that are grabbing their last minute items, filling up their sandbags. What were they telling you? Are their major concerns really the flooding and the rains?
Absolutely. That was the focus yesterday, and that's what, you know, we kind of went between the two stories yesterday. Yes, it was folks kind of getting those last minute preparations in place, water, non-perishables, staples, that kind of thing. We're out in front of a Publix for a couple of hours. But the other part of the day was focused on the sandbagging, and that is something that the county had extended through Tuesday. You know, first it was going to be the weekend, free sandbags being handed out, then extended to Monday, then extended until Tuesday. And thousands, tens of thousands of sandbags were given out in 4 locations across Brevard County. So that was the focus. That's what people were concerned about and still need to be concerned about. But kind of pushed forward is the concern about the potential severe weather and tornadoes. So that's kind of where we are focusing now, so the people out there understand that that's something they really need to keep an eye on and really have access to information. Obviously, WESH-2 is a great source, the app, the webpage, and television, but they really need to keep a pulse on that for the coming hours, probably right through the day, because these situations can change very, very quickly.
Yeah, no doubt. And Scott, we thank you so much. Scott Heidler, live for us there in Brevard County. We'll check back in with you a bit later. We want to move along the coast here to Volusia County, where there is a voluntary evacuation order. And this is especially important if you are in an RV or a mobile home, or where you are is a low-lying area. You are encouraged to find a safe place. Authorities there are saying go with friends or family first, but there are 4 shelters in Volusia County. Those are opening up at 10 o'clock this morning.
And right now, ambulances and also emergency vehicles, they are lined up and they are ready to respond to calls all across Central Florida. We're seeing that happening, and one of those locations is Orange County with the convention center, Jay.
Yeah, and we want to get to WESH-2's Greg Fox, who is live for us there in Orange County. And Greg, let's talk about those ambulances and emergency vehicles. How many of those are out there and staging if they're ever in need?
Yeah, about 300 of them here on the property of the Orange County Convention Center, which, as you'll recall, back in the early stages of COVID, was the place where people were lining up to come and get tested and then lining up again to come and get their vaccinations. So American Medical Response, or AMR, has been contracted with the government to be able to be centrally located so that they can go where they need to go. And Christopher Staywatch is going to come on over here. And Chris, tell us exactly, we have first responders. Why is this such a great need here, especially with Hurricane Ian?
Yeah, well, the FEMA complement of ambulances is meant to be an overflow and to supplement the local resources that are available and oftentimes tied up or have more time on task because of the disaster that's ongoing. So these are here simply as a safety net to be able to put some pressure relief on the crews that are out there doing the work in their local communities every day.
And it's not just here. How far may they have to go leaving the convention center here in the time of the storm and after it?
Yeah, we were doing missions down far south as Fort Myers yesterday, and then obviously over in the Tampa area to bring people inland away from harm's way. So we'll go anywhere that FEMA will direct us to go in the state.
As we were talking earlier, medical need doesn't take a holiday, doesn't take a break. You need it, and sometimes, I guess, with our local first responders, they're just too busy. You need this, right?
You do, yeah, and certainly it doesn't stop for a hurricane. People continue to have babies and have medical emergencies and have vehicle accidents, so those are all things that need to be addressed along with the storm concerns and moving people out of harm's way.
All right, very good. American Medical Response, AMR. Thanks, Chris, for talking with us. I want to take you now inside the Orange County Convention Center. We were in there yesterday as they were placing other vehicles besides the many ambulances and medical transports that they have here. We also have helicopters that are staged inside there, some of them from the Department of State. We also have vehicles from the Forestry Service and both state and federal government that, again, are staging to be able to leave the convention center and go to areas in the aftermath of the storm, possibly at times leading up to the storm, but after the storm primarily, to be able to go into areas to help clear debris, to help get roads open, to help get people back to what some semblance of normal is after Hurricane Ian goes through. And so, of course, that's important that that is centrally located here in Orlando. It can go anywhere in the state, either in South Florida or as far up as Tallahassee, if need be. Just a couple of points reminder, emergency shelters in Orange County, there are 5 of them, including one special needs shelter. If you need a special needs shelter, you have to call 311. There are 3 of those 5 shelters that are pet friendly. They open 4 of them at 9 o'clock, and one of them, the one in Apopka, opens up at 8 o'clock. And just a reminder that schools are closed in Orange County, and including the University of Central Florida and most colleges in Central Florida. We'll send it back to you guys.
All right, Greg Fox live for us this morning there in Orange County at the Convention Center, where ambulances and other emergency vehicles are ready to respond. And it was interesting to hear the person he interviewed said that, yeah, the emergencies still happen. People are having babies. There are car crashes. And so they have to be ready to respond.
Yeah, for those kinds of instances, obviously there's nothing you can do. It's for the folks that, don't have major events happening in their lives where they can just kind of stay home today, be indoors, do what you got to do in these morning hours to get everything in position and in place, but really then the rest of the day just be home and where you're safe.
Yeah, because our team of meteorologists have been telling us that by about lunchtime or a little after that, we are going to start seeing some of the greater impacts as this all begins for us. But this is going to be a longer process. This will continue into the evening and overnight hours into Thursday, and they will be here. We'll be on the air tracking this all for you.
And we've seen some of our local businesses in Volusia County earlier. They've been boarding up this morning, but really by the coast on the west side of Florida, that Tampa Bay area, they've been boarding up the last few days because this was really kind of the hot spot where they thought that this storm Ian was going to go yesterday. Looks as though it's shifted a little south though now.
And Kelsey Thorpe is there in Tampa monitoring the situation as businesses and residents prepare. And Kelsey, seemingly look to get a little less of this storm surge because of the new track on this storm.
Yeah, that's what officials were saying yesterday, that there's some issues now with what could exactly happen here in Tampa, but they're still warning people that this is a serious storm and it could have significant impacts here. Now it's just more about the rain than the storm surge. We're out here in Ybor City. We're right on 7th Avenue where all the bars and restaurants are, and we actually just saw a crew drive down the road here, and they're already picking up debris. They picked up some branches that had flown into the road. Now, right now, we're not seeing a lot of wind. It's just the rain that has probably picked up a little bit since we last talked to you guys about an hour ago. But the city here, they say they're prepared. Yesterday, we saw a lot of the area businesses and infrastructure closed down. The Tampa airport actually closed yesterday afternoon. They saw their last flight fly out of that airport in the afternoon. St. Pete's airport also closed down. And all these businesses here in the mandatory evacuation zone, as well as some of the more inland areas, have boarded up their windows. All the restaurants and bars, a lot of them here on the strip here in Ybor City, boarded up their windows yesterday. We also saw people out here yesterday getting sandbags. They ran out of sandbags yesterday afternoon. So most of the people here who are sticking out the storm already have those supplies. They have the sandbags, have everything, hopefully, that they need to ride this storm out. Now, we also heard from officials yesterday, as I said, when the track of the storm started to shift, they started to shift a bit of their response when it comes to what they expect to see here in the Tampa Bay region. Initially, they were really worried about that storm surge coming in and flooding much of the downtown area. That still could be an issue. They don't think it's going to be as severe as they initially thought, but now all eyes and attention has shifted to the rain. They're worried there could be upwards of 18 to 20 inches of rain here in the metro areas, and that could cause a lot of flooding, power outages, down trees, that kind of thing, and that's what they're worried about. So they're warning people who are here, who may be looking at the track of the storm and thinking, oh, maybe Tampa is more out of the woods. Not so fast. This is a big storm. It can have a very significant impact on this area. You know, neighboring Pinellas County, they have mandatory evacuations. Here in Hillsborough County, they have mandatory evacuations. Down in Manatee, Sarasota, they are all still under their mandatory evacuations for the different zones in those counties. So a lot of people have already left town. Clearly, there's not a lot of people out here this morning. We've only seen a few cars drive by. So that's good news. That means that people in this area are definitely taking this storm seriously. It's just a kind of wait and see game at this point to see just how bad things get here in the area. And of course, we will be following it all. Right now, as I said, we're starting to see the rain pick up a little bit, but no wind at this point, guys.
All right, Kelsey Thorud there for us as Tampa Bay is bracing for a lot of rain. Thank you, Kelsey.
And from that area in Tampa Bay, we want to head now to Monroe County, the Florida Keys here. Let's take a live picture this morning from South Florida as Hurricane Ian continues to approach our state. So this is a live look here of Key West. That's the southernmost point area where so many people take their pictures. Very difficult to see right now. But we do know that Key West had some serious flooding yesterday. Strong winds whipping the trees down at the bottom of your screen. We're going to continue to take live coverage this morning as Hurricane Ian continues to get closer here to a potential landfall later on today in the state of Florida. Stay with us. You're watching WESH-TV News. Welcome back this morning. We continue to track Hurricane Ian and now a Category 4 storm.
Yeah, we've brought in meteorologist Kellyanne Klass along with Eric Burris to talk about some of the new data that came in. Just in the last 25 minutes, we got some new information as hurricane hunters continue looking at this storm. And Kellyanne, you're talking about that pressure dropping and what that might mean for us.
Yeah, so let's start with the 2 a.m. advisory. The pressure was at 953 millibars. Then we got the 5 a.m. advisory. It dropped 10 millibars, so 942 millibars for the 5 a.m. advisory. So we want to remind you the pressure drops, the storm strengthens. 6 a.m. advisory, pressure has dropped 1 millibar, but even that drop in the 1 millibar still shows that the storm is strengthening even before it makes landfall.
Yeah.
Wow. And Kellyanne, you mentioned landfall. So Eric, what's it looking like for landfall, the time frame and the location?
Yeah, so the next couple of hours, things are going to go from kind of rough to really rough around Charlotte Harbor, Port Charlotte, Northport, Venice. This is an area that was truly devastated by Charlie 18 years ago. They have had a lot of rebuilding because, honest to goodness, there was a real damage path left down there. So at least there's new construction, right? But now we're getting a test. Now it's a matter of, did the people there realize that the cone, which included them this whole time, You know, it's kind of like if you don't learn from history, you're doomed to repeat it. And that's my concern because I've been watching social media chatter and people are saying the exact same things like, oh, hey, we weren't expecting this. You've been in the cone the whole time. So we're going to have to now watch, and hopefully they've been able to prepare for this.
All right.
Yeah, and a good reminder about that cone because it could go anywhere from the left of what we look at as sort of the center of it to the far right. And that's what has continually seemed to happen over the last little bit.
And there's the 2/3 rule too, Kellyanne. You know, the Hurricane Center, when they forecast the cone, and this may not be a very widely known thing, they expect the center of circulation to stay in that cone 2/3 of the time. That's it. I mean, you think about that. Yeah. That's 66%. That means that there's this whole other 33% where the center could move out. Yeah. And that's built into the forecasting error, which is, I mean, it's wild why people wouldn't anywhere in the cone prepare just in case.
Oh, yeah.
Really.
Yeah. And this is the time to do that, the last few hours where if you have furniture out in your yard or you still need to make the grocery store run because things are going to start shutting down and the conditions are going to get worse, Kellyanne.
Yeah, we're really thinking later on this morning we'll start to watch that threat for severe weather as we get more outer rain bands stretching through. And then as we look towards tonight and into tomorrow morning, watching for conditions to deteriorate. Look at the satellite and radar picture of Ian. So it doesn't look like that the eye is that impressive. It's not that clear, but you could start to see the clearness of that eye. Again, Ian is still strengthening before it even makes landfall. This is where we're watching for the strongest gusts of winds and the highest winds right now, just off the coast of Fort Myers and Naples, starting to see that outer eye wall beginning to push through. Want to show you some of the latest gusts from Ian along southwest Florida and the Sun Coast, anywhere from about 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts, but they are expected to rapidly increase as this eye gets closer to making landfall. For us, gusts have been anywhere from about 20 to 30 miles per hour at times, but it hasn't been that consistent just yet. But our wind gusts are expected to go up throughout the day today. Also want to show you those wave heights. So storm surge certainly going to be a flood potential for southwest Florida. Inside the eye of that storm, wave heights at about almost 25 feet, going more towards the coast of Naples, 14 feet to 12 feet, up towards the Sun Coast to Tampa Bay, 10-foot wave heights. Peak storm surge, we're talking from about the Big Bend area to Florida to Tampa, about 2 to 6 feet. Then from Tampa down to Naples, 8 to 12-foot storm surge. This is the area that's going to see the highest storm surge. Then as we look towards our East Coast locations, from Brevard County up to Volusia County, 1 to 3 foot storm surge. Then from Flagler County up through the First Coast, 2 to 6 foot storm surge. And the reason why is because this storm is going to cut across central Florida, emerge into the Atlantic, and then eventually go up. You could clearly see that by our path. So here's that left side of the cone right there, and then here's the right side of the cone. And in the middle, we have all of our models in tight agreement that it's going to move through central Florida and off of the coast of Volusia County. Right now, plenty of rainfall filtering in from the south through central Florida, starting to get some steady to heavy rainfall in our central and southern spots. More of a light rain for our northern locations right now. So here's what you need to know right now. The latest developments. Ian is moving closer to southwest Florida, is going to make landfall throughout the morning and early afternoon hours. From there, moving up through the peninsula of Florida. Outer rain bands are beginning to stretch into central Florida, and that severe weather threat from those rain bands will increase throughout the day today. That's one of many threats that we're going to be watching, Eric.
That's right, Kellyanne. So let's talk about that severe weather threat just a little bit. At the time, there are no tornado warnings in South Florida, but this is a rare moment of pause down there. There have been rapid fire warnings. There have been rapid fire actual tornadoes touching down with damage. I mean, confirmed tornadoes, okay? As the environment here kind of destabilizes as the hurricane approaches, we are going to have to start dealing with that as well. And I think areas highlighted here in orange, from Brevard County to Volusia, Seminole, and Orange counties, that is the peak environment for tornadic cells later today. That's a level 3 on our scale of severe weather risk. That means out of everything, there's going to be numerous intense cells with possible severe winds and certainly the tornadoes. The rest of Central Florida under a scattered or isolated risk, but let's focus on the easternmost communities for that. Now, let me show you our futurecast rainfall through Friday. This is a computer model, but it has continued to show this idea of areas around 2 feet of rain, 24 inches of rain over the next several days' time. This is a massive concern. Florida is a great drainage state. We do a great job with retention ponds, et cetera, but 24 inches. Now, don't take it for what it is in terms of that's the spot. If I live over here, it's not going to be a problem. Take it for the model is showing spots of major flooding. And Meredith and I were just talking about Tropical Storm Faye years ago, even Irma, which was moving through just a couple of years ago, we saw some significant flooding. So that is another side of this story, a big concern. County by county, let's take it to Marion County. 7 p.m. tonight is when we think, we have finalized our timeline. 7 p.m. tonight is when we think that the hurricane force winds will be moving your area and then moving out by 11 p.m. on Thursday. We've kind of widened this out just to account for some track adjustments, okay? The winds running 35 to 45 for you, but gusting into tropical storm force. Let's talk about Orange County, the metro area. We think your gusts will run 80 to 90 miles per hour. Hurricane conditions moving in by 9 p.m. and Volusia County will end with you for now, but we'll get to the other counties through the course of this morning, okay? 11 p.m. tonight. That's when hurricane conditions start for you. We're talking about 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. Hurricane gusts are possible. More than likely, you'll just be kind of tracking these constant gusts to tropical storm force. All right, we're going to make more of these county graphics. And of course, Kellyanne's monitoring the recon. Get back to you in just a couple minutes.
All right, Eric, thank you so much. And although there are no mandatory evacuation orders underway right now in Central Florida, many on the west coast of our state have been forced to leave their homes, and it's all because of this hurricane.
And Ivan Rodriguez, he's in Punta Gorda, close to where the expected landfall was yesterday, and now it's moved a little bit further south. But let's hear his report.
If you are in an evacuation zone, particularly in those southwest Florida counties, your time to evacuate is coming to an end.
An urgent warning from Florida's governor, imploring residents to get to higher ground as Hurricane Ian barrels toward the state.
Hey, you're in a mandatory evacuation.
More than 2.5 million people are under evacuation orders along the southwest coast, but officials are telling all Florida residents to brace for impact.
There's also potential for flash flooding and river flooding with 10 to 20 inches across central and northeast Florida.
Ian caused a nationwide blackout after rolling through Cuba Tuesday, and thousands of utility workers are standing by across Florida to help deal with potential power outages. Rains from the outer bands of the hurricane are already whipping southern Florida, and at least 2 possible tornadoes caused damage Tuesday night. Schools, supermarkets, and theme parks across the state have announced closures as the window for people to board up and head out is coming to a close.
Now is your last chance. We cannot send first responders into harm's way because you decided not to leave. You must leave now.
In Punta Gorda, I'm Ivan Rodriguez.
All right, now Duke Energy, it sent crews from across the country to come right here into Central Florida area to better respond to any power outages that are expected during this hurricane that we've seen before with past storms as well.
Right, and we want to get to Megan Mulatto, and she's at the Duke staging site that's in the Davenport area. And Megan, let's talk about the crews out there. What are you seeing?
Yeah, there are a ton of trucks out here at this staging area. We're told that nearly 10,000 line workers, debris removal professionals, and damage assessment personnel have come here to Central Florida. They're standing by in a safe place in nearby hotels until they're told to respond to those power outages, of course, when it's safe to do so. Now, Duke Energy actually has 3 staging areas right now. This one here in Davenport, another one in Tampa, or near Tampa rather, and a third near Ocala. We're told the teams are currently waiting things out in their hotels until they're called to respond. Their biggest concern at this time is getting to those impacted areas because there's anticipated flooding and downed debris.
I think with the rain amounts that we've been hearing could come with this storm, that combined with the winds, we know there's going to be a lot of vegetation that will come down in this storm, and certainly flooding will be an issue. So the key for us will be making sure that we can get our crews out safely to begin damage assessment, which we do first, see where the most affected areas are, and then get these resources out there to begin safely restoring power.
Now, we're told crews came all the way down from Indiana, Kentucky, and Ohio earlier this week just to respond and assist here in Central Florida. They say the restoration process as it begins, you may not see them in your neighborhood right away because their first priority will be assessing the outages and the damage. Then they'll be repairing larger power lines and other infrastructure before they can respond to each and every neighborhood impacted as safely and quickly as possible. But for now, we're live in Davenport. Megan Mulatto, WESH-TV News.
All right, Megan, thanks so much. And our crews are all over the Central Florida area and from coast to coast here from the east side of Florida to the west side. So we're going to finish up there in Polk County, but now head to Volusia.
Yeah, and we have Claire Metz standing by in Volusia County. Claire, that's an area where there are some voluntary evacuations taking place, and shelters are going to open up at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, 10 a.m. this morning, 4 area shelters are going to open. It's kind of a good thing, Jason, in the event that anyone feels uncomfortable in their homes or they're in low-lying areas, they may be alone. So they're opening 2 general population shelters and 2 special needs shelters. And I know you're going to talk about those exact locations a little later on. And just very quickly to piggyback off what Megan was talking about, I believe Florida Power and Light is staging at the Daytona International Speedway. We saw all the buses there that typically bring in FP&L workers from out of the area. The Speedway is always a staging ground during storms like this or other disasters, including brush fires. So my guess is if we were to get by there today, we'll probably start seeing a lot of the FP&L trucks that stage there. Always good and reassuring to know that they can be there quickly for a response wherever it's needed. And of course, we may see power outages here. We'll more than likely see flooding. That's been a big concern. We're on Beach Street in downtown Daytona Beach, and not everyone has boarded up. Matter of fact, fewer than I've seen in past storms, but this is a business that flooded very heavily during Hurricane Irma, so they didn't want to take any chances. They've also got sandbags out. Sandbags has been a far larger popular item to pick up. We saw people everywhere at every sandbag location in Flagler and Volusia. Folks were out there getting those because the concern, of course, is for that devastating flooding that can just ruin a business, ruin a home, and make it very difficult to get through all of this. Now, if you haven't heard this, Volusia County has implemented or is implementing a curfew. It begins tonight. That curfew will run from 8 p.m. tonight until 7 a.m. tomorrow morning, Thursday morning. Then again, at least at this point, then again, 8 p.m. Thursday night until 7 a.m. Friday morning. As far as I know, this is the only local area that has implemented a curfew at this point. But the sheriff explained why he felt it necessary, why county leaders felt it necessary to have a curfew as Ian rolls through. Take a listen to the sheriff just a bit ago.
So the objective, again, is your safety, the community's safety. We don't need you out there in the height of the storm being a sightseer and snapping selfies. We need you to be a responsible resident of our community. Let first responders, let the folks that have to provide services out there on the streets stay home, follow what emergency management is telling you to do, and we'll ride this thing out like we always do.
And wouldn't it be brilliant if we don't need those emergency management responses? But more than likely we will. Downed power lines, downed tree lines. So it'll be good to know that they have access and they have easy access. So they're just telling everyone, stay home if you can, get off the streets when you can. That's important during any kind of a system like this. But they're also saying if you do have to be out, if you're a government responder, or if you're going to work in this system, as long as you have ID, they're not going to give you a hard time about the curfew. But again, that curfew will take place, will be enforced beginning tonight at 8 p.m. and then through 7 a.m. the next morning, 8 p.m. Thursday evening through 7 a.m. Friday. Maybe they won't need it that long. We can hope for the best here, that's for sure. Meanwhile, we're also, of course, learning that we're going to see Ian probably come out through Volusia or Flagler County. So we have yet to see the worst of what Ian is going to bring us. And folks are expecting that we'll get somewhat of a storm surge. So we'll head over to the beach and see on the other side, less than an hour or so, and just see what conditions are like there. Back to you.
All right, Claire Metz live for us in Volusia County. And we want to get to some breaking news when it comes to Hurricane Ian. This thing is strengthening and rapidly.
Yeah, borderline Cat 5 right now. So Kellyanne, tell us it's at 155 miles per hour?
Yes, and it's continuing to strengthen. Hurricane hunters are now finding even stronger winds within this and the pressure continuing to drop.
What does it take to get to Cat 5 status?
157 miles per hour. And I will tell you, the NOAA hurricane hunters are finding 158 mile-per-hour winds. Would not be surprised if they special advise this into a Cat 5. Let's break it all down for you. Let's get straight to the graphics. So this is a 6:35 in the morning advisory. Still a Cat 4 hurricane, but it is borderline Cat 5. Winds right now of 155 miles per hour. Pressure now down to 936 millibars. Hasn't even made landfall just yet. It is really just fueling on the prime environment for this to rapidly intensify. Again, reminder, so Category 5 hurricane force winds is 157 miles per hour or greater. Right now, as of that special advisory, they're at 155. But the first round of the hurricane hunters now going through this, showing that the pressure is dropping past 935 millibars. Again, remember, the pressure drops first, then the winds catch up. NOAA hurricane hunters, the second round of hurricane hunters, also finding the same surface pressure and a wind speed of 158 miles per hour. If this gets advised through the National Hurricane Center, it would be a Category 5 hurricane even before landfall. Something that we're still going to fine tune, look up. We're going to continue to comb through the data and give you the latest coming up in a few minutes.
All right. Thank you, Kellyanne. And of course, stay connected to our latest forecast. We're going to be bringing it to you on air. We're also online at WESH.com. And if you were to lose power and not able to watch on your television and you still have connectivity through your smartphone and the internet, go to WESH.com. We're streaming all of our broadcasts live there. Plus, all of the information that we're bringing to you on air, we're posting there on our website.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll be right back after this short break. Welcome back. We continue to track Hurricane Ian. We have a live picture this morning from Orlando International Airport. Flights will be closing at 10:30 this morning, commercial flights that is. So if you are flying out, you want to double check with your flight status to make sure that you are heading out this morning. You know, a lot of people were trying to get their flights adjusted yesterday to see if they could get that flight out if they're going maybe back home. They were visiting us here in the Central Florida area, but just a lot happening with this storm.
Yeah, and we want to get to the airport. WESH-TV's Tony Atkins has been there. And Tony, those security lines have been long. People really are trying to beat that deadline and get on a flight out of Central Florida.
That's right, that deadline at 10:30. Again, we're talking about commercial operations, but I do want to make a note that military and emergencies operations will continue as needed here at the airport. But the only constant here in this line right now is change. Earlier today, I showed you how long these lines were at this moment. The wait time just 5 to 9 minutes to get through the TSA line. So as you can see, like I just want to show you right here, this line is open. So every single line you can walk in, it's open. So good news for people traveling, trying to get out of the Orlando airport before this storm arrives. Now, the one thing that hasn't changed is this board right here. Many of the arrivals, you can see all that red right there, canceled or delayed. But take a look on the other side, because a lot of the flights scheduled this morning are those early AM flights. You're seeing a lot of red on that side. That indicates a lot of delays and or cancellations at this point. These cancellations, these delays, so frustrating for some travelers. I had a chance to speak to someone who came all the way from Milwaukee. His flight had been delayed, and now he's trying to figure out what he has to do before the airport has him, before he has to leave the airport here at 10:30 this morning.
I don't have a vehicle. If I do find a shelter, I'm gonna have to walk, and hopefully I don't get swept away with this hurricane, however they say that's gonna come.
And one more thing to note here at the airport, again, this is not a designated shelter area. Once those commercial operations end at 10:30, everyone here will be asked to leave. They did say if you are looking for a place to stay, to contact Orange County or look up the nearest shelter you can find. For now, reporting live at OIA, Tony Atkins, WESH-TV News.
All right, Tony.
Lots to get to this morning.
Yeah.
We wanted to bring in our meteorologist now to talk about what's happening with this storm. It's been a Category 4 throughout the morning, but readings just right now of 155 miles per hour. And Jason, we're saying that's borderline Cat 5. So for the communities there that are Fort Myers to Venice, I mean, this thing is just hovering. And we were looking at the images of it and really not to scare anyone, but it is alarming to see just the strength of it, how large that storm is, how big it is, and really just heading for any families and friends in the southwest Florida area.
Yeah, and this is something that we want you to take very seriously, because Central Florida is going to start feeling the impacts of this soon, and we want to get to our team of meteorologists. We'll begin with First Warning meteorologist Kellyanne Class to talk about the system and the strengthening that's happening now, Kellyanne.
Yeah, and they're calling it rapid intensification, and we are clearly seeing that by the pressure. 2 AM advisory had a pressure of 953 millibars. The 5 AM advisory had a pressure of 942 millibars. Now the 6:35 advisory, that's a special advisory, has it down to 936 millibars, with the wind increasing to 155 miles per hour. That is 2 miles per hour shy of a Category 5 hurricane. This thing is rapidly intensifying before it even makes landfall. 2 rounds of hurricane hunters are flying through the storm. We have the Air Force hurricane hunters that have found the first initial drop in the pressure. Now the NOAA hurricane hunters are also flying through this storm. Also found a pressure of about 935 millibars and a wind speed of 158 miles per hour. If there's another special advisory, I would not be surprised if it gets upgraded to a Category 5 hurricane status. It has been sitting and spinning just off the coast of southwest Florida for the past several hours. Warm waters out that way as well. Lots of convection deepening within this system. Also included in that rapid intensification, that eye wall. near perfect. And when you get all of this lightning in the eye wall, that is indicating that it's rapidly intensifying. We have outer rain bands feeding through South Florida all the way up into Central Florida. Good news is for now, it's just a steady rainfall, but we are still expecting this storm to eventually bring us the threat for some stronger or potentially severe weather as we go throughout the morning hours. Right now, what you need to know as you are waking up is that, yes, we do have rainfall this morning. Right now, we're not watching any active tornado warnings, but we do have a tornado watch in effect, meaning that conditions are prime for that potential. And then also, on top of the severe weather, we have winds, we have flooding, Eric, that we're going to be watching.
Yeah, there's just so many elements to this. So let's just try and distill this down to the easiest form possible, okay? When is it going to get bad? Well, through the day today, we're going to see tropical storm force wind gusts in these kind of feeder bands. But this is when the worst weather arrives in your neighborhood, okay? Our southernmost areas around 7 p.m. Most of the metro from about Orlando off to the south and west, 9 p.m., okay? That's when I want you inside, doors locked, relaxing, okay? Then our northern spots by 11 p.m., Marion, Flagler, Seminole, even into Volusia County, northern Brevard County. That's when the hurricane force winds approach your neighborhood. And when we talk about hurricane force winds, this is based on all the data that we have. And frankly, because the storm has gotten stronger, we may have to start tweaking this a bit. But based on the best data that we have, this is what we're looking at for the worst winds. Marion, northern Sumter, northern Lake, 50 or so mile per hour gusts. This is kind of the worst case winds, okay? For DeLand, back over to Howey in the Hills, Leesburg, Claremont, Groveland, Winter Haven, Melbourne, Titusville, we're looking at 60 plus mile per hour wind gusts. But once you get in here to the orange highlighted shade, the I-4 storm, okay, you're talking about 70 plus mile per hour winds from downtown Orlando to Sanford to Daytona Beach to Wedgefield to St. Cloud. And there's going to be a ribbon where the actual core of this storm system goes. There's going to be a narrow ribbon that is going to have peak winds, and you're talking 80 plus mile per hour winds, okay? So just keep that in mind, all right? Was somebody just trying to talk to me? Okay, all right. So in this ribbon here, and it could be shifted a little this direction or a little that direction, but there's going to be a narrow window, a little area with 80, 90 mile per hour winds. At this point, I do want to point out there are 1,000 plus people, according to poweroutage.us, without power in Brevard County, okay? There's just been some gusty winds and some rains, nothing big, and I don't know that that's weather related, but I pointed out just to let you know that as these winds start to really pick up across Central Florida, here's 5 a.m. Thursday, kind of get the idea, you know, as the winds start to pick up, the concern of power outages will grow. There's also the concern of flooding. And a flooding scenario is expected in our area. Flood watches are posted, 5 to 15 inches of rain, with some spots getting nearly 2 feet of rain. We'll get to more county by county forecasts. Kellyanne will have the very latest on the recon coming up in just a couple minutes.
All right, thank you, Eric. And we want to get to Marion County, where we have been watching the preparations underway there for this incoming storm.
Yeah, Marlene Martinez has the very latest there as the day begins there.
This morning at 8 o'clock, the Marion County Emergency Management Division will move into Level 1 activation. It's run by the Sheriff's Office. Sheriff Billy Woods says this activation means his team is ready to bring you the most up-to-date information about storm preparations, the impact of the storm, and cleanup efforts afterward. Also happening today, the bulk of the county shelters are opening at noon. Bellevue Middle, Denellen High, Fort McCoy School, Hammett Bowen Junior Elementary, North Marion Middle, and Vanguard High, which is pet friendly. The special needs shelter is at Westport High, which opened yesterday. Lastly, the Citizens Information Line is also reopening at 7 o'clock this morning. That number is 352-369-7500. The sheriff says that hotline will be staffed until the storm passes. In Marion County, Marlene Martinez, WESH-TV News.
All All right. Thank you, Marley. And here at 6:55, we are closely monitoring the latest on Hurricane Ian as we have our team of meteorologists watching the latest data coming in, where this thing is right there at a very strong Category 4 status.
Yeah, it's so close to Category 5. It's at 155 right now. Category 5 is 157. It's just off the coast of southwest Florida, Fort Myers to Venice area. We're going to have much more coming up as we continue to track Ian after the break.
From WESH-TV, this is continuing coverage of Ian.
Welcome back. We continue to track Ian this morning. If you are just joining us, the major headline, it is a Category 4 storm at 155 miles per hour, but it is closely approaching a Category 5 storm, which is 157 miles per hour. And this is all just off the southwest Florida coast. So family and friends, guys, in that Fort Myers to Venice area, a very serious storm approaching.
It sure is. I'm Jason Guy alongside Meredith McDonough. We also have now with us Sonica Donge and Sheldon Dutez. And you guys are going to be taking over here in just a moment.
Yeah, we're going to be checking back in with our team of meteorologists. We have Eric Burris and Kellyanne Klass who have been sort of walking us through the official Category 4 hurricane. But as Mayor mentioned, they're starting to see wind gusts up there that are technically Category 5 strength winds. There are hurricane hunters out right now assessing the situation as it just sits right off the Florida coast there. And as we get more information, if there is a special advisory that comes out and potentially upgrades this storm, we're going to have full coverage.
And we're also checking in with a team of reporters that are fanned all across the area as we are already monitoring almost 64,000 power outages across the southern part of the state as this storm gets closer to central Florida. Stay with us. We will be right back.
From WESH-TV, this is continuing coverage of Ian.
It is just after 7 o'clock on this Wednesday, and we are continuing to follow the latest track for Hurricane Ian here on WESH-TV News. I'm Sheldon Dutez alongside Sonica Dange.
And we want to bring in our team of meteorologists here because over the last 10 to 15 minutes, what we've really been focusing on is the strength. You can see the sheer size of this storm, but really the strength here, what are we finding?
So there is a special advisory that we found, stronger winds of 155 miles per hour. A new advisory is out at 7 o'clock this morning. The pressure is actually going up, but the wind is still remaining the same. It takes some time for the wind to really go into an equilibrium with the pressure, but we're still seeing that it is a Cat 4 hurricane, borderline Cat 5, and with some of the data that we're combing through the recon, it could potentially get upgraded.
And Eric, just kind of put this into context for us, because we've been making a lot of comparisons to Charlie throughout. This is a storm that a lot of Central Floridians remember. How does everything compare right now at this hour?
So Charlie rapidly intensified in the exact same spot, but it had been weaker longer, okay? So it didn't have time to expand its wind field, to expand its geographical reach. So my first concern is the fact that this is going to impact more people down there and up here. But my second concern is because this is so much larger and has been stronger longer, it's piling up water. These things, they spin counterclockwise. So if you could think for a moment, the shoreline, and with that spin, there's a side of the storm that's pushing water up against the shoreline. And it's that side that, frankly, could get, 10 feet of additional water, and then there's wave action. And that's why, we say so often, hide from wind, but run from water. And so that's my concern. When it gets up here, this is going to be an impactful storm. A Cat 4, a Cat 5, a Cat 3. It's not going to be that level. It will be lower, but wider size means more people are impacted.
Well, and I'm glad you brought that up because really when we're talking about a couple miles here and there, whether it remains a Cat 4 or it is upgraded to a Cat 5, the bottom line is this is going to be a strong system.
Yeah, it's going to be impactful, and that, we've been warning for days and days and days that this is a possibility, and here we are watching this kind of playing out, knowing that down the line, tonight, overnight, into tomorrow, we're going to be the recipients of whatever this storm system becomes.
All right. There's so many changes that have happened in the overnight hours. A lot of people might be waking up, tuning in for the first time since they went to bed last night. What is the timeline of this storm getting to us, Kellyanne?
So already seeing some of those outer rain bands move through. The threat for severe weather this morning is possible, although the rain showers that we've been seeing have been quite quiet. So that's great for us, but our severe weather potential is going to go up throughout the day as Ian gets closer. And then as we look towards late tonight through tomorrow and even tomorrow evening, I think that's when we'll be watching for the main impacts from Hurricane Ian. Okay, so 7 o'clock advisory. Winds of 155 miles per hour. Pressure has actually went up to 937 millibars, previously at 936, but still seeing a very powerful Category 4 hurricane, again with those winds at 155 miles per hour. Also to note, it's slowing down now as a movement out of the north-northeast at 9 miles per hour compared to 10 miles per hour. Okay, so hurricane hunters are flying through the storm. They actually did a couple of loops to see what they can find in this storm. They have found so far a pressure of 935 millibars and a wind speed of 158 miles per hour. If they don't mark that as suspect, if they're like, this is a true wind speed, this could get upgraded to a Category 5 hurricane. Not yet, though. We are waiting for that official confirmation from the National Hurricane Center, but you can see how it rapidly intensified. It is sitting in bathwater, even warmer than that, 90 degrees water temperatures in the Keys. Very warm, a very prime environment for that rapid intensification. That eye is just outside of Fort Myers, about 44 miles outside of the couple of islands in Southwest Florida into Suncoast of Florida. And I want to show you something earlier this morning before all of that rapid intensification. 4:55 in the morning, a buoy picked up a wind gust of 101 miles per hour. Again, that was before the rapid intensification. Closer to home, peak wind gusts so far at about 30 miles per hour in some locations. Melbourne at almost 40 miles per hour. So our wind gusts are picking up, but we're not seeing any damaging winds just yet. Here's a better look at that eye wall just sitting and spinning out in the Gulf, slowly moving towards Fort Myers, Naples, Southwest Florida. For us back at home, certainly dealing with plenty of rainfall this morning. No active warnings in Central Florida, but we are under a tornado watch for Seminole, Orange, Osceola, Polk, and Brevard counties through 5 o'clock. This could eventually get upgraded to more areas across Central Florida, something that we are certainly going to be watching. And of course, our impacts, Eric, are going to go out throughout the day.
They are indeed. And let's talk about that, because it's not just the hurricane itself. Overnight, we've been watching rapid-fire tornado warnings in southeast Florida around the Palm Beaches and the Treasure Coast, down through Miami-Dade, Broward, and the Keys. That scenario starts to play into our area, which is why we have that tornado watch posted. So for today, especially if you live along the eastern communities, we are under a level 3 risk of strong to severe storms, numerous strong to severe storms, not just a few. I mean, it's going to be rapid fire, we think, a little bit later on. So let's take a look at Futurecast here. This is 10 o'clock this morning, and we're already starting to see some of those feeder bands moving through, okay? As we push into the afternoon, these feeder bands go from 30, 40 mile per hour gusts, 40, 50 mile per hour gusts, 50, 60. They continue to ramp up until the hurricane itself starts to move in, and it's going to happen here around 7 p.m. Our Futurecast model showing it working in through the metro, continuing to lift to the north, and then late tonight through tomorrow, Futurecast is bringing it off the shoreline little by little. We do think that power outages are likely, especially from about I-4 off to the south. Widespread outages for Polk, Hillsborough counties off to the south, but even through the Orlando metro, southern Seminole County, and more rural communities right up from about I-95 westbound there in Brevard County, likely power outages. So let's talk a few counties, okay? Sumter County, we just reran the data. All right, for you, gusts, I think, run 60 to 70 with winds sustained in these bands running 50 to 60. 10 p.m. is when the hurricane conditions start for you. They leave your area by 2 p.m. tomorrow, okay? All right, let's move over to Osceola County. For you, 7 p.m. tonight, hurricane conditions begin and run through 8 p.m. tomorrow evening. Flagler County, it's going to take a bit longer to get to you. So hurricane conditions start in Flagler, we think, tomorrow morning, 7 a.m., and will continue through about 11 p.m. tomorrow evening, but expecting winds running 60 to 70 miles per hour. For now, it is cloudy, it is damp, but we do have some gusty downpours. We'll have much more in just a couple of minutes.
All right, Eric, thank you. We know counties across Central Florida are preparing. In Orange County, that means bringing in some extra resources to make sure that you stay safe through the course of this storm and even afterwards.
Yes, emergency responders are standing by. Let's get right to Greg Fox. You have now moved inside to the convention center. Greg, what's the latest?
This is where the resource is. It's a hub, really, for public safety that's right here inside the Orange County Convention Center. And you can see scores and scores, about 300 ambulances have been positioned here so that they can go anywhere around the state and provide medical assistance. Chris Stawash is with American Medical Transport, AMR, American Medical Response. Sorry about that. I got to get my names right here. Tell me exactly about the, quote, missions that you've been on already with this fleet.
Yeah, well, since we've been here, we've deployed over 100 ambulances on missions through FEMA at their request to move people out of harm's way. Usually the most common mission we've seen so far is from somewhere over on the coast, moving people inland. At some point, I would imagine we'll probably repatriate those people, bring them back, but that's been our missions thus far.
So, for example, long-term care center, you may need to, if they're in evacuation zones, you've already sent people out there to be able to get them inland so that they're in safe areas. How important is it for you to be able to supplement what we already have in our first response teams?
Yeah, that's critical. It's a critical part of what FEMA does in their planning efforts to help supplement local communities so that the local resources can focus on things that are normally happening with the community to get ready for a storm like this. So we're there just as a backup and as an oversupply, if you will, to be able to assist.
How long are you going to be here, and how far might you have to go and send some of these teams?
Yeah, we can go all across Florida, wherever FEMA decides to send us, if they send us, but we're here until they tell us to go home. Typically, it's a 14-day deployment initially, but it certainly can be extended if situations change and require it.
A true life-saving mission. Chris, I'm going to get you to stand over here if you can for a second. Videographer Jake Arthur, if you can give a look over here too. We've also got air support assets that are going on over here. What you're seeing are Air Force helicopters, These are from Patrick Air Force Base. And then again, if you go a little bit more to the left there, Jake, you can also see those blue and yellow helicopters. Very good. They're from Tampa General Hospital. And again, they are in here both for safekeeping during the storm, but then also to be dispatched as needed following the storm. And of course, they'll get right back into service. And again, we're going to remain here inside the Orange County Convention Center and give you a look really at some of what's going on here in the next hour as well. And give you updates for Orange County. And the two most important updates are shelters are going to open up at 4 shelters at 9 o'clock this morning, 8 o'clock at the one in Apopka, and 3 of them are pet friendly. One is for disability shelter, and for those people with special needs and disabilities, they can't just go there. You've got to call 311 first. Live in Orange County, Greg Fox, WESH-TV News.
All right, a lot of helpful information, knowing that all of these crews are standing by at the ready just in case it gets to that point. But, you know, this storm has not even made landfall yet, and we're already starting to see the impacts in South Florida.
Yeah, I think at last check, we were talking about 6,000 power outages across the state. The majority of those outages were in that southern region, and we know that they have been dealing with tornado watches and tornado warnings throughout the overnight hours as well. We want to bring in WESH-2's Jason Guy right now. He's been monitoring some of the damage over in Palm Beach County. Jason, what are we seeing?
Yeah, let's take you to Delray Beach there and show you video that just came into our newsroom of some of the damage from a possible tornado there. This is a tree. It crashed right into the side of an apartment complex. And look at some of the damage here. It also overturned a car, and there was debris all over the parking lot there. Reports say there was a possible tornado that hit the area overnight. At least 2 people were reportedly hurt, and dozens of others had to flee from that apartment community to find somewhere else now that they will be staying during the storm.
All of a sudden I felt something and then heard like a train coming right through the house, in this direction. And I started to scream.
Very, very scary. Now, we're going to be watching for damage over the next 24 hours, roughly in this area, as the storm moves closer and closer to landfall here in Florida. Sonica and Sheldon?
Jason, thank you. And we know as that storm continues to move up closer towards the Florida Peninsula, we are going to start seeing those really damaging winds here as well. Just another reminder for you that shelters are open all across Central Florida. We just heard from Greg Fox talking about the 5 shelters that are open in Orange County. If you are planning to go to a special needs shelter, you do need to dial that number 311. We also know further up north, Marion County will be opening shelters today.
And Bob Hazen is monitoring how emergency officials are getting ready in Dunellen and ahead of this storm. Bob, what can you tell us?
Yeah, like you said, we are in Dunellen, Marion County, the very edge of Marion County before you go into Citrus County. And this morning, the Marion County Sheriff's Office and Emergency Management, they're going to be going into their level 1 activation for their alerts here to try to get ready for whatever the storm does bring. Right now, we're here along the Withlacoochee River, and you can see right now it is still in its bank, still looking okay, but that is one of the big concerns here in Dunellen and Marion County in general is flooding. And this river, along with the Rainbow River, getting higher than normal stages. They're already very full because of all the rain we've had lately, and there is concern that these could flood as well and go into some neighborhoods, go into some businesses, block some roads. I have not seen that yet this morning, but we've been driving around throughout the morning and have not seen any roads that seem to have been flooded yet, but really the rain has picked up in the last hour or so, whereas when we were first driving over here, it was a slight drizzle. Now it's a steady, heavy rain. Not a whole lot of wind, which is good. It's not that driving rain, just a lot of big raindrops steadily falling on us. And with these rivers, it's not just the concern about them flooding right now. It's also as we move through the week and some of the water comes from other areas and starts filling these rivers as well, causing that to flood even more later on in the week. So that's something we'll have to watch for after the storm is gone. Now, also here in Marion County, they are going to be opening up their shelters for people who need to find a place to go. And I want to bring that list up on the screen here so you can see where those shelters are. These are going to be opening at noon today at Dunellen High. We also have a shelter at Bellevue Middle, Fort McCoy School, Hammett Bowen Junior Elementary, North Marion Middle. There's a pet-friendly shelter at Vanguard High in Ocala, and the special needs shelter is Westport High, and that opened up yesterday, so that is already in operation. Those other shelters that I mentioned for the general population and that pet shelter, those are not opening until noon today. But again, the latest situation here in Marion County that we have had to deal with is this heavy rain that's been falling now. Still don't have that driving wind, but we do have the rain coming down. And of course, we're going to monitor the situation with these rivers and with the flooding situation around town and have that for you throughout the morning. Reporting live in Dunellen, Bob Hazen, WESH 2 News.
All right, Bob, thanks so much. And we can see every time we check in with reporters, depending on their location, that rain is either picking up or dying down, and it's going to get heavier as the day goes on.
Yeah, as those rain bands move through, we will certainly see those conditions start to deteriorate. Right now, though, it is 7:18. We want to give you a live look. This is on I-4 heading westbound in Maitland. You can start to see the sun coming up as they're also dealing with those slick conditions out on the roadways. You can see the rain is falling. All of this as we continue to track Hurricane Ian. Right now, a strong Category 4 making its way towards Florida's coast. We're going to be back with another check of some of our reporters spread out all across Central Florida. We'll also check back in with our meteorologists busy tracking this storm.
.21 on this Wednesday morning, and we are tracking the latest with Hurricane Ian. That storm has not made landfall here in Florida yet, but it did pass through Cuba, and we're seeing some of the images this morning of the damage that it left behind. That storm knocked out power to the entire country, leaving millions of people without power this morning. Now, Ian made landfall in Cuba yesterday, as I mentioned. It landed as a Category 3 storm in Cuba's Pinar del Rio province, where at least 50,000 people had to be evacuated. That storm saturated the streets with floods. It damaged people's homes. There were also gusty winds that brought down trees in that area. So far, Ian has been blamed on at least 2 deaths on the island.
And we know Hurricane Ian has been causing disruptions in the sport world. That is also true for college football. The University of Central Florida, we know many people may be wondering about this, announced it is pushing back Saturday's game because of the storm. So the Knights will now play SMU on Sunday. Kickoff is set for 1 p.m.
We've been talking, we've said over and over, we've had so many new Floridians move to our area over the past couple of years or so. But, you know, whether this is your first major storm that you're going through or one that you've been through for years now, there's always something to learn.
Yeah, we want to get right to first morning meteorologist Alex Alisi.
Tropical systems pack a dangerous punch, but the danger isn't just from the storm itself. Research shows that death rates increased 33.4% for injuries after a hurricane and 3.7% for injuries after a tropical storm. Deaths from diseases and neurologic conditions also increase after a tropical system's hit. I talked to Seminole County Emergency Manager Alan Harris about the danger after a storm passes. Some of the dangers are more obvious than others, like down power lines.
Well, we don't know if they're live or not. So if you see a tree down with a down power line, this is not the time to learn how to do a chainsaw, and this is not the time to test the power. Wait until the electrical company can get there with our Public Works Department. They work in tandem, moving down the roadways to make sure everything is safe.
Another insidious and deadly threat is carbon monoxide. The odorless, tasteless, and colorless gas is impossible to detect without a CO detector and is produced by incomplete combustion, including from generators.
If you're going to use a generator, number one, test your generator before the hurricane arrives and then place it away from the home. Some folks have said, oh, well, we want to keep it in the garage to be safe. That will absolutely create carbon monoxide and could kill your family.
Floodwaters after a storm are also dangerous. Not only can you be swept away and drown, but the murky waters also hide other dangers.
When you're looking at floodwaters, when you're working around floodwaters, be careful. We are in Florida, so snakes, alligators, even ants could cause a danger around floodwaters.
All important reminders why you shouldn't let your guard down after a storm.
All right, a lot of helpful information, of course, especially when it comes to the generators, keeping that in mind. And again, we say it all the time, like, you know, even if you've been through this before, it's always good to be prepared.
We want to hear right from the experts. And I know, Eric, you have someone on the line who can really shed some light on this situation.
Yeah, this is actually a really great moment to speak with Michael Brennan, who's the acting deputy director down at the National Hurricane Center. First off, good morning to you. Thank you for joining us.
Hey, thanks. Great to be with you this morning.
Okay, so it's apparent that this hurricane is rapidly intensifying. You have multiple recon missions in there right now, and we see now that winds are up to 155 miles per hour. Pressure seems to have leveled off. Is there the expectation that the pressure starts to drop again? Do you think that the rapid intensification has slowed? What's the thought down there?
Yeah, it's hard to know. I mean, but regardless, you know, we're right at the threshold of Category 4, Category 5 right now. So we're looking at a catastrophic event that's going to unfold in Southwest Florida today as that system moves on shore. So you know, we're in a really bad place from a storm surge, wind, and then a rainfall perspective. And those wind and rain threats are going to certainly be pretty significant into your area in Central Florida.
Okay, we've compared this to Hurricane Charlie 18 years ago because as analogs go, it is such a great kind of comparison, but they are two different storms. Based on its current intensity being a little higher, based on its current geographic size being a little larger, as Ian moves into the Central Florida area, Orlando, Melbourne, Daytona Beach, can you perhaps help us understand the comparisons between what Charlie did 18 years ago and kind of where Ian will place in Orlando?
Sure. Well, Ian, first of all, is a much bigger hurricane, so there's going to be much more widespread impacts from a wind and a rain perspective. The other thing is that Ian is going to move relatively slowly across the Florida Peninsula, making landfall today in Southwest Florida, move across Central Florida overnight tonight, and still be along the east coast of Florida, you know, just north or near the Cape Canaveral area as we get into tomorrow afternoon, and then still be, you know, near St. Augustine, Jacksonville as we go into Thursday night into Friday. So that's going to really lead to a long duration event. You certainly have those hurricane warnings in effect for the metro Orlando area. So we're, you know, expecting hurricane conditions, especially wind gusts that could bring a lot of, you know, tree damage, power lines, some, you know, structural damage. And that's similar to what Charlie did, but it might be occurring over a larger area. The bigger difference is going to be the rainfall. You know, we're going to see widespread amounts of 10 to 15 inches. Some places could get as much as 2 feet of rainfall, and that could lead to catastrophic freshwater flooding impacts during the next couple of days across much of Central Florida.
When it comes to your biggest concern, this is a major hurricane making landfall in Southwest Florida. But what is your biggest concern for residents in Central Florida with this storm system?
I would say it's probably the rainfall. This type of widespread heavy rainfall event can cause widespread, catastrophic impacts. Flooding of roads, buildings, infrastructure, and the widespread nature of it's going to mean it's going to affect a lot of people. And we tend to lose in this country over the last few years. We've lost most people in hurricanes in the United States to freshwater flooding impacts. And this is unfortunately setting up to be one of those types of scenarios where we could lose a lot of people. People are out and they're driving around. Please don't drive in flooded areas. Don't go around barricades. Stay put. Get to high ground if it starts to flood in your area. Now, certainly the wind is going to get a lot of attention as well. You can have power outages, structural damage, tree damage, so it's not going to be safe to be out and about. But the flooding is going to be more of a widespread, longer lasting impact, I think.
Real fast, 10-second response. So many new people have moved to Florida. Being in the National Hurricane Center, you're in the thick of it. What would your message be to someone who is new to town and scared this is their first storm?
Yeah, well, take care of yourself. Know what your risk is in the location where you live. Make sure you have supplies to be self-sufficient for a few days if your power goes out. Make sure you have food, water, medicine, and make sure you check on anybody who might have special needs or might need help getting ready. You still have a little bit of time. It's certainly raining up in Central Florida, but the worst conditions are not going to get there until later today and tonight. So you still have a few hours to get ready and get to a safe place.
All right, Michael Brennan, Acting Deputy Director of the National Hurricane Center. Sir, we will talk to you in a little bit. Thank you very much for everything that you do. At this point, let's turn over to meteorologist Kellyanne Klass. Kellyanne, this storm system continuing to work towards Southwest Florida.
That's right. Has not made landfall just yet, but we're already starting to feel those impacts with those outer rain bands beginning to stretch into Central Florida. Right now, 7 a.m. advisory, special advisory showing winds of 155 miles per hour, making it a high-end Category 4 hurricane. Just remember, you need 157 mile per hour winds or greater to be a Category 5. But really at this point, whether it's Category 4, Category 5, we're just talking about catastrophic destruction with this storm. Trees down, power and water without weeks. Same thing for a Cat 5 storm. And you're talking about storm surge, in this case, up to about 16 feet in some locations. That's the latest from the National Hurricane Center, anywhere from about 12 to 16 feet of storm surge. So we are talking about widespread catastrophic damage, whether it is a Category 4 or a Category 5 hurricane. For us, I want to stress, not expected to see a Category 5 move through Central Florida, but we will have rain, we will have flooding, we will have the threat for severe weather, and we will have a lot of that wind as well. All right, let's talk about wave heights since we're still talking about the storm surge in Southwest Florida. We're already seeing 15-foot waves just off the coast of Southwest Florida. In the core of the storm, 23-foot waves. As we take a look at that latest path from the National Hurricane Center, expected to make landfall as a Category 4 hurricane later on this morning, if not this afternoon, in Southwest Florida with winds of 155 miles per hour. If it strengthens just a little bit more, if it has winds of 157 miles per hour or greater, then it would be a Category 5 hurricane. Okay, then Thursday morning, moving up towards Central Florida, still a Category 1 hurricane. So we're still looking at that same timeline of hurricane force winds through Central Florida late tonight into early tomorrow morning. Then it goes offshore as a tropical storm, but we're still going to be watching for coastal impacts along our East Coast locations during this time period, Thursday into Friday. Watching all of that very closely. Of course, we have those outer rain bands stretching through our area as well. which means that we will be watching for a severe weather threat to increase, along with other many impacts that meteorologist Eric Burris is going to talk about.
All right, Kellyanne, so let's do this. Let's take all the modeling and just kind of try and show you when the winds are starting in your area, okay? This is 3 p.m. today, and we heard from Deputy Director at the Hurricane Center, Mike Brennan, about the kind of overall idea that we have a little bit of time. And it's true. This morning, it's going to be damp. There's going to be pockets of heavier rainfall, but it isn't until like 3 o'clock that we start to get those tropical storm force winds moving in. By 10 o'clock, our southern areas getting into the hurricane force winds, okay? Overnight tonight, 3 a.m., those hurricane force winds march into the metro area. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, just about all of central Florida will be enveloped in at least hurricane force gusts, okay? Cutting out extreme northern Sumter, Marion County from about central Marion off toward the west. Here's 1 p.m. tomorrow, still with hurricane force wind gusts in our eastern half of the area. By 6:30 p.m. tomorrow, the hurricane force gusts start to move out to sea, and by 1 a.m. on Friday, the same idea. So what are we talking about in terms of peak gusts? This graphic, it's the best that I could do to kind of illustrate. What you're going to find is widespread tropical storm force gusts, 50 miles per hour, possible across the entire area. But we're zeroing in closer to the metro, 60 mile per hour gusts. There's going to be a pretty decent swath of hurricane force wind gusts, and you're going to see a particularly narrow swath of 80 mile per hour plus wind gusts. And it's going to be along that strip that we're going to watch the majority of at least the hurricane damage. Now, this is not including individual tornadoes that may develop over the process. This is just talking from the hurricane itself, okay? So let's take it county by county. We're going to go over a few counties. If I don't mention your county, give me a couple of minutes. We'll do them again with other counties down the line. 10 p.m. tonight. Lake County, that's when the hurricane conditions begin for you, and that should continue through Thursday around 6 p.m. We heard the Deputy Director at the Hurricane Center's biggest concern was the flooding. Rainfall amounts 1 foot to 1.5 feet here in Lake County. You're under a hurricane warning, by the way. For us in Seminole County, 2 a.m. tomorrow morning through 9 p.m. tomorrow night. That's when we expect to see those wind gusts running 70 to 80 miles per hour. And in Brevard County, 1 a.m. tomorrow morning through 11 p.m. tomorrow night. That's when the worst of the weather is through your area, 60 to 70 mile per hour gusts, certainly the majority on the northern side of the county, but we could be talking about a foot of rain. More in just a couple of minutes. Back to you.
All right, Eric, thanks so much. We appreciate that. Again, just giving us all of that perspective, that information that we can start making our plans, make decisions that are good for our families, our pets, our households as this storm gets a little bit closer and closer. So we reported yesterday that the airport was going to be closed today at 10:30. This morning, we've been checking in with our crews that have been at the airport, and yeah, there was a mad rush of people trying to get out.
We do want to clarify, the operations will be ceasing, but any emergency flights will still go on. Let's bring in WESH-2's Tony Atkins. He's been at the airport all morning long. We've seen the crowds behind you, Tony, as all of these people are trying to make their way out of Central Florida. What's the update? How are things looking now?
Well, right now things are going very smoothly. As you can see right behind me, it's not really a crowd. In fact, the wait here is only 4 to 8 minutes. People have been making their way in and out all throughout the day. So the airport doing a really good job of getting people out of here. When we arrived here earlier today, it was just a...
All right, we're going to check back in with Tony in just a little bit, but in the meantime, the governor is giving an update.
Let's listen in Tallahassee.
Southwest of Charlotte County, and it's moving north-northeast at 10 miles per hour. It is now a Category 4 hurricane with maximum sustained winds of up to 155 miles per hour. That is knocking on the door of a Category 5 storm. We expect landfall in southwest Florida later today as a major hurricane and will slowly move across the central Florida peninsula before exiting the northeast Florida coast probably sometime on Thursday. Much of southern Florida is already experiencing impacts from the storm as it moves closer to landfall. There have been several tornado warnings issued during the overnight hours, and we expect to see that continue today. A storm of this magnitude will produce catastrophic flooding and life-threatening storm surge on the Gulf Coast of Florida, and the highest risk areas are ranging from Collier County up to Sarasota County. The current track has the storm making landfall in Charlotte County. If you are in any of those counties, it's no longer possible to safely evacuate. It's time to hunker down and prepare for this storm. This is a powerful storm that should be treated like you would treat if a tornado was approaching your home. If you're out on the roads, get to a safe place as soon as possible. There's more than 200 shelters open in just the Southwest Florida region alone. We're already seeing bridge closures. The Skyway Bridge is closed now, going from Manatee to Pinellas counties. There's 40,000 power outages reported, but outside of Southwest Florida, crews are responding to those power outages. Don't go outside in the eye of the storm. It's still dangerous. There's actually a calmness if the center of the hurricane is right over you. You think maybe the storm has passed. That's not the case. It's still very dangerous. There's possibilities of tornadoes. It would also be very difficult to potentially get back into your home. So even if it seems calm, wait to make sure that the storm has actually passed. Once the storm is passed and it's safe to go outside, I urge you to be cautious. Avoid downed power lines. Avoid standing water. Stay clear of damaged trees. If you are using a generator for power, make sure that that is being operated outside your home. Do not operate that indoors. And then don't drive in flooded streets. People will look and think they can drive through it, and it doesn't work out well for them. As the storm has approached, we've already had enough winds to have local bridges closed. So the bridge on State Road 64, Manatee Avenue East, has now been closed. The bridge at SR 684 and Cortez Road has now been closed, and the John Ringling Causeway has been closed. And that is basically a function of when the winds reach a certain threshold. Obviously, you're going to see more bridge use suspended given the ferocity of this storm. This morning, Director Guthrie asked for additional airlift, hoist, and high water vehicles from the Department of Defense in coordination with FEMA. The Department of Transportation also has 1,200 personnel on standby to perform cut and toss operations. We're bringing in supplies by plane, boat, and by high water vehicle. All the airports in Southwest Florida have leave-behind teams in place so that they will be able to get the runways in good shape once the storm has passed. We have 5,000 Florida Guardsmen activated, 2,000 from neighboring states. We have air assets, urban search and rescue teams stationed now in Miami that will be able to respond over to Southwest Florida. Florida Fish and Wildlife, both vehicle assets, water assets, and air assets. And the U.S. Coast Guard has now staged 4 cutters. They also have shallow draft vessels ready to provide search and rescue assistance to the flooded areas. There are over 30,000 linemen staged and ready for power restoration efforts across the state of Florida, and that includes linemen across all of our major utilities, and a lot of these linemen are coming from out of state. So this is a major, major effort. Of course, the storm has to pass. There needs to be the ability for them to get in and access what they need to access, but that's going to be a priority, and Kevin and his team are going to be working hard on that. I want to thank the 26 states that have sent support to us during this time, including Tennessee, Virginia, Montana, Louisiana, New York, Colorado, Indiana, New Jersey, and Georgia. We very much appreciate the assistance, and as this storm hits, we've got massive amounts of assets that are staged, but we're already discussing about ways where we can get more value-added support. So most of you have said call, and we may be doing just that as the recovery efforts go forward. So this is a major, major storm. It's something that we knew was going to be significant. The strengthening of this over the last night, has been really significant. It's potentially that it could make landfall as a Category 5, but clearly this is a very powerful major hurricane that's going to have major impacts, both on impact in Southwest Florida, but then as it continues to work through the state, it is going to have major impacts in terms of wind, in terms of rain, in terms of flooding. So this is going to be a nasty day, 2 days. Probably we think now it will be exiting the peninsula sometime on Thursday. Yesterday, based on how fast it was moving, thought maybe it would be till the wee hours of Friday morning. So this is going to be a rough stretch. We're here to respond to the areas that are affected once the storm is passed. Local emergency responders are standing by, ready to go. I think most people heeded the warnings of doing the evacuations in those very sensitive locations, but not everyone may have done that. And so we understand that a storm of this magnitude, there's going to be a need, to begin those rescue efforts apace. Kevin Guthrie is here for an update from Florida DEM.
Thank you, Governor. Hurricane Ian, as the governor has mentioned, is projected to make landfall this afternoon on the Charlotte County coast. This will cause life-threatening storm surge, flooding. Tropical storm force winds will be felt throughout the entire state, and even isolated tornadoes. I urge Floridians who have made the decision to shelter in place, to stay indoors, and stay off the roads. You do not want to be outdoors or on the roads as a storm of this size is making landfall in your area. It is extremely dangerous. If you have battery-operated or hand-crank weather radios, you should be checking them now, changing the batteries, making sure that they work. Power outages will occur. If you get a weather alert for a tornado, and as the governor has already mentioned, if you're in the Southwest Florida area, you should make the same preparations as if it is a tornado going over your house. Get to an interior room, free of windows. Have stuff to be able to protect your head and body from the debris, such as a blanket, sleeping bag, mattress, or even potentially helmets. If there are flash flood warnings in your area, remember, it is never safe to walk or drive through flooded areas. We continue to coordinate with all of our electrical partners. As the governor's mentioned, there are over 30,000 linemen staged throughout the city, from north central Florida all the way down to Miami. As areas in South Florida and the Keys begin to experience power outages, remember to contact your service provider, not 911, for power restoration. You can also keep your refrigerators shut. Open them as little as possible to help preserve your perishable items. If you're using a generator, as we've been saying now for days, remember to keep it elevated, on a hard surface, away from doors and windows, outside of garages. This will help you stay safe. If residents have any questions about resources for Hurricane Ian, I urge them to reach out to their local emergency management or public safety office. This storm is here. It is imminent. I can tell you it is a Cat 4 hurricane, nearly a Cat 5. I know all of the emergency management directors in Southwest Florida very well. Combined, they have over 200 years of experience. They're preparing and they're expecting a Cat 5. So please stay indoors, stay away from windows, get to an interior location of your house. If anyone has any questions and they still have phone service, if you need to contact the state to ask for assistance, we have a cell assistance information line. That number is 1-800-342-3557. That is 1-800-342-3557. As always, please follow us on our social media at Facebook and our Twitter page at FLCERT. Thank you, Governor, for your leadership.
Jimmy?
Thank you, Governor. Florida's urban search and rescue teams are staged in Miami and also in Central Florida. We have over 600 resources to bear. We have FEMA teams that have come in from out of state. We have Virginia 1 and 2 that just literally came back from Puerto Rico in Miami, also there to assist. Out of the 8 teams in Florida, 5 are activated. They will have search and rescue dogs. They will have swiftwater boats. They will go from door to door with engineers and trauma surgeons as soon as it is safe for them to make access to those neighborhoods. They will go from door to door to administer life-saving support through their missions. When it comes to hurricane response, I will put the state of Florida up against any of the 50 states. We have the best professionals, and Governor, this is the largest response I've ever seen in the state. It's amazing work that you and your team have done. They've been training for their entire lives for this mission. Please stay safe, and as the governor said, hunker down. Now's not the time to hit the roads.
Okay, so we will be, of course, monitoring the impacts as soon as the storm moves its way through any given part of the state. The priority is going to be to get personnel in there to be able to launch rescue efforts, and then obviously pave the way so that we can bring in more supplies to the airports, clearing roads so that our linemen can get in there and restore power. So all of that is standing by. But this is going to be a major storm. You've been following the tracks and seeing, obviously we knew for quite some time that it would be a major hurricane. Some of those tracks a couple days ago showed maybe it would weaken as it reached landfall further north. This one has just strengthened, and it is the real deal. So it's going to do a lot of damage. So people should be prepared for that. As Kevin said, there's going to be widespread power outages, and those power outages are going to occur not just in Southwest Florida, but in other portions of the state. Of course, it's a priority to give those linemen the ability to get in there and restore that. But people should just be prepared. There's going to be damage to infrastructure with a storm of this nature, and power and communications and all those things can be affected. Do what you need to do to stay safe. If you are where that storm is approaching, you're already in hazardous conditions. It's going to get a lot worse very quickly. So please hunker down, treat it like a tornado, and make sure that that your friends and family know where you are. We're going to have folks that are going to be there very quickly once it's safe. But this is the real deal. So happy to take some questions.
One of the things we've been hearing is that about 2.5 million Floridians have been under some kind of evacuation order. You touched on it just briefly, but do we have any concept of how many people have heeded that evacuation order?
Well, I think if you talk to the local counties, I think that I spoke with some of the folks in Lee County, and they said people are by and large abiding by it. Now, it's not going to be everyone. I mean, you guys know, have been in Florida, there'll be a major hurricane approaching. There'll be sometimes people want to go out and surf in that. That's just, you just have some people that do that. But my sense has been there's been by and large interest in treating this thing very seriously across those counties. I mean, I do think that when you have tracks that are uncertain, and this is just, it's an inexact science, but when they see it in North Florida, then moving down north of Tampa, then some people think, well, it's probably going to shift again, so why should I do that? We're at the point now, these aren't models, this is what the storm is actually doing, and so it is going to hit there. That's just the nature of it. So I think most people did. Of course, we've been stressing the folks in the mobile homes to make sure that they evacuated. Again, talking with the people on the local level, I think a lot of those people did. I don't think it's 100%.
Question for Director Guthrie. This storm, is there a lot of resemblance to Charlie in the way it's going to cut across the state? And what is your best guess that's going to have on the people of Central Florida, Orange, Osceola, Seminole counties?
So, yes, it does have a Charlie-esque feel. I think one of the things that's a little bit different with Charlie, I mean, again, on the prediction models, it may go through Central Florida at a less intensity than what we had for Hurricane Charlie, dumping more rain, as the governor mentioned earlier today, possibly speeding up just a little bit to getting out of here in 24 hours versus 36 hours. So that'll certainly help on the rainfall side of the house. But again, it does have a Charlie-esque feel, but it should not be nearly as catastrophic on the winds like we saw with Hurricane Charlie all the way into Central Florida. We do expect rapid weakening, but again, there will be tropical storm force winds strong tropical storm force winds felt all the way through the central part and up into northeast Florida as a part of this storm.
Yeah, we saw a lot of trees get plowed down during Charlie, obviously. So
and I think one thing for Central Florida is because we've had a lot of saturation, those trees are vulnerable. So you're going to see trees are going to come down even with tropical storm force winds. It does not need to be hurricane force. So you are absolutely going to see that. That is going to cause interruptions in power. And of course, the sheer amount of rain that's going to come down is going to have a major impact across the center portion of the state. And even with the projected exit of the state in Volusia County, because of what it's going to do when it gets into the Atlantic, you're going to see impacts all the way up to Nassau County and Duval County, absolutely, in terms of some of the flooding and some of the other things that you will see because of the effects of this. So there will be significant effects, and you will absolutely see trees, you will see power interruptions, and you will see a lot of rain and water.
With the Sunshine Skyway just closing, and I'm sure y'all anticipate many more closures similar to that, is there any time y'all anticipate them opening back up, or first responders, that kind of stuff?
So basically what happens on the bridges is once it reaches a certain sustained winds, it's no longer safe to go over, so that's when they close it. Of course, as soon as the storm passes and those winds go down, they immediately will go out and inspect the bridge to make sure there's not structural damage and to make sure it's safe. And then the minute it's safe, of course, for first responders, but also we want to get people back into their homes. And so if you're people evacuated out of Pinellas County, there's a lot of bridges that you need to take to get back to that peninsula. We want people to be able to do that. And the further it's away from the really strong winds, the less likely I think you will see major structural damage in bridges. If you look in Charlotte, Lee counties, I mean, you're going to end up in situations where you have a massive storm that's impacting those bridges. And it doesn't mean that they're not, a lot of these are built very well, but there's a lot that can happen. One of the things that Kevin and his team have done with the Florida Department of Transportation is instruct the securing of these barges that are in the water. When we had Hurricane Sally, you had a barge that was loose, ran into the bridge, and it knocked the bridge out. So that is something that is avoidable, and so that's been something, that message has been sent down, that if the storm itself knocks out a bridge, that's Mother Nature, and we just got to work to remedy that. But if things are being left loose that are then going to ram into the bridge and cause that to be disabled, I mean, we worked really hard to get the bridge up in Northwest Florida back, but I mean, it takes time to be able to do it when it has that type of major impact like that. So all of that, there's sensitivity, the need to have the bridges open as soon as possible, but there's also sensitivity, the fact that you have 60-mile-an-hour sustained winds on one of those bridges. That's not a place that you want to be as a motorist, and quite frankly, it's not safe for our first responders even to be using that.
Given that there is a lot of rain and flooding and substantial storm surge associated with this storm, does it make it different than storms we've had in the past? Because I believe, Director Guthrie, last night you said there's going to be a great humanitarian lift that's going to be needed after this, especially considering some people may not have flood insurance, and that may be the biggest issue for a lot of them. So are there special preparations that you guys are taking for this storm that you maybe haven't taken in the past?
Well, I would say, and I think Kevin would agree, in terms of the resources that have been staged, we prepared for Dorian. That came very close. That was a Category 5. That was massive. That was a massive mobilization that we did. We were ready if that would have hit Florida. This has been bigger in terms of the mobilization. I mean, the assets that we have are unprecedented in the state's history, and unfortunately, I mean, they're going to need to be deployed because this is a really significant storm. In terms of how people in the aftermath who have damage, so one of the things with the flood insurance is there's folks that are told, hey, if you're not in a flood zone, you don't need flood insurance, and so people buy homes and they don't get it. But the fact is that there are places outside of, quote, flood zones where you absolutely, in an event like this, could be impacted. So FEMA does have programs that can offer support, but the FEMA's support is not going to be equal to what you would have gotten in a flood insurance policy. And so that's going to be something that we're going to have to look very seriously at in terms of what the impacts are of that. There's a lot of folks that have a homeowner's policy And sometimes they're told that that could also be for flood, and those are just different policies. The homeowners is from the wind, direct storm damage, the flood insurance obviously from rising waters. There will be debates in people's policies about, okay, you had a Cat 4, maybe even a 5 hit. Yes, your home got flooded, but is that also direct storm damage and not flood? And can your homeowner insurance? So that'll be good. I know Jimmy will be involved in doing that to try to help Florida consumers. But yeah, there's going to be a lot of fallout from this in terms of getting people back on their feet. But that's why we've done the mobilization that we've done. Right now, it's about safety. I think most Floridians made the proper precautions to keep themselves safe. The ones that didn't, that may end up in harm's way, there's a lot of assets that are staged, and those are going to be deployed because we want to help people. I mean, even if they made a different decision, we're all in this together, we're going to do that. Once that kind of life-saving part of the operation is concluded, it's all about getting people back on their feet. And there may be some people that had nothing more than just losing power, but that's important to get them back to normalcy. There's others that may have really significant structural damages to their residence. They're going to need assistance, and so all of that will be part of what will be really an unprecedented effort in the history of the state. I'm going to be traveling into North Central Florida today to be able to meet with a lot of the linemen that we have staged. I think it's important to just thank them for what they're doing, because their quick response, be able to help get people back on the grid, really helps with the entire response effort. If you have everyone no power for weeks on end, like we have had in other storms, that makes everything else that we're doing difficult. I mean, I've been through these storms, prior to being in elected office, and it's like, okay, the power is going to go out, but then after a while, people just start to get antsy. It's human nature. And so the fact that they're here in really huge numbers, ready to go down and descend, they're not only doing their job, they're performing a public service for us. So we're appreciative of that, and we're going to thank them for that, and we will get them deployed. Kevin, FDOT, they're going to make sure that those roads get cleared as soon as possible. Now, some of that is going to be very, very difficult, because you're going to have a lot of debris. You're going to have a lot of trees. I mean, just think Hurricane Michael. There were some places at Category 5. I mean, it's like the whole forest came down almost on some of these roads. This is knocking on the door of that, and it's going to cause a lot of damage. And so that's going to be a huge priority. It's going to take a lot of manpower, but we're going to use the resources that we need to get it done. Okay, thank you.
All right, if you're just joining us, it is 7:58. We just got another update from Governor DeSantis. He is tracking the latest with Hurricane Ian. He even acknowledged that this is very close to being a Category 5 hurricane as it gets closer to Southwest Florida and the Lee County, Collier County area. He's told us that crews are standing by. There's a lot of help from out of state also standing by to help as well.
Yeah, and when we're talking about this Category 4 to Category 5, sort of couple miles per hour of a difference in sustained winds, we are waiting on that 8 o'clock advisory, and we are going to be checking in with our team of meteorologists when that does happen. In the meantime, he also mentioned that there are a lot of linemen standing by. That is because we're also seeing immense power outages in that southern part of our state. Right now, we're at 82,000 at this hour, and it hasn't even made landfall. I'm sorry, 89,000, and that just increased.
You just looked that up, and it's already jumped again in that time. Just to show, again, the storm has not even made landfall, but it's already wreaking havoc on South Florida.
We're going to take a quick break here, and we will, excuse me. We're going to go to our weather forecasters right now, our meteorologists. That 8 a.m. advisory, of course, all eyes on that right now, because we have been talking about how right now sustained winds are at 2 miles per hour less than what would technically be categorized as a Category 5.
Yes, and we know that once this makes landfall and starts making its way up the state towards Central Florida, it will die down a little bit, but when it makes landfall, it will be an issue. But again, that 8 a.m. advisory, any moment now, our forecasters will have it.
Meteorologist Eric Burris is joining us now. Eric, what do we know?
So we did just get that 8 o'clock intermediate advisory. Winds are still sitting at 155 miles per hour. The pressure is holding steady. And the reason that this hasn't changed at all is because there hasn't been another pass by the hurricane hunters in the last couple of minutes' time. Okay, so just to give you an idea, the recon missions are zigzagging around. They're not just in there hunting the actual area of low pressure. What they're doing is they're trying to find environmental influences to be able to put into computer models and all of that sort of thing. So because of that, in the next, I think, about 20 minutes time, we're going to get another pass by this recon mission. They'll be able to throw another drop sonde out, and we'll be able to get an idea of what exactly this storm system looks like now. But for now, 155 mile per hour sustained winds, okay? Gusts even higher than that. 157 is Cat 5. But I want to stress for our friends in Southwest Florida, the difference is nothing. What they're about to go through is going to be a memorable event for all the wrong reasons. We're going to be experiencing a very large storm surge, 12 to 16 feet, and we're also going to be dealing with, obviously, massive power outages down there. As this storm system moves toward us, it will be weakening, but it will still have quite a punch. As a matter of fact, already what I do think is quite interesting in this scenario, the storm is not in Central Florida yet. All we have had are some kind of gusty feeder bands, but already there are more than 2,000 residents without power in Brevard County, according to our friends over at poweroutage.us. 1% of Brevard County is already without power, all right? And we haven't even gotten any significant weather just yet. Through the day today, though, Brevard County is one of the areas that we do think will have significant weather because as the storm system makes landfall, before the hurricane conditions actually play out, we're looking at the threat for severe weather across the I-95 corridor, highlighted in the orange shade. That is a level 3 risk for strong to severe storms out of 5, meaning there are going to be lots of cells that have the potential to rotate. All night long, we've been watching tornadic cells down in South Florida. It looks like for now they're in a bit of a lull, which is good for them, give them a breather, but that weather scenario works our direction. And then in addition to the hurricane winds, in addition to the tornadic potential, there is also the large amount of rain falling. And we just spoke with the deputy director at the National Hurricane Center. We'll speak to him again in just a little bit. But his biggest concern was the rain. This is our Futurecast model. And notice it's going with 1 foot to 2 feet of rain across parts of the metro. Now, you head out toward the kind of peripheral areas, and there's a big drop-off, 2 inches in Melbourne, 2.5 inches there. But it's the areas where the core of the storm system moves, we have a great concern for major flooding. And the deputy director went out to say that that's where we lose most people. Freshwater flooding, okay? So keep that in mind. Here's Futurecast. Let's just go through time. Late morning, 11:30 this morning. Very heavy rain, gusty winds embedded in there. It's going to be a squally day. And each one of these squalls that moves through your neighborhood will pick the winds up just a little bit more than the one prior. 30 miles an hour, then 40, then 50. And then progressively, things will get more and more intense until the storm system itself moves in. This is 7 p.m. and the hurricane is now getting into Central Florida. This is going to be where we get those 70, 80 mile per hour winds. Continuing that ramp up, 2 a.m., working right through the metro. Hurricane conditions expected at 5, 6, 7, 8 o'clock, and then moving offshore through Friday. Back to you guys.
All right, Eric, thank you. And you mentioned that interview that you did. It was so interesting to see the comparison between Charlie and Ian. And we know that this is going to be a huge rain event. We heard from him and Eric and our team of meteorologists out on the roadways. We're seeing a lot of that start to come down.
And some of those outer bands are already making the roads slick here in Central Florida. Our first warning traffic anchor and expert, Megan Mackey, is on the roads this morning monitoring. Megan, we checked in with you earlier this morning. You were on I-4 in Orange County. Catch us up to speed. Where are you now and how are the conditions?
Yeah, good morning, Sonica and Sheldon. Right now I am in Osceola County. I'm actually on Highway 27, just west of Champions Gate. I do want to give you a live look here. We are about to turn onto I-4 westbound to head back towards the metro area. You can see not a lot of cars out here though, and we are seeing more of a steady, heavy downpour this morning of the rain. Right now it's kind of let off, but we are seeing those feeder bands and it has picked up throughout the morning, but definitely a lot less cars than we typically see, especially in this area pretty close to the tourist districts like we would see any other day of the week. A lot of people staying off the roads, and that's really what we're encouraging you to do, is don't drive if you do not have to. You know, more people lose their lives on roadways in inclement weather than in any other way. So especially as we go throughout the day and as that storm gets closer to us, we are going to want to really encourage you to stay off the roads if you can. You can see those palm trees are kind of blowing off in the distance right now. Also, even after the storm, you know, if you come across a flooded roadway, it is always best to turn around, and even things like down trees are an issue, down power lines. So again, I-4, not a lot of people out, even here along Highway 27. We're actually going to start heading up back towards the metro area, and we'll give you a live look there once we get there. But for now, I'll send it back to you, Sonica and Sheldon.
All right. Safe travels to you and Ricky Scarwood. They've been our eyes and ears on the road this morning, going all over Central Florida, monitoring the conditions on the road. You know, we heard from the governor not too long ago. He talked about some of the high water vehicles that are on standby, crews from out of state that are also standing by. But even here locally, we've got crews that are already at the ready, just in case things get a little bit crazier as the days go on.
We're certainly going to need them too through the storm and even after the storm. Let's get right to WESH-2's Greg Fox. He's at the Orange County Convention Center, where a lot of the resources are being kept. And Greg, specifically here, we of course have our own local resources. There are a lot of crews coming in from out of state. How are those resources going to be used to supplement what we already have?
So, and you're right, they're coming from other states, and behind me you're going to see about 300 ambulances and other medical vehicles to be able to transport people, to be able to respond to calls, but primarily there have been a lot of what are called missions to go and remove people from evacuation areas that are over on the Gulf Coast. Chris Staywash, if you can step in here for a second and give us the lowdown on this. How many missions, how many people helped? What's the big picture here?
Well, we went on approximately a half a dozen missions yesterday, which encompassed 100 ambulances moving patients from those evacuation areas to safer locations.
And people might think, well, we've got first responders, we have firefighters, paramedics, police. Why do we need this out-of-town support? But it's absolutely critical, right?
It is, and FEMA, we are the national contractor for FEMA, so we respond to all sorts of disaster situations or public health emergencies across the country with our AMR units and our network providers. And at the request of FEMA, we are given missions to assist the locals so they don't get overwhelmed and they can focus on the things at home or the things in their local community and take care of the folks that they take care of best.
So how long are they expected to be here? Days, weeks?
Yeah, we're here for at least a 14-day mission that could easily be extended by FEMA, but we're here as long as it takes to get the job done and make sure everyone is taken care of.
And finally, this is not new. You've done this for many recent disasters across the country, have you not?
We have. We've done everything from COVID to wildfires in California to hurricane responses up and down the East Coast. It's something that our crews do on a regular basis, and they are very good at it.
All right, Chris Staywash, thanks very much. If you can step over here, I just want to give you a quick look at just some of the other assets that we've got inside the Orange County Convention Center over there. Those are helicopters from Patrick Air Force Base. We're going to talk more about that coming up in our next hour, but we'll send it back to you.
Greg, thanks so much. We will check back in with Greg in just a minute, but we did just get a tornado warning right here for Central Florida.
Let's send things right out to our meteorologists.
We have a tornado warning that goes in effect for Osceola County going until 8:30 this morning. Actually, if we could switch over to links 1 to get you a better idea of where this storm is. So right now, this does include Yeehaw Junction. It is a radar indicated tornado warning. Right now, it looks like it's to the east of 441 and to the southwest of Highway 60. There is that confirmed radar tornado, We've been talking about this potential all morning with these outer bands moving in from Hurricane Ian. Now we have a confirmed tornado via our radar site. So this is a look right there. So we have the greens and the reds coming together. That's where we have a tornado warning in effect. Let's see here. So it's going to go until 8:30 this morning. Right now, outside of Yeehaw Junction. So I think that this would pose a biggest threat for people traveling along State Highway 60, 441, the Turnpike. We're going to look at our movement with this storm. And it's moving towards it's moving from the southeast rather up towards the northwest. So this is a quick moving system. Eric, do we know, is the National Hurricane Center or National Weather Service saying anything about the speed? It looks like it is moving pretty fast.
Yeah, it's definitely moving very, very quickly. What they're saying is that it's running at about 25 miles an hour. So until 8:30, so we've got about a 20-minute window here where this tornado warning is in effect. And the one thing that's interesting here, Kellyanne, is that if there was a tornado, all right, let's just do this. Let's take a look at the velocity channel, okay? It would be working right to Yeehaw Junction, so right at the Turnpike and State Road 60 in this area here. Not a ton of people live here, but there are people that live here, okay? It is radar indicated. Let's take a look at our debris tracker signature, and that says quite the story there, doesn't it, Kellyanne? That blue dot, that's an indication of not just rain in the atmosphere, right?
Yeah, so that's a look at our debris tracker. When we see all of this red, and then in that red we see these lighter color shadings, that's indicating it's debris, whether it's debris from a home or anything like that, anything that the tornado can pick up. This is what we're showing right now. So there's where that likely tornado is. Looks like it is now potentially on the ground because of that debris being picked up. Looks like the latest scan is beginning to kind of fade it out, but still we have that active tornado warning for Osceola County around Yeehaw Junction, moving to the northwest at 25 miles per hour, heading directly over State Highway 60. In the back, if we could find any cameras around the Turnpike, State Road 60, 441 to get you a better idea, better visual of what we can see. But this is what we're seeing right now on our radar. Pinging winds of about 48 miles per hour. Looks like that right side, so the green side that you're seeing is weakening just a bit, but on a rotation tracker, we're still going towards that almost high category. So when you start to get the reds, that's saying that there is some decent rotation within the storm, and putting it on that loop over the past couple of hours, or past couple of minutes rather, you can see why they issued that tornado warning. It does look like it's beginning to weaken with that scan from our debris tracker, with that scan from our rotation tracker. It is showing that it is weakening, but this is still a very dangerous situation as it moves over the Turnpike, moving across State Road or State Highway 60, 441 in Osceola County. This is going to go until 8:30 this morning, and looks like it's now beginning to weaken, Eric, a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. But as it continues over, you know, this is such rural territory, but the one spot that does have people that live here is Yeehaw Junction, okay? This is going to be the first of what I believe will be many tornado warnings today, because the environment has this shear. The red shades that you see here, that's winds going in one direction. The greens, winds going in a different direction. So with that said, we start off with a little bit of this shear. I did want to widen over here toward Vero Beach just very briefly, because this is another suspect cell here. Vero Beach just out of the WESH-TV coverage area, but right around Gifford there, Vero Beach, just north of State Road 60, there is another little indication of some potential rotation there. So we're starting to see our atmosphere destabilize. Just a reminder, we are under a tornado watch until 5 o'clock this evening. And the biggest concern with tornadoes, whether it's this one that we think more than likely touched down just before working to Yeehaw Junction, is that they would be rain-wrapped tornadoes. So it's not like you'd be able to look out your window and see that wedge approaching you. It would be raining, and then it hits, and then it would just be raining, right? So let's go to the very latest imagery, and let's just take a look at the velocity channel. And what I want to do is I want to circle where this rotation is on the map, okay? So right there. If we switch back to the reflectivity, it's pouring out ahead of it. This is behind it. So if you lived right near the Turnpike and State Road 60, and again, there's not a lot here, but if you lived there, as this approaches, it would just be very, very heavy rainfall. Let's take another look at that debris tracker, still showing signs. So what the debris tracker does is it looks at the size of the particles, the particulates in the atmosphere. Rain has a very unique signature, a very unique shape. Anything that doesn't fit that shape goes from these reds to the greens. Earlier, though, there was a much bigger indication. If we go a couple of frames ago, you see the blue shade. And that blue shade there is a definitive indicator that this was not just rain. This was not just maybe some contamination. That, to me, shows that there was at the very least a touchdown. And what that would be is dirt debris, trees. Certainly it could be residences. We've not gotten any actual indication from the National Hurricane Center, no confirmation from them. But that said, certainly with this, that tells me that there was at the very least a brief touchdown. All right, back over to the velocity, Kellyanne, and it is still a couplet.
Yeah, and I was just, while you were talking, I was just combing through some of our tower cams. So this is a look right now at Florida's Turnpike, and I was going to mention, and you were spot on, Erica, this could likely be rain wrapped. We have a lot of heavy rainfall moving through the area. Typically with the radar products, when you get the reflectivity, typically you get a hook echo. So that's where you see where the tornado is. But with this rain wrapped tornado, there is no hook echo. So we have to go by the velocity. When you have the greens and the reds coming together, that's indicating that there is a tornado. And we also use our debris tracker to see if anything has been lofted into the air. So still watching for right around Yeehaw Junction over the turnpike south of Highway 60, moving very quickly from the southeast to the northwest at about 25 miles per hour. If there was a tornado, it would be right here. So it's still hard to see. Can't really make it out on our reflectivity product, but when we look at our rotation tracker, our velocity, we can see that much better. Still some rotation now, getting a little bit closer to State Highway 91 as this moves up towards the northeast, towards Yeehaw and Yeehaw Junction. But we're thinking the strongest rotation is just along the southern portions of Osceola County and Indian River County. Again, watching, like Eric said, Vero Beach, a couple of little weak rotation, little couplets there, but not seeing anything that would be tornado warned just yet. Although that is pretty interesting when we go there in Indian River County outside of Vero Beach, not seeing an active warning just yet, but that is pretty interesting.
As this lifts to the north, my friends in Mico, Barefoot Bay, Grant, Valcaria, crossing over to Brevard County, it's not going to take this very long. Let me just widen the perspective out to give you kind of an idea of where we are. Okay, so there's Grant, Valcaria, there's Mico. So we're just outside of the WESH-2 coverage area in Indian River County. New tornado warning just issued for that cell, as a matter of fact. It does look like it doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't. It's right on the border. Let's just go ahead and say it, though. Like, if you live in Mico at this point, there is a rotating storm that is moving your direction. So Sebastian Inlet, I know for a fact, too, that there are residents in northern Indian River County that get our signal here. So Orchid Island, Wabasso, getting over toward Sebastian, and even over toward Roseland, northern Indian River County, there's going to be, at the very least, an indication of a tornado. Let's take a look here at the debris signature. Not seeing a debris signature here along the coastline at the moment, but over these next few hours' time, as this line, let's just widen the shot out a little bit, as this line of storms starts lifting to the north, it's going to be finding more and more energy available, and because of that, the threat for tornadoes in our area will grow from our southern communities eventually into our northern communities through Brevard County, Osceola, and then continuing up through the metro. So again, just to reset where we are at, there are 2 tornado warnings that are in effect for our area. One for Osceola County near Yeehaw Junction. There is a very sparsely populated area, but it's right around 441, State Road 60, and of course the Turnpike. Let's take a look at the velocity channel here and just see what's doing. And we're still getting, it's a fairly weak rotation signature, but we are still getting that rotation signature there. Then moving over here toward Indian River County, I do not want to just ignore this because it's technically out of our WESH-2 coverage area, because this is going to be moving in, and this one looks fairly healthy right around Indian River shores, lifting up to the north. So friends that are listening to us around Orchid and Wabasso Beach, granted you are just outside of our coverage area, but I know that they receive our signal here, okay? There are a lot of people there that live in Indian River County, Kellyanne.
And it's moving pretty quickly. So by the time we start talking about this moving up towards the northwest, eventually, if it holds together, like you said, going into Melbourne, into Brevard County, those types of locations. But we can see it's rain wrapped. We don't have a definitive signature that there is a hook echo. This is rain wrapped. These are all outer rain bands from Hurricane Ian. Right now, we're seeing lots of rainfall move up from Indian River County into Brevard County. No active warning just yet, but Brevard County, start thinking about your safe place right now, especially in Mico, Grant, Valcaria, because this is moving very quickly to the northwest at 30 miles per hour. Also, just want to note, this is what we're going to be dealing with throughout the rest of the morning and into the afternoon hours as Ian moves closer. We're going to be watching our severe weather threat really begin to bump up as those outer rain bands from the system move through. I mean, look at all of this rotation right now. There's two definitive areas of rotation that we are tracking. So there's two tornado warnings, one in Indian River County. There is also one in Osceola County moving from Indian River County. So the one in Indian River County, that's towards Indian River Shores and Vero Beach, just north. That expires at 8:45 this morning. Then we have another tornado warning for Osceola County near Yeehaw Junction. That expires at 8:30 this morning. And also we need to watch areas out in the Atlantic. Perfect for it to really begin to spin up and create a lot of rotation moving onshore. Could also prompt some tornado warnings as well. But again, these are likely rain wrapped with all of this rainfall now we're seeing. And this is the radar site at Melbourne. That is showing you what that says is that these are likely on the ground tornadoes. So what happens is at the radar site, the beam goes up into the air, but these areas are close to the radar site, so they're getting closer to ground level. We're looking at the debris tracker right now, not really liking what we see just south of Yeehaw Junction.
It's like it could be contamination. I'm struggling with this one because if you look, if we just circle where the rotation itself is, and then we take a look at the correlation coefficient, I mean, that one's tough to see. Let's just back this up a few. No. Yeah, I mean, it could be a signature there for sure. Yeah. So, all right, Kellyanne, it looks, yeah, I would say that probably does look like we've got some debris aloft.
Yeah, certainly possible. I mean, it could also spread out as well. You know, just as this is something that we're going to be watching very closely. But as of now, it looks like we have that tornado at least just to the east of Yeehaw Junction. We were picking it up earlier out into Indian River County from our debris tracker, right around State Highway 60. Now moving out to the northwest. It's still hard to tell, but with that rotation to the east of Yeehaw Junction, still certainly possible that we could see some rotation. We have to fine tune each and every radar site. We're scanning through Melbourne. We're scanning through our own radar at WESH, Tampa's radar. Still some weak rotation though. Yeah, I'm just looking at the different sources. Yeah, so there's definitely weak rotation. What I'm curious about is this debris from earlier, or is it still, for lack of a better term, is it still tornadoing, right? So here's a look at the cell. It is a rain-wrapped cell right over Blue Cypress Ranch Road out near Lacosi. We're kind of working our way across the turnpike right now, just north of State Road 60. The potential is there to have a rain-wrapped tornado. Looking at the velocity channel here, and you can see it's that red and that green close together. That is wind working in opposite directions from each other, and that's the indicator that we are watching. Especially on the north side, it's a little bit gustier. When we talk about the overall winds, we're seeing winds here running about 44 in one direction and 15 in another. So you're talking 50, 60 mile per hour winds. Not a large scale tornado, but weak tornadoes still produce plenty of damage. And this is an environment that is ripe for tornadoes. We've talked all morning about this. All night last night and even yesterday afternoon, there were tornado warning after tornado warning after tornado warning issued down in South Florida, and we have seen video this morning of many tornadoes confirmed touchdown. Take a look over here to Indian River County. Want to take another look, and we're just kind of tweaking around Indian River Shores area. That definitely looks to me like a solid rotation signature. Happy to say that at least at the moment, I am not seeing a definitive debris signature there. But over into Osceola County, at the very least, there is debris still aloft from what is most likely an earlier tornado touchdown. The blue shades. You're looking at a lot of colors. I know it's kind of tough to navigate. There's so many different modes. The debris tracker mode on the radar. The red is rain, okay? It's kind of silly how they did that. But when we start to see these yellows and these greens, that tells the radar that the particles are different shapes and sizes. In some cases, that could denote hail. Certainly, that's not the case here. But when you start to get to the blue, that says it is a completely different shape than rainwater. And that's when we start to get confidence that at least there was something of a tornado touchdown. And with each new radar frame, Kellyanne, we continue to see that signature. Yeah, and that is concerning. Do we have the latest radar scan from the velocity product that we can see?
Yeah.
Yeah, still some very weak rotation in there, right around Yeehawk Junction, pretty much over. And if this continues that northwesterly track, it's pretty much over the turnpike right now. Okay, so rotation tracker from our products, still looking like some weak rotation. We were really noticing it in Indian River County, moving into Osceola County towards Yeehaw Junction. That looks promising that we're starting to see that rotation weaken. This tornado warning does go until 8:30, so within the next about 5 minutes or so, it will be expired, but we still need to watch other areas once that expires, including this tornado warning in Indian River County, north and northwest of Indian River Shores, pretty much going right over pretty much A1A and into I-95. Is right now what we're seeing is clear conditions from I-95. Been checking some of those tower cams and traffic cams and not seeing anything on those besides heavy rainfall. But again, it would likely be rain wrapped with this system. So Indian River Shores up towards Orchid. This is where we're watching a rain wrapped tornado move from the south up to the northwest. Any new information about a debris signature within that one? It is going through a pretty populated neighborhood area.
No, so when we were just looking at the debris tracker itself, notice that all of these colors are red. So the radar is saying it's all rain, which is all right. You know, that's what you want when you see this kind of a scenario, a tornado warning signature. That's good stuff. But nevertheless, looking at the velocity, there is still rotation that's kind of working up into Obasso, Orchid Island, and then eventually Roseland and getting into Brevard County. So we want to keep an eye on that. Let's just look. The rotation tracker is a really great product to kind of widen it out and just get an idea of what's happening. So we've got our 2 tornado warned cells. There's little bits of rotation off the shoreline, but at least for now, those are the 2 ball games. Everything south of town looks to be okay. The concern, though, is that we're kind of speeding up the atmosphere. We're helping to lift this up. This is all rotating around Hurricane Ian, and eventually your heavy rain down in Grant, Valkyria, Barefoot Bay, and Mico, that heavy rain is going to start to become a little more threatening as this line of energy marches in your direction. So let's take a look again. That tornado warning for Osceola County still going for another about 3 minutes or so, perhaps a rotating storm, rain wrapped. We don't know if it's on the ground right now. The rotation signature continues to weaken. It would not surprise me. Weather Service posting may allow the first Indian River Osceola tornado warning to expire, but we'll monitor if circulation tightens again. And that kind of goes along with what we're seeing. The rotation is there. More than likely, it's not on the ground. But, you know, if I lived in this area, and there's not a lot of people that live in this area, okay? I'm just going to call out some roads. So we've got Hayman Ranch Road, Peavine Trail. We're out near 523. We're trying to approach Kenansville, but you can see there's a lot of what could be kind of debris aloft in the atmosphere. So it's an indication that this more than likely did touch down. If you live out around Kenansville or central Osceola County, I would definitely watch this very closely, and I can promise you we are going to be watching it very, very closely. Kellyanne, you want to take this one over in Indian River for a bit?
Yeah, absolutely. So let's go and talk about Indian River Shores and Indian River County. Melbourne, right now, you are not under a tornado warning. So Brevard County up towards Mico, Melbourne, Grant, Valkyria, not in a tornado warning just yet, but this is moving very quickly. And I've been scanning through some of our other radar sites as well, and it looks like that rotation is still very tight, so we could see it hold together, move up into Brevard County, and potentially prompt a tornado warning out there. This is still in effect until 8:45 this morning, likely to extend that. As we take a look at some of our different radar products and different radar sites, you could still see some rotation outside of Orchid into Indian River Shores. This area slowly, or quickly rather, moving up towards the northwest. So if that rotation still holds together, I'm going to be watching for that. Want to show you that wider perspective. So most of Central Florida this morning dealing with light to moderate rainfall. We're watching our areas down south kind of get the start of some of the severe weather with all of that rainfall and the outer bands moving in from what is right now Hurricane Ian. So it's moving in. We have that threat for severe weather. If we could go to WSI 1 really quick, want to show you where the best chance for numerous strong and severe storms will be. So most likely the numerous threat for tornadoes is going to be along I-95, which we're already seeing that this morning. So that I-95 corridor up into Osceola County, Orange County, including the metro, Seminole County, and Volusia County. So this orange shading, this is where we're expected to have numerous tornado warnings for later on today, starting this morning, going throughout the afternoon as Ian moves closer. In the level 2 out of 5 for the area that we just saw in Osceola County. So Yeehaw Junction up towards Kenansville and even in Indian River County. That has scattered potential. So whether you're in the orange, you're in the yellow, or you are in the green, you are still expected to see some sort of rotation as these outer rain bands from Ian move on through.
Kellyanne, I would also just add that they have expired that first tornado warning. So at the moment, none of the WESH-2 CW18 coverage area is under a tornado warning. But certainly, I have a feeling as we get back to regular news programming, we're going to be back on at some point over these next few minutes with more of these kind of scenarios playing out.
Sure, you guys have told us that from the very start, and so all day today we are going to continue with bringing you all the coverage we have. All of our teams are spread out across Central Florida, but if at any moment there is a tornado warning that is activated for us, we're going to take you straight to our meteorologists.
All right, and we know that the airport is closing within the next couple hours or so, but with all of this rain that has fallen in the last hour or so, it really is starting to pick up. It makes you wonder, how are those flights? Are they doing? Are they getting out on time? And we do have a crew at the airport right now.
WESH-2's Tony Atkins is joining us live now. And Tony, it's been a busy morning at the airport. A lot of people trying to get out of Central Florida while they can. How are things now?
Sonica, it's been busy, but right now we are making progress. Where I'm standing right now is the hotel just above the airport check-in area. It's been booked. It's booked all through the weekend. I just checked, but there is some good news for travelers here today. If you just take a look beneath me, you can see the wait times are at about 3 to 7 minutes, and there are virtually no lines, so no wait here as MCO works to get those last travelers here out of the Orlando area. As for other folks that aren't able to get their flights today, a lot of people have had to coordinate hotel rooms outside of the airport area and get where they need to be just to stay safe as Ian makes his way through. I did have the opportunity to speak to a DJ based out of Atlanta who was traveling to Chicago. His flight was delayed 4 times, so he was very, very upset, but hopefully he's able to get out today. Here's what he had to say.
I'm a DJ, so it's like I've already missed 1 gig, which by contract I owe them money at this point, so it's really starting to get frustrating.
Yeah, and a minor inconvenience for him, costing him a few dollars as his flight was delayed several times. But obviously the most important thing here is to be safe. Now, people are staying at this hotel all throughout the weekend, but as for places to go, if you don't have a hotel, many of them could be booked in our area. There are also shelters. The airport here ends its commercial operation at 10:30. It'll still be open for military and emergency use, but as far as commercial and if you're planning to use the airport in the commercial space, it ends at 10:30. So they want you to coordinate with Orange County to see if you can find a shelter. For now, I'm reporting live at Orlando International. Tony Atkins, WESH-2 News.
All right, Tony, thanks so much. And thanks to Jerry Clearman, the photojournalist that's working with Tony, for giving us that kind of aerial view of the terminal area there, because it kind of sets the tone there. The airport closing in 2 hours from now. But again, the rain is picking up. The outer bands from Ian are starting to make their way all across Central Florida right now, and the conditions are deteriorating.
We want to get you over to Volusia County right now. Claire Metz is standing by. She has moved from the mainland area over to the beach. And Claire, I know that Volusia County will be enforcing a curfew. I'm sure you'll get to that in a moment. In the meantime, though, what are the conditions like at the beach right now? Is it already closed to cars?
Well, it is closed to cars. We'll take you from Tony's airport inside. We are outside now at the world's most famous beach, and we don't want to be famous for any kind of a storm. but we have to gear up. There's no doubt about it. So beach safety did close the beach to vehicles. This is a drive-on beach, as y'all know. Closed it to vehicles yesterday. We've seen a few folks walking up and down, and certainly you're welcome to do that, but they're just not recommending it as conditions deteriorate here. But they wanted to close the beach because they wanted to make sure they got all their important assets off, like these lifeguard towers, the signage that is out there for motorists who are up and down on this road, and for passersby watching for kids, etc. So they have to move all those signage, all that signage. They have to move, a lot of things that they bring out here to operate this beach, which is typically busy all of the time. And they tell us that the minute this storm passes, and it may be a little longer than we thought, but the minute this passes, they're going to try and reopen. Take a little listen from a press conference earlier. This is Deputy Chief Tammy Malfers talking about the quick efforts they will work on in order to turn this around and reopen the beach when Ian passes.
Post-storm, our priority will be to get those beaches back open, but we do have to assess the beach first. We have conservation poles that need to be in place and a lot of other things that need to be assessed before we can get that beach back open.
Yeah, so that process takes some time. And keep in mind, this is still turtle nesting season, so they have to ensure that all the nests are safe. Hopefully this system doesn't wash any of those out. We're at high tide, or just past high tide right now, and it hasn't come all the way up to the wall, but as Ian makes its way up into Central Florida, this whole area will look completely and utterly different. And because now we think that Ian may come out right here in Volusia, maybe Flagler counties, we could be in more serious circumstances than anticipated. We don't believe that we're going to have a huge storm surge here. The EOC talking about between 1 and 3, 1 and 4 maybe. Now up in Flagler, a far greater concern, 6, maybe even more of a storm surge up there. And their beach, unlike this one, there's so much beach here, especially at low tide. Up in Flagler, the beach is very, very narrow. They have that red sand that just sort of falls apart. And it's very vulnerable beach up that way. And they've already had a huge erosion event this summer. So there's great concern for the beach up there, which of course protects Highway A1A. That's really the big deal. So they're concerned about the road as well. We'll keep our eyes on it here. Just to remind you all, though, we do have a curfew that is in place beginning tonight at 8 p.m. in Volusia County until 7 a.m. Thursday, 8 p.m. Thursday night until 7 a.m. Friday. They say they just want to keep the area clear so that emergency vehicles, if needed, can get around. If you have to work through this, obviously, if you have ID, they're going to let you get around. But this is a curfew just to keep folks off the streets and keep them safe. Back to you.
All right, Claire, thank you. And certainly going to be keeping a close eye on that portion of Central Florida. We're going to continue our team coverage now of tracking Hurricane Ian, a strong Category 4 storm right now, by checking in on the other side of our viewing area in Lake County.
Yeah, Marley Martinez is live at Emergency Operations Center that is set up there. Marley, we know you are inside right now, but what were the conditions like outside right now?
Well, right now the wind is picking up a little bit. We've had some drizzle on the drive over here to Lake County from Marion County, but other than that, it is still pretty calm. We are here outside of the EOC because we are expecting a news conference in just an hour. Now, ahead of that, the county still has resources if you need to make those last-minute preparations. The sandbags will be available at sandbag sites until noon today. This is a list of those sites. The two at the bottom of the list, Mineola and Leesburg, those locations have teams that can help folks with disabilities. Lake County also just opened up even more shelters today. East Ridge Middle and High Schools, Eustis High and Tavares High. Those are in addition to the near dozen shelters that are already open. And lastly, Lake County's Citizens Information Line is up and running 24/7. You can see the phone number there right at the bottom of your screen. Live in Lake County, Marley Martinez, WESH-TV News.
All right, Megan, thank you. And in addition to expecting to hear from emergency operations managers over in Lake County, we are also expecting to hear from several others throughout the course of the morning, including Seminole County and Osceola County, where our reporter Megan Mulatto is stationed.
All right, and we have crews that are fanned out all over Central Florida right now. They are your eyes and ears as this storm gets closer, again, as we start to see some of the rain pick up throughout the morning. And we want to get a check of the conditions right now in Brevard County.
I think we're actually going to check in with Megan Mulatto, who is live at a site in Davenport, and she has filed this report on the conditions.
Yeah, Duke Energy is expecting some extended power outages, partially because it could be difficult for their crews to get to the impacted areas that do lose power. That could be because of potential flooding or potential debris as well. Now, we're told nearly 10,000 line workers, tree professionals, damage assessment personnel, and support staff are standing by in safe locations near Duke Energy's staging sites. Right now, they have 3 of those, one of them here in Davenport, another near Tampa, and the third near Ocala. They say the teams are currently waiting things out in nearby hotels until they are called to respond. Again, their biggest concern is getting to those impacted areas safely.
I think with the rain amounts that we've been hearing could come with this storm, that combined with the winds, we know there's going to be a lot of vegetation that will come down in this storm, and certainly flooding will be an issue. So the key for us will be making sure that we can get our crews out safely to begin damage assessment, which we do first, see where the most affected areas are, and then get these resources out there to begin safely restoring power.
Officials say as the restoration process begins, you may not see them in your neighborhood right away. That's because their first priority will be assessing the outages and assessing the damage. Then they'll be repairing those larger power lines and necessary infrastructure. They do have a power outage map online where customers can see power outage information and also estimated restoration times. In Davenport, Megan Mulatto, WESH-TV News.
All right, I got a little ahead of myself. Now we want to go to Brevard County. We've got an update there on the conditions right now.
Yeah, WESH-TV's Scott Heidler is there. And Scott, we are told conditions are really starting to deteriorate now.
They certainly are. Yeah, we are in the I-95 corridor, still in Melbourne, but a little bit farther north than where we were speaking to you earlier in the morning. Now, this is an area that Eric has pointed out as one of those severe weather areas, and we are feeling it now. It has really kind of kicked up over the last, I'd say, maybe 15, 20 minutes. It kind of goes in spits and spurts, but obviously good concern, fair amount of concern here in Brevard County because of what we just saw, those now expired tornado warnings in neighboring counties. So obviously that is something, it's still only a watch here, and that's something that obviously a lot of folks waking up here in Brevard County need to focus on. A lot of flooding concern too. That has been going right through the last several days with sandbagging and things of that sort. But right now, we're starting to feel a lot of the outer rain bands. You know, it hasn't been a real torrential dumping of rain, but we're starting to feel the wind really kind of kick up that we hadn't felt over the last couple of hours. Again, this is something that we're going to be expecting all day. We're going to hear at about 2:30 a live update from the emergency office as well as the sheriff to hopefully give us an update. We do know that there are 3 shelters that have opened within just the last couple of minutes. They will be open all day for folks. There are three areas throughout Brevard County where they can go. Those are really designed for those folks who live in flood-prone areas, but anyone who needs shelter is welcome to go there as well. But again, the focal point for the impact of this storm has been on the flooding, but also now, obviously, it's the severe weather that's going to be coming through today.
You to stay safe out there as well, Scott. Thank you for that report. We also want to take you over to Marion County now. Scott was mentioning the shelters that were open in that area. Marion County will also be opening shelters today.
And Bob Hazen continues our team coverage in Marion County. Bob, you started the day in Citrus County, made your way over to Marion County. What were the conditions like this morning throughout that drive and where you are right now?
You know, those early morning hours, it was just a little bit of rain, not too bad, not even very much wind, but as the morning has moved along, we are now in Dunellen, and we have had some bouts of some pretty heavy rain coming down. In fact, I've converted into all rain gear now, so I'm protected from the rain, but it's at the moment not coming down very hard. The wind is a little bit of a breeze, not too hard, and just a light rain at this moment. Earlier, we did have some very heavy rains, but now we've also moved over to one of the spots where people have been getting sandbags for the last couple of days. And actually, they're still out here giving sandbags. In fact, if you look behind me, you can see some of the cars are lined up right here. People have been coming out here and filling up bags and getting help from the public works folks who are working out here. And also, if you look to the right here, you can see the folks in the white and green outfits there. Those are actually inmates brought here from the prison to help these folks who need to get more bags in this last second before the storm comes along. So they're all helping out as well. I'm told they've been doing a great job for the folks out here actually with the public works. So that's what we're having here at this this sandbag location. They say they've filled up 5,000 bags yesterday, about 1,200 bags the day before. As of right now, they don't have any particular issues that they're dealing with in Dunellen as far as flooding of roads, but that is always a concern. They have a couple of rivers that are here, obviously, and those rivers can reach flood stage very quickly, especially with the kind of rain that we might get from Hurricane Ian, but we've been checking those out as well, and as of right now, they seem to be still in their banks. Now, because of the threat that they are facing here, though, and the fact that people could get flooded out of their homes, could have wind damage, could lose power, they are opening up shelters in Marion County. That's going to be happening at noon today, and I want to give you a list of those shelters. Take a look at the screen. These are the shelters that are opening at noon. Here in Dunellen, we have Dunellen High, Bellevue Middle, Fort McCoy School, Hammett Bowen Junior Elementary, North Marion Middle. There's also a pet-friendly shelter. That's Vanguard High in Ocala, and the special needs shelter at Westport High. That opened up yesterday, so that's already in operation. But again, those shelters that we listed off there are opening up at noon. And if you do live in this Dunellen area and you are still looking for sandbags, you're getting a little worried about what you're seeing as far as the weather is concerned and the rain coming this way still throughout the afternoon, obviously, the sandbag location here is still open on North Ohio Street, so if you do need to get sandbags now, they say they'll be out here continuing to help folks get those bags filled up as quickly as possible until the conditions deteriorate to the point where they're not able to do that anymore. So again, if you need them, come on out and get them. Back to you guys.
All right, some of the few areas that are still offering sand this morning. Bob, thanks so much. All right, we did have some tornado warnings earlier this morning that expired in Osceola County. I couldn't help but notice when you guys were talking, you kept saying rain-wrapped tornadoes. Yeah. Can you help us understand exactly what that is? Because I'm anticipating that we might see more of that as the day goes on.
Your anticipation is correct, right?
Absolutely. So, you know, when we typically see those tornado videos in the plains, they're clear. You could see them clear as day. We have dry air typically going into a very moist environment, allowing it to develop into a tornado. With a tropical storm, we just have so much tropical humidity that there's rain. The rain won't be dried up from the dry air because there is no dry air. So when there's the spin, when you have these rain bands going one way, encountering the friction with the bottom or the surface of the land, it begins that rotation. There's moist air in place. It's just going to rain. So that's why we would say rain-wrapped tornadoes. It's hard to see.
The problem is, if out of South Florida, there have been videos upon videos. Somebody posted one that struck me. I think it was in Palm Beach County. This lady was walking her dog, and the post was on Insta or something, and it was like, oh my God, I think I just saw a tornado. She's out with the dog, and she's taking a video of the rain on. It's all nice, and then a lightning flash happens, and you could kind of make it out, and then the next thing you know, it's blowing hard. She was almost caught in this tornado, and that's the concerning reason why when we say it's about to get bad, you got to stay inside.
Also, a great reminder that if you have not already, you really need to download the WESH-TV News app, because I know we're going to start to see these a lot more as we head throughout the day. And if you're not by your TV screen, or if you end up losing power, that app could make the difference between knowing what's going on right outside your door and being completely in the dark and having it sort of caught by surprise. I did want to ask you guys, because right after the 8 o'clock advisory came out was when you guys had to jump into the tornado warning coverage. With this new advisory that came out, we've been talking a lot about Category 4, Category 5. It's a difference of 2 miles per hour. At a certain point, the category itself is less important than the strength of the storm itself. We're going to be seeing the same impacts.
I mean, when you think about it, right, you're talking about 155 mile per hour winds versus 160 mile per hour winds. I mean, Kellyanne, that's the difference between a sneeze, really and truly. So these people in Southwest Florida are going to have a terrible experience no matter where it falls on that cycle.
Absolutely. They're talking about catastrophic, devastating storm surge, 12 to 16 feet of storm surge in just one location. Just from that storm. Factor in the wave height, you factor in all the rainfall that they're going to see. This is not a good situation for the folks in Southwest Florida.
Did the 8 a.m. advisory change anything in terms of impacts to us here in Central Florida?
No, so we're still waiting on that track. That's at 11 o'clock in the morning. 8 a.m. advisory in terms of the strength has not changed much. So it's still a Category 4 hurricane, winds of 155 miles per hour. Multiple rounds of hurricane hunters are going in, and they are finding some interesting stuff.
Yeah, so there's some indication, and we have to be so cautious on how we say this, right? There's indication that the storm system has continued to strengthen, okay? So they've got like 3? Is it 3 or 4?
It's 2, definitely low recon.
Oh, and then there's the upper
there's
air,
yeah.
right. Okay, so there's 3 aircraft surveilling, 2 inside the storm. They dropped a dropson and missed the eye. So they weren't able to quite get that, and that's probably because they've been, the turbulence on this particular day has been extreme, and that's an indicator that it's strengthening, okay? But if you extrapolate the pressure that they read at like, it's like 10,000 feet, because with intensifying storms, they fly a little higher. So if you extrapolate the wind and pressure down, I'm guessing, oh, that's a flood warning. Okay.
Yeah, we are getting a lot
just
of warnings
making
on
sure,
your
yeah.
phones, too.
But if you extrapolate that pressure down, it looks like we may have a Category 5 hurricane at this point. Again, does it matter? Not so much, but the storm continues to strengthen.
And as you're talking, Eric, we're taking live looks outside. We were just looking over in the Tampa area. We were just looking at the southernmost point. We can already see it. Conditions are deteriorating across Florida. That's only going to get worse as we head throughout the day. At this point, we are really closing in on that time of last-minute preparations. Realistically speaking, here in Central Florida, how much more time do we have?
I think you have this morning. I think if you're in our northern locations, you have this afternoon. In our southern locations, this afternoon through this evening, start to watch things get increasingly more intense. So the potential for tornadoes, more wind. We've already seen in Brevard County a recent wind gust of almost 40 miles per hour. So out in Brevard County, we're already starting to feel those effects. So I think from south to north, we'll start to watch those threats increase throughout the day.
Okay. All right, thank you guys so much. You guys have been giving us so much perspective throughout the morning, helping to put everything into context and help us understand. We really do appreciate it.
All right. Want to get out onto the roadways?
Yeah, we sure do. Megan Mackey has been keeping track of I-4 all morning long. Megan, you were in Osceola the last time we talked to you. Now that you've made your way to Seminole County, you missed that tornado warning. Tell us about the conditions where you are right now.
Yeah, so Sheldon and Sonica, I'm actually on my way to Seminole County. We just passed through downtown Orlando by the Amway Center. Right now I'm traveling on I-4 eastbound. I do want to mention my photographer Ricky is driving, so we are safe. I do want to show you the live look here. We are still seeing those rain bands come through, and you know, all morning since 4 o'clock this morning, we've been driving all throughout the Orlando area, and we have not seen a lot of cars out on the road. Here's a live look here. You can see just a few cars out right now this morning. As Kellyanne and Eric were talking about, you do have probably until around lunchtime today to get your last minute things you need to get done if you do need to head out. But so we really haven't seen a lot of cars though, not seeing that congestion we usually see. Haven't seen any accidents, which is good news. So if you can stay off the roads and not drive, that is highly recommended. But of course, if you do need to go out for those last minute things, just use common sense. We are, like I mentioned, just seeing that steady downpour of rain. But you know, as this storm moves through, we could see more hazards like those down trees, those down power lines, even stoplights out. So definitely use caution. Right now, though, conditions aren't looking too bad. You can see this is, again, I-4 eastbound. We are just passing Parr Street on our way to Seminole County. That is where officials are going to be giving an update around 10 o'clock this morning. And we will bring you that live right here on WESH as well as online. But for now, I'll send it back to you, Sheldon and Sonica.
All right, Megan, thank you. And please stay safe out there. You and Ricky, you guys have been giving us great visuals on what conditions are like in and around the metro areas. We now want to discuss some of the conditions that we are now just getting video of down in the Keys.
Yeah, we've been saying it all morning long. Like, this storm has not made landfall in Florida yet, but we are already starting to see the impacts of the storm. And right now we're taking a look at some video of a business that caught fire in the Key West area. There's also some storm surge flooding in that area as well. So as those outer bands have started to pass through South Florida, it's starting to wreak havoc in that area, and we are starting to see those images as well.
Yeah, here's a live look for you at the southernmost point. Earlier today, and of course, this is not recommended, and please don't do this. We were seeing people out there taking selfies. We've already heard from multiple sheriff's offices and officials. Don't do this. It's just not worth it. That is why we are out and about giving you these live looks and making sure that our crews stay safe as well.
I was just going to say, I'm glad that we didn't see anybody in that shot, because it's getting very dicey down there.
Absolutely. And we know that time is running out. We just heard from Kellyanne Klass and Eric Burris. Time is running out to get prepared. Hopefully, you've already made your final preparations. If your family has a generator at the ready in case you lose power. We do want to let you know that the Consumer Product Safety Commission is warning families of carbon monoxide poisoning.
It is something very important to keep in mind, and Meredith McDonough is here in the studio right now to walk us through some guidelines and things that we should keep in mind if we decide to rely on this should power go out.
Yeah, Sheldon, just a reminder for families if they do plan on using a generator. So carbon monoxide, it is an odorless, colorless gas that can kill you or family members. So always want to operate them with safety. So just a few reminders. The poisoning is often seen during power outages when generators are used. That's why now's a good time to make sure you check the batteries in your carbon monoxide detectors. And there should be one on every floor of your home.
If the alarm goes off, don't ignore it. Get out of the house and call 911.
Carbon monoxide poisoning is not the only risk from generators. Remember, they need to be kept in a dry area, so with a tarp or a tent over top to avoid electrocution, and they should be outside at least 20 feet from your home, and never refuel a generator while it's running. You want to turn it off and let it cool down. Sheldon, Sonica, back to you guys.
All right, Mayor, such important information to keep in mind. Not something that you can just kind of fire up. You definitely want to pay attention to the owner's manual and make sure that you're familiar with that device before using it.
Yeah, and do that now.
Yes.
Before you have to try to figure it out in a pinch. Okay, we do want to talk about power outages. As we know, a lot of people are preparing for that, generators included. Just within the last hour, we have seen the number of customers out jump by a significant amount.
It's pretty wild. Like every time we check in on these numbers, they jump by a lot. And right now, the number is at what, over 103,000 right now?
133,000 customers are
Even
without
higher.
power across the state of Florida. Of course, FPL has the majority of the customers in our state. So when we break down the numbers here, Collier County, this comes as no surprise right now,
Yeah.
Collier County is seeing some of the highest numbers. 28,000 customers there are already without power. Earlier this morning, we saw a lot of our southeast counties start losing power. We're talking Miami-Dade right now, 17,000 customers out of power there. We are talking about Manatee County, actually on the southwest coast too, also about 5,000. Lee County at 13,000. It is happening across the state of Florida. We are expected to lose power here in Central Florida as well. We know Governor DeSantis was talking about linemen are on the ground. They are ready to jump in once conditions are safe to do so and start restoring power. But in the meantime, that is why we are always reminding you, download that WESH-TV app.
Yes, stay informed throughout this entire storm. And we want to let you know about some of the closures that are happening today. Walt Disney World is closing because of this storm. All of their theme parks and water parks will be closed today and tomorrow. Disney says that it will continue to provide updates as they are tracking this storm and that they will monitor the weather conditions and make decisions for the safety of their guests and cast members. So if you came in from out of town hoping to go to Disney, you might have to wait a little while longer. And we're also seeing similar closures at all of our theme parks.
Yeah, Universal specifically. Halloween Horror Nights is canceled Wednesday and Thursday. They will have the event on Friday, weather permitting. For Premier Pass holders who still have their free pass, more dates will be made available to use it because of those 2 days of cancellations.
And also the United Launch Alliance Atlas V launch of the SES-20 and the SES-21 mission are delayed, obviously, because of the storm. Brevard County is getting ready right now for it. The mission was set to launch on Friday from Cape Canaveral Space Force Station at 5:36 p.m. The launch is now scheduled for October 4th at 5:36 p.m.
We are going to take a quick break here and regroup. And when we come back, our coverage of Hurricane Ian continues. Right now, sitting just off the Florida coast, making its way toward our state as a strong Category 4 hurricane. We'll be right back.
From WESH-TV, this is continuing coverage of Ian.
They're expecting a Cat 5. So please stay indoors.
And it is the real deal.
Right now, Floridians are bracing for a major hurricane. We have been tracking Hurricane Ian for days, and storm conditions are now starting to pick up. Thank you for staying with us in our continuing coverage. I'm Meredith McDonough.
And I'm Jason Guy. We're going to be with you until this storm passes. Hurricane Ian is something that we have our team covering for you. We're spread out across the state from Tampa to Orlando to Daytona Beach. We have crews keeping you updated as this storm moves through the area.
And meteorologist Kellyanne Klass and Eric Bursch join us now. Guys, you've been with us every step of the way since 3 a.m. So, Eric, this thing right now is knocking on the door of a Category 5.
Yeah, the hurricane hunters are flying in there constantly. And what's interesting is they were about to do another core punch, which we would have gotten an indication if this was getting stronger or not. And they kind of deviated. And the only reason that I could think of is they want to throw some more drop-ons, little weather stations. They literally parachute out of the airplane to get readings. And the reason that they're doing that is to sample not just the eye, but the surroundings. They want to see if there's any dry air there, because what I'm assuming they're doing is trying to see if there's any reason that this would stop intensifying. The other thing, Kellyanne, we noticed a bit of a change in its overall motion.
Yeah, we think it's stalling out. We think it's not moving right now. Putting it over the loop over the past 6 hours, it had that slow movement. Now, keep in mind, the new advisory from the National Hurricane Center says that it is still moving, but looking at the radar loop, looking at that eye, it doesn't look like it's moving that much, which would not be good.
Right, because this gives it time to intensify.
More rainfall as well. They're already dealing with those outer bands, more storm surge. And in fact, some locations have a negative storm surge, so some of the water is being sucked out. This is around the Tampa Bay area. As you go closer to, let's say, Sanibel Island, Captiva Island, they're starting to see those water levels begin to rise.
And Kellyanne, this morning, people are describing this, officials are saying this can be catastrophic. Clearly, this is life-threatening. This is a very serious storm. And when you see that, I would think the storm surge is probably the #1 priority for the folks there.
12 to 16 feet of storm surge is what they're expecting along that coastline. Yeah, catastrophic. Whether it's a Category 4, Category 5, at that point, it does not matter.
Okay. Yeah. Wow. So a lot to get to this morning, huh, guys?
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, Kellyanne had said the storm surge has gone down into the negative because what's happening is in its position, it's pulling that water out. The problem is eventually it moves and it rushes that water in. So you go from this odd scenario where the water level drops to rushing into where it was plus 12, 16 feet. Imagine that. I mean, it's remarkable. We saw that in Tampa Bay during Irma, where it looked like Tampa Bay was just this miles and miles and miles large pit of sand. And then the water rushed in.
And Eric, in that area, they're telling folks now, if you did not evacuate, you need to stay. Now it's time to hunker down.
I mean, the eye wall is it's just offshore.
It's there.
It's not ashore yet, but it's knocking on the doorstep.
And guys, look at these pictures that we're seeing now too. I believe this is the Tampa Bay area.
The Skyway Bridge.
Yeah, the Skyway Bridge. I think that the major concern, so we see this, if anybody has family and friends there in this area, of course, they're praying for them right now. They're hoping that they did evacuate. We saw lots of people come to Central Florida and continue up. Let's talk about our location. What are we looking at in terms of impacts? When would they be arriving, and what can we expect throughout the day?
Well, we've already dealt with tornado warning in Osceola County. There was a tornado warning in Indian River County. Thankfully, did not make it into Brevard County, but that's one of the things, at least throughout the morning and afternoon, that we're going to have to watch. Then as we go through tonight into tomorrow, we're expecting some of the worst of the weather. Okay, let's talk about the latest advisory from the National Hurricane Center. They're still putting it at a 10 mile per hour movement, but we still think that it's stationary. That eye that we've been watching really has not been moving. Still has winds of 155 miles per hour. Pressure still holding at 937 millibars. Waiting on that new track at 11 o'clock this morning. But as of now, here's a look at that 5 o'clock track. Expected to make landfall as a major Category 4 hurricane, borderline Category 5 hurricane in Southwest Florida Wednesday afternoon. So this afternoon, and then as we go throughout the day, today into tonight and tomorrow, moves into Central Florida, cuts across the coastline, so right around Brevard County, Volusia County, then into the Atlantic by Friday morning, riding up the first coast and then going out into the coastline of Georgia. Here's a better look at that eye right now. This is a look over the past hour. You can see the eye barely even moving. If it is moving, it is crawling. it's not moving much. I don't think that it's moving at 10 miles per hour. That's not good because you see the stream. This is just a line of rainfall from those outer rain bands moving in from Naples, Fort Myers, all the way up I-75 into Tampa Bay. We have some more outer rain bands off the coast of South Florida, off the coast of West Palm County or Palm Beach County in West Palm Beach, all the way up to Stewart, all the way up to Indian River County. For us, as we put our radar in loop, you see that wider perspective and it shrinks. This is because we fine-tuned our radar to go into severe mode. Ever since those two tornado warnings, we fine-tuned it to go into severe mode. That gives us more accuracy in tracking anything that would spin up. So right now, we're seeing a lot of rainfall stretch out of Marion County, Flagler County, but more is on the way. We're watching heavy rainfall drift through our central and southern spots. Thankfully, we're not seeing any active warnings right now, but as we continue to watch those feeder bands move in, that's something that we're going to watch for. Okay, so we have a tornado watch in effect. This goes until 5 o'clock this evening for Seminole, Orange, Osceola, Polk, and Brevard counties. Remember, a watch means that these conditions are possible for tornadoes. A warning means that there is a tornado on the ground. And we think that this is the area in the orange that we could see numerous tornadoes happen. Rest of Central Florida still in a severe weather threat. Want to take you outside. This is a look at our tower cam network here in Brevard County. This is a look in Cocoa looking towards Port Canaveral. Things are starting to pick up. It's starting to get gusty. Recent wind gusts of about 35 miles per hour out in Melbourne, 32 miles per hour in Palm Coast. So we're starting to see our wind gusts pick up. And this is just the beginning, Eric, of what we could expect in terms of power outages, too. That's something that we're also going to be watching.
100%. So you're talking about those tropical storm force wind gusts already in Brevard County. And in Brevard County, we already have over 1,000 people without power, according to poweroutage.us. That number has been up a little higher earlier. Now it's come down a little bit, but this is definitely something that we're going to be monitoring. Orange County, 800 residents without power. What happens is as these bands come in, they give us little pushes of wind energy, and that's where you could certainly be seeing those power lines snap, that sort of a thing. And of course, the threat of severe weather, the tornadoes, is in there as well. But I also want to mention the rain concern. We spoke to the deputy director of the National Hurricane Center, and I do anticipate that we'll speak to him again a little bit later on this morning. But the biggest concern he had for our area, certainly hurricane force wind gusts, but our buildings, our homes will hold just fine. The bigger concern is the rain. Look at our Futurecast model. Run to run to run to run has been indicating a swath. Don't necessarily focus on the location, but know somewhere in Central Florida, we could be talking about nearly 2 feet of rain. 2 feet of rain. Think about that. Think about getting into the shallow end of a pool at 3 feet. How high is that on you? Take a little bit of that away. That's the kind of water that could fall in your backyard over these next several days' time. And it will be feast or famine. Some areas, Palm Bay, for example, on our Futurecast, an inch of rain. Certainly we can handle that sort of thing. But while we'll have to fine-tune the locations, flooding is a big concern. We are all under a flood watch because we don't have the exacts for the location of where that will fall. So let's look at Futurecast, because Meredith, you were asking the question, like, when do we need to be in, right? Squally weather has already begun. Here's 12:30 today, and that squally weather continues through 3 o'clock. We start to get more of those vibrant colors. That is the tropical storm force winds. That is the hurricane force winds. By 7 p.m., that's when things are going to start to get quite rough in our area. Here's 11 o'clock, core of the storm system marching into our coverage area. There's 2 a.m., the core of the storm, the center of circulation would be somewhere around downtown Orlando, providing those strong winds. And then 5 a.m., 6, 7, little by little, it will be moving off the shoreline. And then through the day, Thursday afternoon and evening, things will be getting quieter and quieter, thankfully. So 6 a.m., Marion County, I want you knowing that hurricane conditions begin, tropical storm conditions begin for you. But it's those big rains that have already begun. For Orange County, we're looking at a start time of 10 p.m. for you for the hurricane force winds tonight. Up to a foot or more of rain, 80 to 90 mile per hour winds inside of Orange County. For Volusia County, 70 to 80 mile per hour winds. The worst of the weather starts for you at 3 a.m. We're going to go take a look at some of the latest storm surge modeling. The Hurricane Hunters will get you some more county by county forecasts as well in a couple of minutes.
All right, Eric, thank you so much. We continue that track of Hurricane Ian. And one of the places that we've watched closely for impact is the Tampa Bay area.
Yeah, originally thought to be the hot zone, but now it looks as though things are further south, but still they're really going to feel the effects because this is such a large storm. Kelsey Thor joining us now. And Kelsey, we're just seeing that by your live shot here. Take us through the conditions right now.
Well, guys, we probably just saw the wind and rain pick up here in the Tampa Bay area over the past hour. The rain is not that bad right now, but the wind has definitely picked up over the past few hours. We're here in Ybor City. This is an area, I think that people who know Tampa know this area well. It's very well known for all of its restaurants and bars and stuff like that. Of course, that is all closed at this point. But you can see, I mean, the wind has really picked up with the trees flapping in the wind here, and we have seen a couple of cars on the road, but not too many people out here, a lot of just first responders and people like that. But the wind right now is the issue that officials here are cautioning people about. Just about an hour ago, we got word that the big sky bridge that connects the north of Tampa Bay to the south of Tampa Bay has been closed due to wind speeds, and we're expecting more and more announcements like that to come as the weather continues to just get worse in this area. Now, yesterday they were warning a lot about storm surge. That is not as big of an issue as originally thought now that the storm is expected to hit south of Tampa Bay, but they are still worried a lot about the rain. The mayor of Tampa just gave an update not long ago. She said that citizens here need to be prepared to see as much as 18 inches of rain here over the next couple of days. So even though the storm, the worst of it is going to be south of here, Tampa Bay really is still preparing. They still have all those mandatory evacuations that were put in place a few days ago. A lot of people have left the city already. Those who are still here, of course, are being told to shelter in place at this point, guys. So we're just waiting to see when exactly the worst of this weather is supposed to get here, but they're saying as the day goes on, it's just going to get worse, guys.
And Kelsey, just to follow up on that, you mentioned 18 to 20 inches. That is such a large amount. Yesterday, when you were talking to the folks there, was that their top priority, or was it really the storm surge?
Well, yesterday, everybody thought the big story was going to be the storm surge. So we were down close to the water. Yesterday, we were talking to people in their homes that lived, just a few hundred feet from the water. And that's why people were originally leaving the area. That's why they had originally issued all those mandatory evacuations there near the water. They were worried about what could have been, 10 plus feet of storm surge. That no longer looks like it's going to happen just with the track of the storm now. But there is still this big issue with the rain, and that could flood other areas of the city that they initially weren't that worried about. So that is what officials here in the Tampa Bay region are looking at now. They're looking at low-lying areas, looking at areas to make sure that everybody has sandbags, that people who may still be sheltering in place, that's kind of, so they're shifting their focus away from that storm surge and now just looking at flood prone areas, guys. So that's going to be the big thing going into the rest of the day.
Yeah, all right. Kelsey Thor in the Tampa Bay area for us. Thank you, Kelsey. And right now we want to show you an area that has been hard hit. These are some of those outer bands. All of that rain is coming down in Key West, and residents are wading through what does appear to be waist-deep water, trying to get out of their homes with pets. Look at this. This was shared by a viewer, and they shared this with us on social media, on Twitter there.
Yeah,
remarkable.
And Jason, I just have a feeling these are some of the first images that we're seeing out of Key West, but I'm sure throughout the day we're going to be seeing more and more because apparently the flooding there is really devastating for folks. And here's a look at the southernmost point there. Obviously, these conditions just continue to deteriorate with Hurricane Ian. Now, hundreds of first responders are on standby in Orange County to respond in case there's medical emergencies, and we're seeing really now all of these locations that have kind of been a setup shop for these first responders in our area.
And one of those is the Orange County Convention Center, where WESH-2's Greg Fox is this morning.
We're inside the Orange County Convention Center. Remember, this is the second largest convention center in the country. It's a perfect spot, centrally located in Orlando, in the center part of the state, to be able to be a collection ground, really, for a lot of emergency vehicles, including look at this, about 300 ambulances and other medical mobile facilities for American Medical Response, AMR. They have been contracted by the federal government to be able to be set up so you can move anywhere around the state and provide immediate medical response, especially a large amount of it to supplement the work of first responders. We've got Chris Statewide, if you can come on over here and tell us a little bit more about the missions, the number of missions, the number of people you've helped so far.
So we've gone on at least a half a dozen missions already with over 100 ambulances spread out throughout the state, as far south as Fort Myers and up in the Tampa area, to safely move people out of harm's way before the storm gets here.
Also inside the Orange County Convention Center, it's storage for these military assets, helicopters from Patrick Air Force Base that include 2 Department of State helicopters, and there on the far side of the room, a handful of military helicopters, and then of course they will be sent back after the storm. Right next to them, we've got a handful of blue and yellow helicopters from Tampa General Hospital, and again, this is for them to remain during the storm, but then they could certainly be used for medical purposes after the storm. Also here is the Florida Forest Service, and Ludi Bond is with the Florida Forest Service and part of the coordination team here. Tell us exactly what kind of assets you have here and how will they be helpful after a storm?
Well, the Florida Forest Service Gold Incident Management Team is here with some other team components. FEMA they're one of their incident management teams here as well. But we're here to support the urban search and rescue teams.
And of course, you've got Florida Guard troops here along with all manner of vehicles. In fact, take a look at this over here on the flatbed. That's for clearing roads and opening up ditches that may be clogged with water causing flooding. And as we show you the rest of the equipment over here, this is all ready to roll on a moment's notice as soon as Ian blows through. At the Orange County Convention Center, Greg Fox, WESH-TV News.
All right, Greg, thank you. And if you need some medical assistance, Advent Health is offering help. They are using free telemedicine visits. They're going today. We're about an hour 15 minutes into them. They will end this Friday at 8 in the evening with health experts available to you 24 hours a day. Now, just keep in mind, this is for any non-emergency health-related issues, and it is through the Advent Health app, which you can download in your app store. And you'll want to use this promo code to get the service for free. The promo code is Ian, the name of this storm.
And now we continue to talk about Ian here, and our meteorologist Kellyanne Klass and Eric Burris joining us now. So Kellyanne, it looks as though that Charlotte County area, southwest Florida, is really kind of the potential landfall location.
Absolutely. And, you know, we're still watching the storm slowly but surely move that way. And that's also going to be the area that we're going to be dealing with a lot of storm surge. That's where we're talking about about 12 to 16 feet of storm surge. The farther north you are, still some storm surge, but not as much. And then of course that's going to change as it eventually moves up the peninsula and then up the coastline. For us, not going to be dealing with that much of storm surge, but still going to be watching for some sort of rough surf. Okay, so let's take you to the latest right now. This is a look at Hurricane Ian. Right now, the 9 o'clock advisory, winds of 155 miles per hour. Again, that's borderline Cat 4, Cat 5. You need winds of 157 miles per hour or greater for it to be a Cat 5 hurricane. But still, overall, we are talking about catastrophic damage at that point in southwest Florida. Pressure now down to 937 millibars. So current storm surge right now, really not seeing any storm surge just yet. But here's something interesting. From Tampa all the way down to Fort Myers, we're actually seeing these numbers in the negative. What that means is the water is being drained out from this system. Here's a look at where the winds are. This is the wind direction. So the winds are pulling all of the water out of the bay and into the storm, but then also pushing it up towards South Port Everglades. So that's why you're seeing a little bit of a higher number. We expect as the storm continues to make landfall and moves closer to southwest Florida, we expect those storm surge numbers to get pulled up. So here's the latest 3 to 6 feet all the way from the Nature Coast down to Tampa, even higher as you look towards the Sun Coast and southwest Florida. For us, notice we do have that potential 1 to 3 feet from Brevard County up towards Volusia County, then 3 to 6 from Flagler County and up towards the First Coast. That's because the storm is expected to move through central Florida and then ride up the First Coast as we look towards tomorrow and into Friday. In fact, here's a better better look at that track right now. So we're still waiting on that 11 o'clock advisory. That's when we get the new track. But what we know, it is going to make landfall today in southwest Florida as a major hurricane, moving into the coastline, in through the peninsula of Florida throughout tonight and into tomorrow morning with hurricane force winds, then moving off of the coastline of Brevard County, Volusia County, and then moving into the Atlantic. We're going to be tracking this today, tonight, tomorrow, all the way through this storm, as we are expected to see those impacts really begin to increase. Eric and I have been talking about a tornado warning over the past about hour or so. No active tornado warnings right now, Eric, but that is just one of the many impacts we are going to see.
It really is going to be an active day. In addition to the kind of peripheral impacts, the tornado warnings that could pop up, let's just look at the wind field we're anticipating with Hurricane Ian, okay? So what we've done is we've looked at all the modeling and tried to plot the path of the strongest winds based on what we know so far. Understand that this can ebb and flow both in terms of location and in terms of intensity, but we're thinking most of Central Florida is acceptable risk for tropical storm force wind gusts of 50 or so miles per hour. We start getting closer into the metro areas highlighted in yellow, so Leesburg, Claremont, DeLand, Palm Coast, back over to Melbourne, Palm Bay, Titusville, and Mims. You're looking more like strong tropical storm force wind gusts, 60 or so miles per hour. Then into Orange, Daytona Beach, Port Orange, not DeLand, but more like Lake Ashby, Osteen, Samsula, Sanford, back over towards, say, Oviedo, Bithlo, Wedgefield, St. Cloud. That orange, you're getting into hurricane force wind gusts 70, 75 miles per hour or so. And then in red, there's going to be a narrow window. We saw this in Charlie with the wind swath in this system being larger. I anticipate it to be larger, but there's going to be a narrow band, whether it's over I-4 like Charlie was or a little displaced. You're going to see a narrow band where there will be 80, 90 mile per hour gusts, could even be higher than that depending on how long the storm takes to get here and in turn how much wind energy it keeps. Then there's the flooding concern. Obviously, our futurecast continues to say that there will be areas running up to 2 feet of rain. So obviously, big concern. So let's talk about our impacts, okay? 6 a.m., Marion County. That's when the hurricane force winds move into your area with gusts running 45 to 55 miles an hour. Into Orange County, we're thinking that your gusts are going to be running 80 to 90 miles per hour. You're closer to the track of the storm system. Your worst weather arrives around 10 p.m. And then for Volusia County, if you live here, I think the worst weather arrives at 3 a.m. with wind gusts running up to about hurricane strength. And I will tell you, if we didn't mention your county, give us time. We're just kind of cycling through them little by little. All right, we're going to go look at some more data, try and get you some fresh information, fresh numbers. We'll see you guys in a couple minutes.
All right, Eric, thank you so much. Of course, our team will continue tracking Hurricane Ian for you.
Let's take a look now at our website. You can head there anytime at WESH.com. You can follow our coverage on your mobile device at any time. Just use the WESH 2 News app and make sure you turn on your alerts to get those notifications right in your neighborhood. We're back right after this break.
Welcome back to our continuing coverage of Hurricane Ian. And this is a strong Category 4 storm. It's causing people to feel uneasy, and with good reason. But one of the things that helps is to be prepared. Make sure you have WESH on here today and follow the latest, or our app downloaded so you'll get those alerts sent to your phone.
And really, that's our job, to bring you all the latest information to help protect you and your families and your property. Joining us now is Sanika Dange. And Sanika, this is a high anxiety time, but our job here is to put everyone at ease and just give them all the information.
Yeah, I think you said it best, Mayor. We do want to make sure that everyone at home knows that our job is to make sure you prepare. We do not want you to panic. Still, we are looking at a pretty massive storm. We are talking about a strong Category 4 storm with the potential to be upgraded to a Category 5 if, it continues to strengthen the way it is. And so if you are feeling that additional stress or possibly anxiety as we move through today and into this evening, there are some resources we want to tell you about. You can call the National 988 Lifeline. You can also call or text that number, and that is a resource for you. These people will help you, and they will make sure that you're in a good headspace as we head through the day. Some of those who may be experiencing the most storm stress are those who are new to Florida. If this is your first hurricane, we absolutely understand that. Earlier this morning, we asked the acting deputy director of the National Hurricane Center what he would say to those who are new to our state.
Take care of yourself. Know what your risk is in the location where you live. Make sure you have supplies to be self-sufficient for a few days if your power goes out. Make sure you have food, water, medicine, and make sure you check on anybody who might have special needs or might need help getting ready. You still have a little bit of time. It's certainly raining up in Central Florida, but the worst conditions are not going to get there until later today and tonight. So you still have a few hours to get ready and get to a safe place.
And we've seen a lot of examples here of neighbors helping neighbors. We've seen the community come together and helping each other fill sandbags. So there's always that silver lining, no matter what storm we are covering. It's just humanity at the end of the day. We want to make sure that you are staying prepared. Jason, Mayor?
Mentioned the sandbags. We've seen yesterday lots of folks were going out in different locations throughout the area, and that's still happening right now in Marion County.
Yeah, and we want to get to Bob Hazen. He's got the latest on the preparation that's happening there. Bob, just a few hours remaining before we start seeing some of this bad weather really move in.
Yeah, that's right. We right now don't have a whole lot of bad weather at all. In fact, the rain has all but stopped here in Dunnellon in Marion County where we are at the moment. A little bit of a breeze, and I can tell you it's actually kind of chilly out here, which is an interesting circumstance when you have these hurricanes coming through. The weather changes so much, but right now it's not too bad here, and that's given people who live in Dunnellon another chance to come out here and prepare some more. If you look behind me, you can see this is the sandbag location in Dunnellon, where people are still filling up bags and getting their bags, their trucks loaded up. And if you look in the distance there, you can see the guy in the green and white. That's actually a prison inmate who was brought out here by Public Works to help out with those crew members who were trying to get these bags loaded up and put into people's cars and get them off to safety. And I'm told by the Public Works folks that they have been doing a great job as well, helping them out, supplementing their forces and getting everyone as much as they can as quickly as possible. Obviously a lineup here of people waiting to get more bags at this last second before more of the bad weather comes in. Most places did stop handing out sandbags yesterday, last night at the end of the day, because of the fact that we were expecting this bad weather to come in. And this area where we are in Dunnellon and this part of Marion County, along with Citrus County and Crystal River where we were earlier, both of these places were expected early on to get some pretty bad weather from the very beginning of this storm, but luckily that has held off. The storm went further south, and so the people who are here are getting a bit of a break from it, at least for now, until more of that bad weather comes through on the backside. So that's what we're looking at here in Dunnellon. I did get a chance to talk to some of the folks who are out here getting sandbags, as well as the Public Works folks who are helping them out.
I got off too late yesterday. They were out of bags when I got here, so just coming out this morning to get this done.
We were out here Monday till 5 or 6.
That was Bob Hazen reporting for us.
Yeah, folks still just getting ready. They do have a few hours here in the Central Florida area to finish up those preparations, but many locations will be closing down in the afternoon hours.
Yeah, and from Marion County, we want to get to Lake County and listen in as officials update us on the current situation in that county.
Chief Dickerson as well. So we're here this morning. We understand the nervousness and anxiety of all of our citizens in Lake County, not only Lake County, but throughout Central Florida. So our aim this morning, of course, is to provide as much information as possible that will go a long way to easing that nervousness and anxiety. We want to answer all your questions, and that's what we're going to do today, and hopefully send out a positive message as well about preparedness. Currently, hurricane warning and flood watch are both in effect for Lake County. Hurricane Ian is less than 200 miles southwest of Orlando. The latest forecast moves Ian through east central Florida as a large and strong system weakening after landfall. The primary hazards of concern are damaging hurricane winds, of course, strong tropical force winds as well, with dangerous gusts, widespread flooding from the rain. This is one issue that we're particularly concerned about. Tornadoes, as always, associated with any hurricane, especially in the rain bands as they start coming in later today. We are now transitioning into the impact phase of the event, and here literally within the next few hours. The winds are forecasted to arrive in Lake County between 2 and 4 p.m. today. The Emergency Operations Center is at level 1. Full activation, and we are conducting 24-hour operations. Sandbag operations, because of that flooding issue, have been ongoing and will continue at all 6 locations throughout the county until noon today. As of today, 15 shelter locations are open throughout Lake County. The latest Hurricane Ian updates, including shelter and sandbag locations, that is available on the Lake County website at www.lakecountyfl.gov. Storm. Additionally, the Citizens Information Line, the CIL, will be open for calls and residents during the day and overnight at 352-343-9999. That's 352-343-9999. As of this morning, we have accepted over 300 people into the Lake County shelters and distributed over 35,000 sandbags. As we are entering the impact phase of our response, residents should be finalizing their plans for the storm. You still have a little bit of time to do that. The greatest areas of concern for Hurricane Ian, again, are going to be flooding in Lake County particularly. You'll hear about this later on in a few minutes here, particularly the north part of the county with Astor. Our flooding and, of course, the wind, because this is a prolonged event, the wind damage as well. So we're asking residents to review their plans accordingly. We know that hurricanes can be stressful for the community, as I've mentioned before. Just stay tuned, follow us. We'll be able to provide you with as much information as possible. And of course, my encouraging word is that we know there's going to be a lot of damage potentially from this hurricane. Again, we know how people's lives will be impacted, but we've got the greatest team here, I believe, in the state of Florida, well-trained, well-prepared. We're ready for this as we could ever be. And we have a lot of people that are very passionate about serving people, that are very passionate about helping people. So we know the damage is going to come, and it could be varied from the north to the south part of the county. But one thing we do know is it will not change the heart and spirit of Lake County, and we'll pull together through this. So at this point, I'll turn it over to our Emergency Operations Director, Megan Milanese. Megan? Yes.
Good morning. My name is Megan Milanese. I am the Emergency Management Director for Lake County. Right now we are preparing for the risks that we are going to see from Hurricane Ian. And those risks are going to include strong tropical storm force to hurricane force winds and some severe flooding that we may see from the rain bands that are going to come through from the storm. So we are also under a slight tornado risk, but we are mostly concerned about the strong winds and the flooding that we're going to see from the rain. Our timeline right now, we are asking everyone to finalize plans and make sure that you're going to be where you're going to be to safely weather the storm by 2 p.m. today. That's going to be our timeline. You want to make sure that you're where you're going to be by 2 p.m. today. Please make sure that you're personalizing your plan. Make sure that you are getting everything that you will need to weather this storm together, whether that's something specific to you or your family. Just make sure that you are putting those plans together, finalizing that today. When it comes to sheltering in place, you're going to want to make sure that you're staying inside and away from the storm conditions. So you want to make sure that you are staying away from windows, things like that, while the storm is going on. After the storm has departed, please make sure to stay out of floodwaters, whether that's on the road or outside of your home. There could be contamination in those waters. And also make sure that you're staying away from any downed power lines. Watch out for the debris that might be in place outside of your home. So that is my guidance as of right now. I'm going to now turn it over to Sheriff Grinnell.
Well, good morning. On behalf of the police chiefs, our message is simple. We are respectfully asking our citizens to help us help you. How can you do that? By heeding the directions from emergency management, making sure that you're not out on the roadways, especially post-storm, to go out and take a look around. It's going to be important for us to get these roadways open as quickly as possible. We will be augmenting public works with inmate work crews to get that accomplished, but we really want everybody to be safe through this storm. It's going to be long in duration. There's going to be a lot of pooling of water on the waterways. We have direct response teams that are strategically located throughout the county in the event that a citizen is in need of life-threatening services. We will be there to respond to them. But we are asking you, please, unless you absolutely have to be out on the roadways, do not. That will help us to help you. We want to make sure that you're safe. And we're there to get through this time together. And as the commissioner was saying, there's a great team in place. So just heed that warning. And we're going to look at the post-storm effects with flooding. We have a plan in place for that, especially up in the Astor area. We'll have a heavy presence up there. So I'll stick around for some questions afterwards. But thank you. And I believe we have Superintendent Diane Cornegay up next. Yeah.
Thank you, Sheriff. Well, good morning. I think everyone knows by now that schools are closed for the remainder of the week. We have 15 schools that are open, welcoming guests today. And I want to just give a special thank you to the school district administrators and all of the staff that are manning these shelters now 24 hours for the duration of this event, especially our food service department that will be providing meals for all of the guests in our shelters. All after-school events are canceled as well for the remainder of the week, including the Friday night football games. Those will be rescheduled if possible. The Saturday SAT testing that was scheduled at Lake Mineola High School has been rescheduled for October the 15th, and the SAT testing scheduled at Eustis High School on Saturday has also been canceled and will be rescheduled at a date to be determined. Please continue to follow not only the county information pages, but the social media pages for Lake County School. We will keep you updated on all the information that's needed. Until then, stay safe. And as we say in Lake County Schools, we are Team Lake.
Hi, Aaron Kistler. I'm from the Florida Department of Health in Lake County. And first I want to thank the superintendent and the school district for our special needs shelters are in the schools. So really appreciate that space and also working with them, the school nurses, and providing us some extra support for our special needs shelters. Just a reminder, if people are going out to the special needs shelter, make sure you bring your medicines, bring your blankets, anything that would make you feel comfortable. Great news is all of our special needs shelters in Lake County are pet friendly, so you can bring your pet as well. And so definitely make sure that you got everything you need when you come to the shelters. And also just to make sure that everybody's got things prepared for after the storm, making sure that you have water. And Chief Dickerson would be speaking next, but as you guys know, most of the injuries and deaths for a hurricane happen after the hurricane during cleanup and when people are trying to get things back to normal. So.
Good morning, Jim Dickerson, the fire chief. I'm going to go over some safety tips for the generators especially. Generators need to be at least 20 feet away from any structure. Keep the generators away from overhangs or enclosed areas, including garages and porches. Even screened-in porches can allow CO to come into the building. Only refuel the generator when it is in the off position. We have had some injuries from that as well. Instead of backfilling or supplying your entire house, Try to use extension cords for those essential appliances for your refrigerators and freezers and things like that. And the reason why we ask that is because when we try to re-energize the power lines, if you are actually feeding your house, you are energizing the grid, and it could delay us to restore energy in those locations. Any trees that are down, treat them as though there's live power lines entangled with them, even if you don't see any. Wait until daylight to get out there and do anything. We don't want you out there in the middle of the night, especially with chainsaws. Chainsaw safety is one of the top issues post-storm. Please make sure, if you're not familiar with the chainsaw, that you get somebody that is to operate it correctly. Especially in the Astor area, we're going to experience a lot of high water. With the high water, we get some amphibious creatures that come out of the swamps, so be aware of that. You might see snakes, alligators, or things like that in areas you normally wouldn't. And no candles. Please do not use candles. During Irma, we actually had a fire fatality because somebody used a candle, so use flashlights only. And the sheriff, I thought he was going to address it, but I'm going to address it because it's always a pet peeve of mine. But traffic lights. When traffic lights are out, treat them as a four-way stop. Whenever you don't see any traffic lights working, slow down before the intersection and come to a complete stop. The first one there is the first one that goes through the intersection. And that's all I have. I'll turn it back over to the chairman.
All right, again, really appreciate you all coming out. You may not know this, but our county is now over 400,000 in population, so quite significant. We have a lot of new people that have moved to Lake County in the last few years in particular. So that's really important that we get the message out, and I want to thank you all for being here today. So we're available for questions, however you'd like to ask us.
I'm sorry, just one moment.
Before
we shift to questions, at one point during the press conference, a number was given 352-343 for the Citizens Information Line. The correct number is 352-253-9999. Again, 352-253-9999 for the Citizens Information Line.
My apologies for that.
You mentioned that flooding is one of your biggest concerns, and you mentioned Astor. Are there any other areas that you're concerned about?
Yeah, obviously all the low-lying areas we are. We've seen historically in northeast Lake County to be affected the most by high water from the Lake Mac area right along the St. John's Basin. So we're cognizant of that and watching the modeling.
Sure. If I could just add one thing to that, sorry. But that's obviously a very hot area, but we want everybody to be cognizant of there's areas within roads that can flood, a foot to 2 foot of water. We've done mapping, FEMA mapping throughout the county. We know where some of those areas could be, but they could be spread out throughout the entire county. So just exercise caution on that.
Well, this could be for you or the sheriff.
Sorry, Sheriff.
There's an area in the Claremont area, I think it's Emerald Lakes. It's a mobile home park. It's always flooded, right? Is that
Yes, sir. That area is. I don't know what the order is or what it's. I don't think we've asked that they be evacuated. Maybe some voluntary evacuations have occurred, but we do know that is a very troublesome area. It can be when you get a lot of rain and the Claremont chain of lakes rises. So I know that it's being monitored, and I want to thank the city of Claremont who went out there and apparently have talked to all or nearly all the residents over the last few days, making themselves available. I know our fire department as well has some coordination with the city on that, so we'll be monitoring that situation there.
I know that Seminole Flagler just talked about mandatory evacuations for certain areas. As you were just talking about this specific area, do you think that you're going to get to a point where I got to issue a mandatory evacuation for people?
So in most instances, we would just ask folks to assess that risk. We don't tend to put in place mandatory evacuations for areas in Lake County.
With the channel that you were monitoring, do you know where the water is, how close it is to potentially flooding any particular ones that you're monitoring?
So we do have some forecast modeling for the Astor area that's currently available. Right now, we're currently trying to work with our National Weather Service partners to make sure that we can get modeling for as many areas as possible prior to storm landfall. But we usually know that our Astor area is going to become an issue with the St. Johns River and flooding situation right there. So we currently have that, and we're working on some others.
Megan, I have a question for you.
Yes, sir.
During the storm, will you guys be putting out information like if there's a tornado, an actual tornado, or a fire, or something like that? Will you be putting that out?
So we do have alerts that would go out if there was a significant life safety issue to arise from a weather situation. We have alerts that would go to people's phones if there is a tornado warning in that area. It's happened for other events, and it would certainly happen for this one as well.
How do we get that?
So you can sign up for Alert Lake. That is our emergency alerting system. But in most instances, those tornado warnings are going to go through a weather alerting system. And I would also highly recommend that folks who want to get alerts get a NOAA weather radio and make sure that they have batteries for those weather radios as well, backup batteries, because those weather alert radios are going to receive those alerts if there is any kind of immediate life safety issue arising from a weather situation.
Commissioner, you mentioned that the population has really grown, 400,000 recently, so you already went over a bunch of tips, but for newcomers, these hours leading up to 2 o'clock, which is when you said everybody should be in their spot, should people be going out and making any last-minute preps, or should those be done right now?
Hopefully they're done by now. If you do have something, obviously we want everybody off the road really by noon, but 2 o'clock has been stated to wrap that up. We want you to do it in a very cautious way. We're starting to see kind of anecdotally an uptick in bad driving, people rushing around and stuff like that. So do it safely, but by noon, really, you got the last couple hours here. And we understand you're new. If you're new to the area, new to Florida, many of our residents are new now. This might be their first hurricane. But this is a great community, and I'll say that over and over again, even next week as we get through this. This is a great community. There's a lot of great neighbors here. Get to know your neighbors. Rely on them. It's a good time to get friendly. And again, we have a great, incredible staff here that will help. We'll be with you afterwards. The Citizens Information Line, I can't tout that enough. That's the way for anybody that's new. Rely on that Citizens Information Line, that number that LeVar just gave out. That would be the way to go to get questions answered, and we'll try to be with you as much as we can.
Sean, trash pickup and debris pickup, are special arrangements being made for that? Because everything's stopped.
We do. We have a contract that will enable us on the debris side to act quickly. Now, of course, the caveat to that is people's minds, the expectation of quickly. So to cover a county as large as Lake County is, it's going to take some time with the debris pickup. So we ask, obviously, for patience, but we do have a plan in place to pick up the debris. And as far as I know, I'm going to check and maybe just see if Jennifer is going to, I don't want to say something that's incorrect, but as far as regular trash pickup, that's going to resume as soon as possible, probably the early part of Monday. That's correct, yeah.
When we talk about shelters, you said 300 people. It doesn't seem like we're at capacity at this point. But are you looking at, directing people to certain ones based on some of the numbers that you're seeing in? And then also, can you remind people what they can and cannot bring to these shelters?
Absolutely, and I'm going to let Megan, perhaps.
So we are closely monitoring our shelter capacities at this time. There have been no reported issues with capacity in any of our shelters. In terms of what to bring to a shelter, you're going to want to bring comfort items, any special dietary foods that you're going to need, any kind of things to entertain you while the power's out, pillow, blanket, medications, things like that. All things that should probably already be in your Go Kit if you have one. And I believe that we have also posted lists on our social media pages if you need any assistance with developing what that plan should look like. In terms of what not to bring, just make sure that you understand that it is limited spacing in the shelters. So most of our folks get 20 square feet within the shelter. So anything that can fit within that space range.
Any other questions? Okay. As long as you guys are good to go, we'll go ahead and set up the B-roll segment over here. If you guys want to go ahead and stay put where you are, if you're going to go with me. Otherwise, my PIO Liliana will help walk you guys back down to the lobby.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Stay safe.
Thanks.
Yep.
All right, just ending here a Lake County press conference, filling in the public there what to expect in that location. And joining us now here on the set, meteorologist Kellyanne Klass and Eric Burris. So guys, this thing is a huge storm. It's a Category 4 storm for family, friends in southwest area of Florida. This is something very serious. Have we seen a Cat 5 since Michael? Was that our last Cat 5?
That was the last one. And one of the hurricane hunters that flew the very last mission into the Panhandle as Michael was coming ashore was discussing how the mission ongoing right now is mirroring that. And when he referred to that, it's because there was so much turbulence. They hit a pocket of turbulence. Okay, think about this. The Hulk roller coaster.
Yeah.
What is that, 150 feet?
Something on those lines. I don't know exactly.
Right,
but yeah.
Terrifying drop at 150 feet. The recon mission dropped 700 feet.
Oh, wow.
Okay?
Yeah.
So when you think about what they're dealing with, and when there's that much elevation and drops, that's because the storm has unbelievable updrafts and downdrafts. It's still developing. That's what he was talking about. It's incredible to monitor that.
It really is, but they're really doing great work. They're giving us the best information. We probably wouldn't have known if it was rapidly intensifying without the hurricane hunters, and that valuable information really helps the people of Southwest Florida, Central Florida, to give us a better forecasting idea of exactly where this system is headed.
And all this technology, and some of it being deployed for the first time in this storm with some of these drones and some of the other technology. It's really remarkable, the data that we're going to get for the very first time about a hurricane.
Yeah, very interesting to see, and I definitely think it'll be an interesting case study after the fact.
Yeah, no doubt.
So for us, when it comes to coming our way, the worst of the weather, when will people here in Central Florida start to see that?
You're going to notice this afternoon a dramatic increase. And what's interesting is we're already in Brevard County. If we could get that Cocoa Tower cam popped up, this is such a tropical scene, okay? We've been watching it in the weather department.
WSI-1.
WSI-1 has it, if that's easy. Yeah, I mean, a few minutes ago, you could at least see the driving rain, okay? Tropical systems, miles and I mean, think about it. It's still in the Gulf of Mexico off of Fort Myers, right? But it's blinding, the rainfall. I mean, at my house alone, we've already gotten almost an inch of rain, and we are nowhere near the core of the storm. So each one of these bands is going to get progressively worse and worse. The wind's going to progressively build. We've already seen 46-mile-per-hour winds in Brevard County, and that'll be working into the metro here shortly.
Yeah, and then we really think the worst of the weather is going to arrive late tonight and into tomorrow. So we're really thinking tomorrow morning, early in the morning, is when we're going to be where we're going to have to watch that threat for not only tornadoes, but also the wind and the flooding rainfall. So this is just beginning what we're going to see as Ian slowly moves towards the area. But, we were talking earlier how we think it's stalled. We're watching the radar loop over the past 6 hours, and it really hasn't moved much. That eye sitting pretty much in the same place.
All right, we do want to get to some information now. FEMA is updating us, so let's listen in live on this briefing.
Any questions that we do not get answered for you today, as always, you can reach out to the FEMA News Desk at FEMA-news-desk@fema.dhs.gov for any follow-up questions, etc. And finally, we ask that you keep the ASL interpreter in your camera shot throughout today's briefing. We've already forwarded you a link to B-roll that is suitable for use with any of your reporting. And if interested, you'll have an opportunity today to shoot B-roll in the National Response Coordination Center, which is located right here at headquarters after the press conference this morning. We'll get that set up right after the presser is completed. Interviews and stand-ups up in the NRCC are not going to be available today, unfortunately, but feel free to reach out to the news desk for any opportunities in the near future, and we can work to help you out with that. All right, so we'll get started here momentarily, and thanks for your patience and your time again this morning.
Can we get a 2-minute warning just when it starts?
Yes.
Okay. We've been listening in as FEMA's about to give us some updates. They're just letting everyone know who we're going to hear from over the next few minutes. But we want to get back to the forecast for us in Central Florida, especially as Eric was talking about just a moment ago, how far the system that's in the Gulf is stretching. We are getting rain on our Atlantic coast.
Yeah, it's just a huge storm system, a Category 4. At this point, Southwest Florida is the area of location. Let's bring in meteorologist Eric Burris. So, Eric, we're talking about landfall. I know we were saying maybe Port Charlotte area, anywhere between Fort Myers, that location, and on up north. What are your thoughts?
Absolutely. And you know, the fine tuning of that is going to be the difference between, major storm surge and 155 mile per hour winds versus 140 mile per hour winds. I mean, that entire area is going to have a very memorable day, and for all the wrong reasons, right? But as it moves toward us, it's important to take note that what's happening now is just kind of the beginnings of this, okay? So when we look at the hurricane force winds, or the strongest of the weather, these are the arrival times. 7 a.m. for Hillsborough and much of Polk County. Through much of the metro area, it's more of a 9 p.m. arrival time. And then up to the north, Marion, Lake, Seminole, Volusia, Flagler counties, that's when we think we're going to get into some of those stronger issues for you, the stronger winds moving into your area, okay? At this point, we have already gotten tropical storm force winds moving into Brevard County. Flooding is an additional concern. We've seen several areas with multiple inches of rain. Flooding is expected in our area today and over the next couple of days. Stay with us. Our continuing coverage on WESH-TV continues.